My Steel Suit 301. My Steel Suit 301. The rest of the filming team couldn't help but turn their eyes to Enron. Most of them are classmates that Enran found from school. They naturally listened to her director, but Chen Mo is their big boss. They didn't dare not listen to him. They could only look together towards Enran. Enran was startled by the sudden burst of night. After came back to his senses, he was angrily watching the car stopped at the starting position not far away, secretly gritting his teeth and feeling everyone. Enran glanced angrily at the night coming from the Chen Mo, parked aside, moved towards the crowd and waved fiercely. Start shooting. Lights in place. Cameras in place. Recording is in place. Car number 2 is in place. The lighting and videography departments will soon be in place. The sturdy military off-road vehicle with black paint was also on the road and everything was ready. Enran glanced at the night parked at the front again, took a deep breath, picked up the intercom, and tried to speak in a calm voice. Mr. Chen, are you ready? There was a cold and impatient voice from the intercom. Let's get started. Enran's mouth was squeezed by the arrogant tone. Her slender fingers tightened the intercom, and the original pink finger knuckles were a little hairy. White. This is definitely not Chen Mo. He just happened to look alike. Compared with Chen Mo, he is far behind. Although Enron is still a little surprised that the boss of Aegis Motors is so similar to Chen Mo, he no longer thinks that this tall and mighty, imposing manner is the domineering president that Chen Mo she knew. The difference between the two is too great. Although she felt some familiar feelings from him, it was only an illusion caused by the similar appearance. However, after being deliberately frustrated by Chen Mo, Enran completely walked out of the disappointment of the previous great joy and sadness, and no longer paid attention to Chen Mo's indifferent attitude, directly directing the preparation of various departments. Start shooting. Action. Enran gave an order. Knight took the lead, rushed forward, and quickly reached a higher speed, driving forward at a constant speed. A medium-sized drone with a high-definition camera mounted below followed the Knight at the same speed, flying smoothly at a height of more than 10 meters, and the camera was aimed at the front galloping Knight. This advertisement is to show the super performance of Knight. So, in order to bring out the authenticity, drones will be used to track aerial photography, one-to-one shooting, without any lens switching. Show the audience 100% of the real scene. Knight galloped steadily on the deserted road. A few seconds later, a violent engine rumbling sound suddenly sounded from behind, and the drone immediately began to raise its height and adjust the angle of the camera. Move the center of the lens away from Knight. A sturdy black military off-road vehicle quickly appeared in the screen, and moved towards Knight. Quickly approached, and soon followed it. The two cars kept a distance of more than 10 meters, one after the other galloping forward, but soon, there was action on the off-road vehicle behind. Suddenly a silhouette stood up in the back row, and pulled a piece of tarp covering the car in front of him. The raised tarpaulin was directly blown away by the strong wind generated by the car's galloping speed, and a fierce big guy was revealed in the originally covered position. The camera of the drone was zoomed in at the right time, and a huge gun with 6 barrels and nearly 1 meter long can be clearly seen through the screen. It is the machine gun with the fastest rate of fire in the world. It is also a vehicle and airborne firearm widely used by the U.S. Army. The M134 rapid-fire machine gun is what we often call the 6-barreled Gatling. This aircraft machine gun, improved from the 20mm Vulcan gun, uses 7.62 mm ammunition and has a maximum rate of fire of up to 6,000 rounds per minute. The firepower is very fierce, and the dense barrage is enough to destroy any. The object is torn apart. After the vehicle-mounted Gatling was revealed, it immediately launched a fierce attack on the Knight ahead. From the picture taken by the drone, even in the daytime, a straight line of fire can be clearly seen from the military off-road vehicle at the rear to the Knight ahead. The entire rear armor and rear windshield of the Knight were hit by dozens of bullets fired at high speed in an instant, but the automatic window protection function of Knight was quickly activated. Within a few tenths of the attack, all the windows and the outside of the tires quickly popped out one after another. Bulletproof armor, protecting the weakest places. Before the bulletproof glass shattered, the arm rising from the rear windshield blocked the violent attack of the machine gun bullets pouring down like rain. But at the next moment, Knight not at all accelerated forward and fled. Instead, he slammed the steering wheel and rushed off the highway at high speed, rushing towards the distant wilderness. Although the speed of Knight is much faster than that of military off-road vehicles attacking behind, it is completely exposed to the firepower of Gatling machine guns on a straight road. If it directly accelerates to escape, it will exceed M134 before the effective range of 1,000 meters. They will be continuously attacked. With the 6,000 rounds per minute of the Gatling machine gun, and the huge might far exceeding the ordinary rifle, it is completely enough before the Knight successfully escapes. Destroy its rear armor. So, directly speeding up and fleeing is not a good way. Only by turning off the highway and making use of the complex terrain to keep changing directions, so that Gatling cannot aim smoothly, can he escape from its range before being broken. However, just as Knight braved the bullet rain and turned off the road, and the military off-road vehicle behind was about to turn and pursue, a gentle and crisp voice suddenly sounded. Card. A tense pursuit was interrupted by this sound. The Gatling gun quickly stopped shooting, and the two vehicles stopped quickly. After I got down, although I don't know what went wrong, the director called the card, and they stopped obediently and honestly. Mr. Chen. Even if Ayn Rand's voice was angry, it still seemed so gentle. She looked up at Chen Mo, who was standing in front of her, still expressionless, trying to control herself not to be angry with his arrogant appearance. After you are attacked, you shouldn't drive your car off the road so quickly. The reaction of normal people is impossible so quickly. The window armor just popped out. I just drove off, which is not true at all. The audience has no time to react. Moreover, the rear arm received too little attack, the time was too short, the visual effect was not shocking enough, and the sense of urgency was created not strong enough. The display of the bulletproof ability of Knight is even more inadequate. You should wait at least another second. My Steel Suit 302. My Steel Suit 302. And Ran only thought that Chen Mo reacted so quickly because he knew the plot and was mentally prepared in advance. Chen Mo listened to her explanation and realized that he had made a low-level mistake. He just wanted to finish the filming earlier and go back to prepare for crossing over. Although according to his real ability, he can drive away before the opponent attacks, but for the effect of advertising, he still deliberately waited until the window armor was upgraded. After getting up, I drove off the highway. He just thinks that he has deliberately slowed down, but ignores that the reaction of normal people is far worse than he is. He thinks it is slow. From the perspective of ordinary person, it is already very fast. Furthermore, I did just avoid the attack. The tension of the audience has not been mobilized, that is, the strong defense of Knight is not displayed, and the atmosphere of urgency is not rendered. The effect is indeed very poor. It seems that advertising shooting is not as simple as he thought, but from this point, it can be seen that his old classmate Ayn Rand does have a few brushes, and he considers these details very thoughtfully. Chen Mo, who realized where the problem was no longer so casual, and smoothed the whole process in his mind carefully, and after considering all the details he could think of, he turned his head. Own car. Come again. When seeing this, Ayn Rand hurriedly shouted, or let's rehearse first. No, I have something to do. Take this shot again, but if you change the car tomorrow, continue. Chen Mo's words floated out of the car window in a dull tone. It seems that what they use as a target was not a 5 million top luxury car, and it is a scrapped car pulled from the recycling station. Everyone looked towards and ran again. They just broke a $5 million luxury car. Although the car was not broken, it is said that the most expensive is the suit armor. It is the one they broke. Part of it is estimated to be replaced by millions. Listening to Chen Mo casually's words, everyone couldn't help but sigh in the heart. Rich is Wolfel, a luxury car of $5 million, because it is a waste of time. Even the rehearsal is too lazy to rehearse. Shoot, break a face doesn't change and just change the car and shoot again. If you take a few more shots, wouldn't they have to waste tens of millions of dollars? Normally, for such destructive scenes, in order to reduce the loss when shooting, let alone rehearsing for a few hours. Even if there are days, Chen Mo would rather take the money. Lisa is not willing to waste that time. Although an interval of time is worth an ounce of gold, your time is too expensive. They don't understand the rich world. But Chen Mo, the big boss, has all spoken, and it is also the money that was wasted by others. What can she say? A small advertising director who works, can only roll her eyes to greet everyone to prepare again and fight for one. Although the money is not hers, she feels distressed to see this expensive luxury car being broken. If she can waste less, she wastes less. Although Chen Mo is not very good to her, but she still has professional ethics. How can Chen Mo be her boss now, which can save him a little bit? The second filming started soon. After knowing what needs to be paid attention to, Chen Mo had a good grasp of time, and galloped forward another section of the road against Gatling's attack. After the entire rear armor of the car was covered with bullet marks, Chen Mo slammed the steering wheel and turned off the road. The military off-road vehicle quickly followed, biting behind Knight tightly, and the Gatling gun was still pouring bullets to the front. Knight. Two cars ran swiftly across this wilderness, rolling up two long trails of smoke and dust. Gatling's bullets kept sweeping across the ground, arousing even more dust. An even more tense chase battle was staged on this wilderness. The drones in the air always followed the two vehicles firmly, recording this scene completely. However, as the two vehicles continued to deepen into the wilderness beside the highway, the terrain became more complicated. The ground gradually became undulating. The dense soil slopes, potholes, and scattered stones and shrubs made it rugged and difficult to navigate. The bodies of two vehicles were in this complex terrain. The night constantly fluctuates up and down, and night constantly changes its direction from left to right, making the machine gun unable to aim smoothly. It can only hit a few shots occasionally. Without the fierce continuous attack of the past, it is fundamentally against the defensive night structure. Not a threat. Furthermore, on this complex terrain, the speed of the military off-road vehicle can't be improved at all. But the night is not slowed down, and it quickly separated from the military off-road vehicle behind and getting farther and farther. Because the night used to rush to the depths of the wilderness at an angle, as they continued to deepen, the two cars soon moved far away from the road. At the same time, Knight and the Gatling gun were loaded. The distance between his military off-road vehicles has also been widened, and the number of bullets attacking Knight has become less and less. Under the guidance of Knight, the direction of the two cars at this time has become parallel to the road in the distance. The Knight in front is speeding along the complex and rugged wilderness. The four tires fluctuate violently along with the terrain, but the car body always maintains a stable ground clearance, steadily undulating slowly. Unlike the military off-road vehicle at the back, the body bumps up and down from time to time at high speeds, and even flies directly off the ground before falling heavily. Seeing that the distance from the military off-road vehicle had been opened, the Knight in front suddenly turned again and rushed diagonally toward the road. The military off-road vehicle chasing at the back also quickly adjusted its direction and chased it. At the same time, the Gatling gun on the vehicle continued to attack it. It was just this random shooting, except occasionally a few bullets could hit the outside of the Knight body, which had no effect at all, but it was pulled farther and farther. Soon, Knight easily rushed onto the original road, and after hitting the right direction, it suddenly started to accelerate. The powerful acceleration performance completely broke out, and the speed began to soar quickly, and soon reached at an astonishing speed. The military off-road vehicle that was still bumping in the wilderness was quickly thrown away, completely out of the range of the Gatling machine gun. However, things are not at all over here. When the Knight was galloping on the highway at an amazing high speed that was seriously inconsistent with the appearance of its off-road vehicle, a red silhouette suddenly chased up from the rear, a burst of top sports cars. The huge and powerful engine rumbling sound also followed. A cool, bright red sports car approached at a more amazing speed than Knight, and soon chased behind Knight and bit it tightly. My Steel Suit 303, My Steel Suit 303, able to surpass the Knight in speed. This sports car is definitely the highest super sports car. Their current speed has exceeded 300 kilometers each hour. After this super sports car caught up with Knight, it followed closely to the left of Knight. At the same time, the co-pilot window was quickly lowered and a grenade launcher with a thick muzzle stretched out from the car window. He aimed diagonally at the Knight who was speeding on the right front. Bang! A huge explosion sound accompanied by a fierce firelight completely engulfed Knight, but the next moment, Black Knight disappeared from the firelight of the explosion. I rushed out at extreme speed, except for an extra dent on the body caused by an explosion and traces of flame burning. Not at all what substantial damage was received. When the sports car behind saw it, several consecutive grenades moved towards Knight were launched. At such a close distance, Knight is difficult to avoid, and it is also difficult to miss the shot. All the grenade hits, exploding the left side and rear body of Knight into several pits, but it still couldn't slow it down, let alone stop. But this super sports car happens to restrain it at the only relatively weak speed of Knight. If it can't be thrown away, it will keep falling behind and continue to attack, and it will be broken sooner or later. So, instead of waiting for the sports car behind to continue to attack, the front experienced a round of violent strikes of howitzers. Knight filled the gap between the grenade launcher in the sports car behind, and suddenly stepped on the brakes. The speed of the car dropped suddenly, and the red super sports car that followed it quickly stepped on the brakes fiercely, and the speed of the car dropped quickly. It's just that even though he had stepped on the brakes to the bottom, he still didn't seem to slow down as fast as Knight. He saw Knight's body full of bullet marks and explosive depressions quickly hit them. Bang! In the drone footage, two previously high-speed vehicles suddenly brake almost simultaneously, but the braking performance of the red sports car behind is obviously not Knight well. The distance between the two cars quickly shortened, and finally they collided fiercely. The entire front of the red sports car was recessed in a large area, and a burst of white smoke emerged from the front of the car. The speed of the car was getting slower and slower. It was crashed and lost power. The Knight in front was unscathed in this collision. With the sound of a strong engine, the Knight, whose speed had dropped a lot, accelerated and rushed forward. The speed quickly picked up again, leaving the slower and slower super sports car far behind, and drove away. The drone did not continue to follow the Knight to follow the shots, but slowly lowered its height, hovering in place, but the camera's angle of view followed the Knight to the far road. In the picture, a straight road on the boundless wilderness stretches from in front of you to the sky. The Black Knight, full of bullet marks and full of vicissitudes of majesty, quickly goes away along the road and finally disappears. Far away. Card. And Rand's voice suddenly sounded. It's over. She couldn't help but be surprised in her voice. She didn't expect that she could actually finish one shot so quickly. You should know that this whole process seems simple, but there is no room for mistakes. If the details are not well controlled, problems will occur. Others have rehearsed many times, so they didn't make any mistakes, and Chen Mo just listened to her in detail, but only made a mistake at the beginning, and it went well the second time. After finishing the whole shooting, she couldn't help but admire a little this super rich man who looks very similar to Chen Mo, although his personality is a little cold, but still has some ability. No wonder he can create such a big family business. But then, Ayn Rand suddenly reacted and Chen Mo seemed to drive away directly. The original end of film footage only took a few seconds, but Chen Mo didn't stop at all, and galloped away without slowing down. He didn't even say hello, regardless of the shooting just now. The pass failed. Looking at the disappearing Knight on the road far away, Ayn Rand and the crew couldn't help but looked at each other in blank dismay. Just left. On the crew's side, after Chen Mo left, he began to pack things and prepare to withdraw. The most difficult part of the shooting has been completed with the help of Chen Mo, and the rest of the post is actually very simple, and there is no need to edit, because their advertisements are in the end. Now this advertisement can be said to be basically completed. On the other side, Chen Mo drove the night full of bullet marks and explosion marks. He galloped all the way and quickly returned to the castle. There were also several cars on the road. The people in the car seemed to have just night who came down from the battlefield could not help being stared wide-eyed. Is this encounter a terrorist? Not only are the bullet marks on the body, but there are also several marks left by the explosion. Moreover, they are all beaten up like this. It can run so fast. What kind of car is this? So tough. However, although the body shell was beaten beyond recognition, someone recognized it. It's Knight. Wow, it's so handsome. It's so fast. It must be more than 300. Look at the bullet marks on it. It turned out that all the paint was knocked out. This defense is too strong. Not to mention the exclamation that Chen Mo brought on the road. After returning to the castle, Chen Mo went directly to the underground laboratory. Within less than half an hour before crossing over, Chen Mo quickly finished the equipment, activated the vibranium nano-combat uniform, and then put on a black ordinary combat uniform outside. Standing there, closing his eyes, adjusting his state quietly, the imposing manner on his body gradually became fierce. After a while, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and two sharp eyes shot out, sharp as a knife, making people afraid to look directly. Chen Mo, who entered the fighting state, sank his mind into the space. In the huge space with a length of 10 meters and a volume of 1,000 cubic meters, it looks a bit empty at this time, except for the Ghost War chariot, the steel battle clothes and the set of Edman alloy armor. Even some weapons, ammunition, clothing, fresh water and other materials occupy only a small space in total. Chen Mo did not focus on these equipment and materials, but instead passed his consciousness through the space wall barrier that had become transparent, and cast it on the 3 white light balls outside. Yes, this time, 3 light balls appeared, which means that there are 3 worlds that can be shuttled. Chen Mo guessed that it should be related to his stronger spirit strength, but this is a good thing for him. The more space he can cross over, the greater his choice and the better he can find his most helpful world. My Steel Suit 304. My Steel Suit 304. The alternative crossing over world is naturally the more the better. Otherwise, if there are only 2 worlds, and all them are worthless worlds, then this crossing over opportunity is equivalent to waste. The more space you can choose, the greater the probability of encountering a valuable world, but I don't know if his spirit strength continues to increase in the future. Each time there will be more worlds. Without wasting time, Chen Mo directly cast his consciousness on the first ball of light. After a little thought, a picture quickly came to Chen Mo's mind. In a world completely covered by snow and ice, and a dead silence everywhere, a train was speeding on the railway, and the trains in the carriage is either a ragged or well-dressed person, staying in a carriage with a completely different environment with clear boundaries, living a life as different as heaven and earth. With the improvement of Chen Mo's spirit strength, not only does the number of crossing over world appear more, but even the world projection is much clearer, allowing you to understand the information of this world more clearly. Chen Mo soon knew which world it was. He once watched this movie, Snow Country Train. This is a world after the end of the world. In response to climate warming, 79 countries collectively launched refrigerants into the atmosphere, but this triggered the end of the world, turning the entire world into a world of ice and snow. All the survivors live in this non-stop train, but the car is divided into strict grades according to different carriages. The people in the front carriage rule the train and live extravagantly. The people in the last carriage are oppressed and life is hard. And the only interesting thing about this movie is the perpetual motion machine that drives the train to move continuously. But in fact, it is not a real perpetual motion machine. It automatically collects the high-energy refrigerant in the air when the train is running at high speed, and then releases the chemical energy contained in it to convert it into mechanical energy to drive the train. This is also the reason why the train cannot stop. Once the train stops, it cannot automatically collect refrigerant at high speed, and there is no way to continue to provide energy. So the value of this perpetual motion machine is actually not great, and it is of no use to Chen Mo. However, Chen Mo saw an interesting scene in the short world projection screen. A tall man in the last carriage actually looked exactly like Steve Rogers. However, Chen Mo not at all cared. He directly withdrew his consciousness from the first ball of light and plunged directly into the second ball of light. This projection made Chen Mo a little speechless. Just now, the first world was covered with ice and snow, but the second one was completely submerged by sea water. The entire world is a vast ocean with almost nothing on land. There are only scattered artificial floating islands, and dilapidated sailing ships scattered all over the sea. Obviously, this is also a world after the end of the world. This time it won't be a doomsday movie feature, but this kind of world doomsday movie usually has nothing too valuable. After several crossing overs, Chen Mo also had some guesses about his ability to travel through time and space. For now, his crossing over world is mainly based on science fiction movies. This is a good thing for him. It is better than those urban romance movies and horror movies. There are various kinds of science fiction movies. All kinds of advanced technologies and items are very useful for him to enhance his strength and develop real forces. But apart from science fiction movies with powerful technology like Captain and Iron Man, there are also many sci-fi disaster movies that are not at all, or are more valuable. Things. Ordinary gold and silver jewelry is meaningless to Chen Mo. He spends precious shuttle opportunities once a month to an ordinary world where disasters have occurred, and can only search for things that are of no use to him. The property is too wasteful. So these two worlds, Chen Mo will not choose until the end is forced. Extract the consciousness and throw it into the last ball of light again. This time, the picture is much more normal than the previous two. A huge city, towering buildings, and huge screens all over show an image of a middle-aged man with a majestic face. At least this is not the end of the world. As soon as the screen turns, a cold-faced man wearing a black churchman uniform holding a pair of guns broke into a dark room, and then his hands flashed quickly, moving towards all directions, shooting again and again. The enemies hiding all around were shot and killed quickly, and the speed at which they were killed was comparable to Chen Mo, who had super reaction and speed. Moreover, between the flashing of his body and his arms, there seems to be a certain pattern. It is not as casual as Chen Mo, but has a certain sense of rhythm. The movements are also very simple and crisp. Don't mess up. Seeing this, Chen Mo's eyes could not help but brighten. This spear art seems to be not simple, and this scene gives him a very familiar feeling. Combined with the scenes in the city he saw before, Chen Mo quickly came to a conclusion. The name of the third movie world, Chen Mo, has been basically determined. It seems that these three movies at this time are indeed of the same genre, but they are not the doomsday theme of the world that he thought before, but dystopia. Actually, what subject matter is not important. Chen Mo cares about his own effect. The first two films have nothing valuable, but this last one is exactly what he needs now. That is the profound spear technique. In fact, the technology that Chen Mo currently masters is already very powerful. At least it has surpassed the current reality for more than 20 years. Before his power further develops, too high technology actually does not have much effect. The current technology has been enough for Chen Mo to digest for a period of time, and it will be enough in a short time, so Chen Mo is now more concerned about the improvement of his own strength. Although Chen Mo is known as the world's most powerful powerhouse in Iron Man's world, he actually knows very well that his current strength is far from strong. Just because of those who have super strength, true powerhouse has not yet appeared. Not to mention Thanos, they are Thor and Hulk in the Avengers. Any one of them has the ability to kill Chen Mo in a flash. Even if it relies on super equipment such as nano-combat uniforms, Edman alloy armor, steel battle clothes and primordial Edman alloy shields, Chen Mo can barely survive in their hands and want to defeat them. Simply impossible. Whether it is power, speed or self-defense, they are a lot stronger than Chen Mo. These equipments can also play a role in the face of enemies whose strength is equal to him. Facing these true powerhouses, it just gave him a little more defensive ability. but he couldn't pose any threat to the opponent at all. My Steel Suit 305. My Steel Suit 305. Moreover, Chen Mo is not Tony Stark. It is enough to rely on steel battle clothes to have strong battle strength. Although the steel battle clothes are strong, after all, it is impossible to wear steel battle clothes. In the final analysis, steel battle clothes are still foreign objects after all. Chen Mo has always used battle clothes as tools, auxiliary equipment for fighting and action, and at the same time, as his second identity when necessary, doing something about himself inconvenient things to do. In Chen Mo's view, these powerful equipment are just in aid, and the most fundamental thing is their own strength. It's just that the auxiliary power that Chen Mo now possesses has accounted for a considerable proportion of his overall strength. In comparison, his most important strength appears to be somewhat weak. Of course, this is also because it is more difficult to improve one's own strength compared to these equipment. Early stage is fortunate. The more difficult it is to improve the strength, the smaller the improvement. Actually, in the real world, it's okay. The risk factor is not high. There is no superpower house with perverted power and the threat is not big. In the movie world, there are many dangerous factors. There are countless existences that can threaten him. Maybe he will be fatally attacked at any time, and he is impossible to wear war in the movie world. Shrunk in the tortoise shell, so he must constantly improve his own strength to cope with sudden occurrence and ensure his survival ability in the movie world of danger lurks on every side. As far as Chen Mo is concerned, he still lacks a lot of his own strength, and his physical fitness is good, although it is not comparable to the top powerhouses such as Thor, Hulk, and Superman. It is already very powerful. Moreover, the improvement of physical fitness is also the most difficult, but it is not anxious. Fighting skills, especially the sword technique, can be considered powerful, but in contrast, spear art is a bit unable to keep up. The ability of long-range attack is far weaker than that of close combat. Close combat has the Sword of the King. Extraordinary sword technique. Although there are powerful energy weapons for long-range attack, spear art lacks a lot. Although compared with the ordinary person, Chen Mo's spear art is already very powerful. With superhuman response and agility, as well as years of use and exercise, Chen Mo's spear art is far beyond the earth any ordinary person, but Chen Mo's spear art can only be considered proficient if it is not considered the bonus brought by strong physical fitness. If the reaction and speed are controlled at the level of the ordinary person, his spear art is still top-notch, but it is only the top of the ordinary person, far from his fighting and sword technique. That kind of extraordinary level, and Chen Mo now has a new identity in the real world, and he has also appeared in front of the world, especially after he has become enemies with major automobile groups. He is likely to encounter situations that require him to do it himself. No one the place is okay, you can let him do it, but if it is in public, he will never show his speed and strength beyond ordinary people. At this time, he can only rely on skills. People cannot accept the power and speed beyond the limits of human beings, but the skills are not. Not to mention his extraordinary sword technique and fighting skills can be directly explained by martial arts, that is, some talents in the ordinary person. Extraordinary people can reach a very abnormal degree after they have mastered certain special skills and after long-term exercise. For example, some cowboys can draw their guns and launch them in 0.02 seconds, and accurately hit the nearby targets, so fast that the ordinary person does not look carefully or even knows his manual operation. Other samurai can use katana to cut open plastic bullets flying at speeds up to 322 km per hour. There are many similar examples in life. Some bank employees can directly take out any number of sheets they want from a large stack of money in the cash box. The boss of the grain and oil store can do it by hand, can accurately estimate the exact weight of the item. Although these skills are powerful, they are more acceptable than running 100 meters in 5 seconds and jumping 3 or 4 meters in place. And Chen Mo's current spear art is far from reaching this level. The general situation is enough to deal with it. But if you encounter a large number of elite militants, Some are not enough. Only some whole cards can be exposed. In addition to the concerns of the real world, Chen Mo also demands his own strength. Until now, when Chen Mo uses a pistol, he has always relied on his super physical fitness to achieve such a powerful attack. Including dodge bullets, it is entirely dependent on Superman's reaction and speed, but not at all too many skills. Facing ordinary enemies, if you encounter something like the one in the world projection screen just now, Spear Art's superb top gunners, or many people's powerful enemies, are somewhat difficult to avoid, and they can only rely on hard resistance equipment. Chen Mo's goal is more than that. The world he will crossing over will become more and more dangerous in the future, and the enemies he will encounter will become stronger and stronger. If he is complacent and satisfied with the status quo, he will sooner or later fail. One day, to deal with more powerful enemies and more complex situations, you must have a comprehensive and powerful strength. Chen Mo does not allow his strength to have shortcomings. What he has to do now is to improve his spear art to the extent that it matches your physical fitness and sword technique, and this world obviously has a very powerful profound spear technique, so Chen Mo chose the third world without the slightest hesitation. Thoughts move. Chen Mo directly chose crossing over. Next moment, Chen Mo's silhouette disappeared in the castle and appeared in a dilapidated abandoned factory instead. Through the damaged roof, you can see the hazy sky above. According to Chen Mo's judgment, if there is no accident, here should be a movie called The Torn Doom World. This is a world that has experienced the Third World War, and a nuclear war broke out. Although the war has passed, the damage caused by the war has not been completely eliminated, and the sky still remains a piece. The haze is dark, just like the current situation of this world. The scale and destructiveness of this world war far surpassed the previous two times. In the later period of the war, the red-eyed countries used nuclear weapons recklessly, triggering a devastating nuclear war. Countless humans are in the war. After death, the government, the army, and even the entire world order completely collapsed. During this period of chaos, a priest stepped up and led the confused people to rebuild their homes and spread his beliefs. However, what they believed in was not a spiritual god, but a priest itself. Finally, a new country called Libya was established on this post-war land. Libya, ruled by the Church, is a country, and the Church of Jehovah holds the highest authority. My Steel Suit 306. My Steel Suit 306. As the Pope, the priest is the supreme leader and spiritual belief of the entire country. He is above all laws and regulations. He is like a dictator, like a king or an emperor, and exists like Hitler. Under the Pope is the core council of the Church of Jehovah. Members of the council are senior clergy members of the church. They are the leaders under the Pope who are in charge of national rights. From among them, a speaker is elected, who will serve as the vice chairman of the government, responsible for the execution and management of specific affairs, and is directly responsible to the Pope, equivalent to the Prime Minister. Apart from the leaders of the Pope, the parliamentarian, and the vice chairman, the most important force in the church is the Lord's Churchmen, the highest military force. After the Third World War that almost destroyed the earth, the Pope believed that human emotions were the root cause of the war. So at the beginning of the founding of the nation, he ordered the development of a kind of the medicine, Bosian. As long as it is injected regularly every day, it can be maintained in an emotional state. There is no joy, anger, sorrow, desire, only knowing to obey orders, living a cold and numb life. With constant brainwashing and control of people's thoughts, the church's rule has become more stable. At the same time, in order to completely eliminate emotions and firmly control all the people, the church classifies possessing emotions as an emotional sin. Music, books, games, artworks, pets, etc. that can trigger human emotions. Items that are listed as prohibited items will be destroyed directly once they are discovered, and those who possess prohibited items will also be directly punished as emotional crimes, burned, and directly incinerated. In spite of this, there are still many people who are unwilling to inject Bosian and become a walking corpse without emotion. They secretly stop using Bosien and are always careful to hide themselves. These people gradually united together to form a resistance organization, trying to military force against the dictatorship of the church. In order to deal with these emotional criminals who have feelings, desire freedom and pose a threat to the dictatorship of the church, the church has formed an unusually powerful armed force, the Lord Churchmen. The number of them is small, but everyone's strength is extremely amazing. With top talent, they have undergone strict system training and have mastered a profound and powerful combat technique, gun battle technique. It uses firearms as the main means of attack, combines close combat skills, and can kill the enemy with a variety of unimaginable attack angles and attack distances. After a large number of shooting experiments and statistical principles, the ballistics and enemy positions in a gun battle can be summarized by statistical models, and the geometric distribution and shooting ballistics of the enemy can be accurately predicted and judged based on this. Based on this kind of scientific theory, it integrates various shooting and fighting techniques to finally form this gun battle technique, which includes shooting, sword-down and physical skills. Through accurate motion calculation, launch the most damage attack at the location where you have suffered the least damage. You can shoot to any dead corners around you, and increase the formidable power of bullets. With the body as the center and the prototype geometry as the plane reference, all the attackable positions around the body will be calculated. Every possible attack position around the body will be shot, which can be used as an attack and the means of defense exist. Martial arts plus spear skills, combined with statistics, calculate the shooting route, hit rate and evasion rate have all been greatly improved. Each of the various moves can show the largest killing range, give a fatal blow, and defeat the largest number of enemies. In terms of defense, you can dodge and return to traditional ballistics. Thanks to the flexible use of such moves, the shooting formidable power of the weapon will be increased by at least 120%. And the lethality increased by 63%, making the Lord's Churchman who masters the gun battle technique a powerful opponent that is difficult to defeat. These amazing battle strength Jehovah Churchmen is the most solid guarantee to maintain the Church's rule. Their most important task is to catch emotional prisoners, eliminate these threats and hidden dangers that are not controlled by the Church, and maintain the Church's dictatorship. Their status and role are equivalent to the bright gown guard of the Ming dynasty. They have great powers, and they are only under the leadership of the Pope, counselors and vice-chairman of the Church. However, long-term brainwashing education and continuous injection of the medicine Bosien that suppresses emotions made them ruthless and extremely loyal to the Pope and the Church. They only knew that they would obey the orders of the Church leader to eliminate emotional prisoners, even their relatives. As long as the Church orders them, they will follow the order and arrest them, or even kill them directly. Like those civilians who have been brainwashed by injecting Bosien for a long time, they no longer have their own thoughts and are completely reduced to tools in the hands of the Church leader. The Pope, Vice-Chairman, Member of Parliament, and Jehovah Churchmen form the power pyramid of the Church and firmly hold the power of the country. Below the Church is the government and the army. The government is responsible for the management of all kinds of affairs of the entire country. In addition to guarding the Church and government institutions and the maintaining national order, the main task of the army is to help the Church suppress civilians, assist churchmen to clean up emotional criminals and resistance forces, and maintain the dictatorship of the Church. The government and the army are fully controlled by the Church. The civilians at the bottom live under the high-handed dictatorship of the Church. Minors enter the Church school to receive the Church's brainwashing education. In addition to studying, they also have their own duties, that is to monitor the people around them, including passers-by, classmates, brothers, sisters and parents. As long as they find them, if you have emotions, you will directly report if you have committed an emotional crime, whether he is a parent or a brother-sister, and the person who is reported will be directly cremated. Under the control of Bosien, everyone lost their emotions and thoughts and became a walking corpse under the rule of the Church. They worked and lived numbly, and were brainwashed by the Pope's speeches every day. Those who secretly stopped the Bosnian injection and regained their feelings and thoughts must be careful to hide the fact that they have emotions, and always beware of the soldiers, churchmen, and everyone around, even family members. Because in addition to the army and churchmen's aggressive arrest of emotional prisoners, those who are injected with Bosnian will not be sad because of the death of their relatives. They only know to follow the orders of the church. I found that the people around me have emotions, no matter who he is. They will report. People who have no emotions live like walking corpse, but people who have emotions always live in white horror, and they don't know when they will be killed by churchmen. My Steel Suit 307. My Steel Suit 307. Chen Mo, who has watched the movie, understands the background of this world fairly well. Don't look at this as a country built on the ashes of the post-war period. Its population and scale are small. The core of the country is just a city surrounded by a huge wall. However, despite the destruction of the World War, their overall technological level is not lower than that of the real world. But due to the high-pressure dictatorship of the church concentration camp, people's livelihood and other aspects do not see much, but from the wall in terms of the scale of the inner city, the height of the building, and other details, the level of technology is not low, and some aspects may even be much higher than the real world. However, these are only speculations from the movie after all, and he still has to confirm the specific situation. Jarvis, can I search the internet here? Chen Mo called Jarvis and asked. Looking at the environment here, it should be the Nazis district outside the Libyan wall. Not at all is rebuilt like a city inside the wall, and it still remains in a dilapidated state after the war. The wireless network was not found during network search. Search for satellites and found satellite signals. Are you invading? Chen Mo recalled the level of computer science and technology shown in the movie, gently nodded. Invasion. After Chen Mo gave the order, Jarvis made a start intrusion tone and then there was no movement. Chen Mo's brows couldn't help but frowned. The last time I invaded a satellite on a desert island in the real world, it took too long to not at all. According to Chen Mo's speculation, the computer technology of this world should have been damaged in the war. The overall strength is not much stronger than the real world, and it should not take so long. Is his guess wrong? The computer technology of this world is not at all so bad as he imagined. But he still has confidence in Jarvis. Even if their computer technology is very advanced, don't forget that Jarvis is also a powerful existence that has surpassed reality for decades. In the Iron Man world can be unimpeded, a trifling rebuilt Libya after the war. It is definitely not difficult to beat it. It took a while before Jarvis' voice sounded again. The intrusion was successful. Connected to the satellite network. Why did it take so long? Chen Mo asked strangely. This satellite is a communications satellite they launched before the outbreak of the Third World War. It has a high level of technology and a very tight defense system. Chen Mo hearing this nodded. This also makes sense. However, sir, I just hacked into their ground network through a satellite, and found that the organization that controls this satellite now has a very poor level of computer technology, which is similar to the real world, and the defense of the entire network system is even better. It's in vain. Chen Mo hearing this is clear. It seems that his previous speculation was not at all wrong. In Libya itself, after the war, the level of computer technology has regressed a lot. There was Bosnian suppressing the emotions and desires of ordinary people, and the resistance organization, in addition to the guns left over from the war. Also there is no technological power, and there is no threat at all on the network, so the defense is naturally very weak. That is, the original defense system of the satellite brought a little trouble to Jarvis and wasted time. Since he has successfully hacked into the internet, the first thing Chen Mo needs to do now is to figure out the reality of Libya. The specific scientific and technological strength, the composition of the rights system, the situation of various institutions and departments, and then find his own entry point. His goal is very clear, which is to get gun battle technique. However, gun battle technique is the highest military force of the church. It only teaches churchmen internally, so it is not easy to get gun battle technique. You must plan well. The internet in Libya was almost completely undefended for Jarvis, and soon he collected the information Chen Mo needed. As Chen Mo predicted, Libya's current technological level is, to some extent, more advanced than the real world, but after the destruction of war, the retained technology is very uneven. In terms of the most basic machinery manufacturing and military equipment, it is much more advanced than the Earth. Although it does not reach the level of Hydra, it is not much different. However, they mainly rely on the advanced machining and manufacturing equipment left over after the war. There is no problem in manufacturing weapons, automobiles, armored vehicles and other relatively simple mechanical equipment, but for large-scale aircraft, ships, etc. complex products, but no production capacity. The aircraft that can be manufactured are only airships, and more often use the huge display screen on the airship to play the Pope's speech, brainwashing the people in the city. Similarly, the regression of computer technology is also great. If it was before the war, Jarvis would have to invade satellites like before. It took a lot of effort, but now, it is almost the same as the real-world level. For Jarvis is almost completely undefended and can easily invade. Other aspects are basically kept at the same level as the Earth or slightly beyond, and the overall level is still slightly stronger than the Earth. In addition to the level of technology, Libya's current power structure and departmental composition are similar to the conclusions Chen Mo inferred from the film, but there is one difference. In the movie, the Pope has passed away, but the news is blocked. Only Parliament and Vice Chairman Dupin knows. Furthermore, Dupont was elected by the Parliament to replace the Pope after the death of the Pope, just to avoid the people and churchmen from breaking out due to the death of the Pope they believed in, and at the same time using the Pope's prestige to strengthen their rule. They concealed after receiving the news of the death of the Pope, using computer technology. Dupin pretended to be the Pope and issued orders. Anyway, the Pope himself does not appear in front of people very much, and most orders are issued through video and video. The specific management of the country has always been done by Dupin, so the death of the Pope was successfully concealed by them. Calm down. Now, according to the news that Jarvis received, the Pope is not at all dead. Chen Mo remembers that the Pope had been dead for 3 years when the plot happened in the movie, and the protagonist, Jehovah Church senior churchman John Peston's wife, was arrested 4 years ago for committing an emotional crime. Cremation. Chen Mo asked Jarvis to look up John Peston's situation and found that his wife was still alive. In other words, it is at least 4 years before the plot of the movie took place, and the plot has not yet begun. As a result, Chen Mo can operate a lot more space. Understanding the current situation in Libya, Chen Mo has a plan in his mind. What he needs to do now is to solve the problem of identity. If he wants to get gun battle technique, he still has to find a solution from within the church. My Steel Suit 308. My Steel Suit 308. Although Jarvis can directly create a churchman identity for him, although the people here have no feelings under the influence of Bozian, they are not fools. Suddenly unfathomable mystery suddenly appeared. A churchman who has never seen him before will find it abnormal. After all, Chen Mo appeared out of thin air. No one had seen him before. So it's impossible to learn gun battle technique directly as a churchman, but you can take a step back and try to figure it out slowly. The churchman's status is too high, and too conspicuous, impossible to mix in directly. But there is a place where it can. Jarvis. I'm at your service anytime, sir. Search the army soldiers who look like me and have no family members. Okay, sir. Jarvis invaded the army's archives and soon found someone who met Chen Mo's requirements. Sir, there are 3 people who are more suitable. Following Jarvis' words, a light curtain projected from Chen Mo's left-hand watch, forming a hologram in front of Chen Mo. The screen shows the photos and information of 3 tall and sturdy whites and blacks. Actually, Chen Mo's figure is really not easy to imposter. Not to mention the similar appearance, you can't find a yellow guy who is similar in height and body shape. Fortunately this time Chen Mo, it is the Libyan army to be mixed in, and it is an army that has no emotions and all soldiers are like robots. Although the height and body shape of these people are slightly different from Chen Mo, it is not very obvious. After wearing the military standard black leather windbreaker and fully enclosed helmet, it is completely invisible. Appearance and skin color are not a problem either. Chen Mo asked Jarvis to check the situation of the army. All soldiers wear a fully enclosed helmet that wraps their heads when they go out to perform tasks, and their faces are completely covered up. The soldiers' dormitories are all cramped single rooms like prison cells. When they come back from the mission, they will go directly to their respective rooms to rest. When they come out on the second day, they will be fully armed to perform the mission. They don't know each other. The looks of the other party did not have any exchanges, and there was no friendship between them. Even if the soldiers in the same team, they only know the names of each other, and the purpose is only to facilitate command and coordinated operations. The role of these names is only a code. Apart from this, they are mutually exclusive. There is no difference between them. There is no race, no skin color, and no looks. Under the influence of Bossian, all soldiers are like programmed robots, without any self or personality. All they know is to execute commands. While this strengthened the church's management of the army, it also provided convenience for Chen Mo to mix into the army, at least not to worry about showing off his feet because of his looks. Among the 3 people listed by Jarvis, one is a guard of the church building, one is a member of the patrol team in Niza's district, and the other is a member of the action team responsible for assisting the churchmen in cleaning up emotional prisoners. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo directly chose the last person, and asked Jarvis to change all his information, except for his name, to his own. After all, even if the soldiers of the action team were in addition to executing, there is no communication with each other outside of the mission. In the same team, their names are still known. After instructing Jarvis to keep an eye on his movements, Chen Mo walked out of this abandoned factory building. The outside was still dilapidated. It seems that no one has set foot here for many years. The weeds have grown to waist level. Deep. Chen Mo did not leave the factory, but walked up slowly along the rusty stairs on the side of the factory. Crunch, crunch. Every step down, the stairs make a harsh metal rubbing sound. It seems that the rotten steel has been overwhelmed and may collapse at Chen Mo's feet at any time. In a short while, Chen Mo followed this dangerous ladder to the top of the factory building more than 10 meters high. Standing on a platform, Chen Mo turned his head and looked around. All the surrounding sceneries were reflected. The bottom of his eyes, it is almost the same as the abandoned factory under his feet. There is a rundown everywhere. Some buildings have collapsed in half, and there are broken walls and ruins everywhere, making this abandoned land even more, a bit broken and desolate. Here is Nithis, the ruins of the city outside the walls of Libya. Just to the west of Chen Mo's location, more than 10 kilometers away, a huge city wall of several dozen meters high, thick and solid, stands on top of the ruins, extending far to both sides. Although most of the scene behind is blocked by this several dozen meters high gray fence, you can still see towering buildings appearing in the distance when you cross the fence. A majestic building that seems to have several hundred meters high is almost inserted into the sky. From a distance, it is indescribably majestic. It's just that all these buildings are the same as that wall. They are cold and gloomy in appearance, although magnificent. They are cold and lifeless, like a dead city. It's like the sky above Chen Mo's head at the moment, haze and gray. If it weren't for the vaguely visible several huge airships hovering over the city on the fence, people would not feel the slightest anger. Although Libya is a country, it is actually just a city surrounded by a huge wall. It was built on the ruins of a large city destroyed by war. Within the wall, there are tall buildings standing after reconstruction. A modern city in great numbers, but outside the walls, it still maintains its post-war state, with only fragments of broken ruins and deserted buildings. The time now is almost the same as the time when Chen Mo crossing over. It is already approaching the twilight sunset, and the golden sun shines far down, staining the towering building behind the wall with a golden layer. But it didn't add much warmth to that icy city. On the contrary, it gave more a feeling of dullness. On the contrary, this vast ruin outside the wall, Under the slanting sunlight, amidst the desolation and dilapidation, there is a little more vitality. The windows of the abandoned building reflect the golden sunlight. It seems that a blonde girl is peeking behind the window, and the leaves of the big trees are also stained with a layer of golden. I feel bleak, but much a bit bright. For a few days, Chen Mo didn't go anywhere. He waited quietly in this abandoned factory, and climbed up to the roof to take a look. What kind of glorious scene was this piece of relics left over from the Third World War? This huge ruin with no end in sight. Before the war, Chen Mo was idle this day, and climbed up to the roof to see the scenery. Such a magnificent and desolate doomsday scene is really not easy to see. Chen Mo also has a special taste. He was seeing God, but Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded. "Sir, the target has just left the city with the team and is heading towards the 8th district of Nizas. My steel suit 309. My steel suit 309. 8th district." Through Jarvis, Chen Mo also has a certain understanding of the environment here. Libya will take the huge urban ruin area beyond the fence. It is called Nisses and divided into 12 zones. According to the direction, Chen Mo is now in the 3rd zone of Nisses in the east of Libya, while the 8 zones mentioned by Jarvis are in the west of Libya, separated dozens of kilometers. Putting away the mood of looking at the scenery, Chen Mo's expression became serious, and he turned to the direction of the 8th district of Nessus in the west. From here, the fastest route is through Libya. Chen Mo stood on the roof platform. His legs began to bend slowly, his body squatted slightly, and a huge force began to brew. Next moment, Chen Mo's legs suddenly exerted force and his body suddenly bounced high towards the sky. The steel platform at the foot also twisted and deformed under this huge force, and completely collapsed after Chen Mo jumped up, and fell down along with the rusty staircase. But Chen Mo's body rose higher and higher into the air under his powerful burst of power, and soon exceeded 3 meters, and he continued to rush upward. Chen Mo's casual jump is so powerful. Just as Chen Mo's body continued to rise, but when the momentum weakened slightly, Chen Mo suddenly straightened his arms to both sides, and his legs were naturally separated, posing in a pose of a cross. Next moment, Chen Mo's heart moved, a set of pitch black as ink on the outside, but silver metallic luster on the inside, and sci-fi steel battle clothes instantly appeared in front of him. With the posture directly wrapped the front of his body. Immediately, the armor spreading out from the rear of the battle armor to both sides quickly closed, and Chen Mo was completely wrapped in the battle clothes in the blink of an eye, and the chest and eyes also lit up with white light. At this time, Chen Mo's body has also risen to the highest point. The upward trend is getting slower and slower, tends to stagnate, and will fall back to the ground when he sees it. At this moment, the 2 thrusters under the feet of the battle clothes suddenly ejected 2 hot white flames, causing the body that had been stagnant to accelerate and rush upward again. Chen Mo's arms stretched out to both sides also retracted and stretched out diagonally downwards, like 2 sweeping sheer wings. 2 white flames were also emitted from the palm of the palm, increasing the propulsion at the same time. It also played a role in stabilizing the flight attitude, making the battle clothes fly to high altitude steadily. However, Chen Mo not at all flew towards Libya, but while stabilizing his flight attitude, he took out something from space again. Just listen to catch a shape like a flying backpack. The whole is streamlined. A black device the size of a suitcase appears behind the steel battle clothes, and 4 small robotic arms automatically extend from the 4 corners. I buckled it on the shoulders and waist sides of the battle clothes, and fixed the device firmly on the back of the battle clothes. From a distance, it looked like a backpack with a science fiction appearance, but at the next moment, the air within 10 meters of the battle clothes suddenly rippled, and the silhouette of the black steel battle clothes gradually blurred, and soon disappeared with the ripples, disappeared in the air together. The incognito device is activated until Chen Mo turned on the invisibility device and disappeared in the sky. The steel platform he stepped on below, and the rusty staircase connected to the platform, were just in a series. Amidst the twisting sound of steel and the loud impact, It fell to the ground, and at the same time stirred up a large swath of flying dust. After being invisible, Chen Mo flew straight in the direction of the 8th district of Nices. As he passed over Libya in the middle, Chen Mo couldn't help but look down carefully. Through the visual automatic capture and zoom function of the battle clothes helmet, Chen Mo can clearly see the scene of the city below. As you can see, they are all rigid buildings. Large display screens are hung on the outer wall of the building. All the screens are displayed on the influenced by the majestic middle-aged man. Chen Mo knows that this is the master of Libya, the Pope. Below these screens, groups of men and women in simple and monotonous clothing like work clothes, are neatly or sat before, quietly listening to the Pope's bewitching words, and accepting the constant brainwashing repeated every day. From the faces of these people, Chen Mo saw only indifference and numbness, not like a living person, but like puppets, dummies, and cold machines. Chen Mo knows that this is the kind of emotional suppression medicine Bosnian effect. The scene Chen Mo saw from the sky over Libya is no different from what he saw in the movie. The lifeless and icy scene below is indeed nothing to look at. Chen Mo no longer looks at it carefully, and directly accelerates from the city flew over, and quickly passed through this huge city rebuilt after the war, flew out of the city wall on the west side, and arrived at his destination, the 8th district of Nessus. On a road between the ruins not far from the city wall, Chen Mo saw a fleet of 3 white armored vehicles and a relatively small white car. This should be his goal this time, and the soldier chosen by him should be in one of the armored vehicles. However, Chen Mo's attention did not stay on the armored car much, but fell on the slightly abrupt white sedan that was driving at the back. They are going to fight out of the city. Those 3 armored vehicles are normal, but the luxury sedan that looks very high-end at the back seems to be out of place in this convoy. This car looks like a senior government official's car. It should stay in the city inside the wall. It seems a bit out of place to drive along with these armored vehicles among the ruined ruins. But Chen Mo doesn't feel that way, because he already guessed who is sitting in this car. According to the plot in the movie, riding in this luxurious white car and sending out together with the troops that went out of the city to wipe out emotional prisoners, only the highest military force of the church, the Lord Churchmen. Although they are also ruthless under the control of Bosnian, as the most powerful armed force of the church's battle strength, they are the main force in destroying emotional prisoners that threaten the dictatorship of the church. The churchman is in the church and the status of Libya as a whole is very high, only under the Pope, Vice Chairman Dupeng and church members. They have a strong perception and can keenly capture the emotional fluctuations in others, no matter who. As long as they find that they have emotion, they have the right to directly arrest, or even kill on the spot. So the deterrent power of Jehovah Churchmen in Libya is quite strong, and the hidden emotional prisoners are even more fascinating. My Steel Suit 310. My Steel Suit 310. As the highest military force of the church, Jehovah's Churchman is strong enough to confront a group of fully armed soldiers and kill them all unharmed. They are the knives in the hands of the Pope, and the killing gods of the resistance organization that have changed their colors. The reason why they are so powerful is that they are an extremely powerful fighting technique. Gun battle technique. This is what Chen Mo must get in this world. But his current target is not them, but an ordinary soldier in an armored vehicle. After finding the target, Chen Mo didn't worry anymore. There was a stealth device produced by Wakanda. Chen Mo didn't have to worry about being discovered by the people below, so he quietly followed the convoy in the sky, towards Nissa drove to the depths of the 8th district. It didn't take long for the convoy to reach its destination. 3 armored vehicles first stopped in front of an abandoned building with more than 10 stories high. There was obviously a silhouette behind a few windows above the building. Flashing, it was obvious that 3 armored vehicles appeared suddenly downstairs. Immediately afterwards, the rear hatches of the 3 armored vehicles opened wide. A soldier wearing a standard black leather trench coat and a fully enclosed helmet on his head, unable to see his face, jumped from the armored vehicle with a rifle. He got down and rushed directly into the building. Without Jarvis's reminder, Chen Mo recognized one of the tall soldiers at a glance. However, in addition to being taller and stronger, His costume was not at all different from other people. After jumping out of the armored car, he directly rushed into the building with his rifle and followed everyone. Soon, fierce gunfire rang out in the building, and it was obvious that the two sides had already turned fire. Chen Mo did not act in a hurry, still floating in midair, looking down. Under his gaze, the white car came to a halt tightly against the door of the building, and then the two doors behind opened almost simultaneously. Two coldly dressed in slender black churchman clothes silhouette got out of the car. Chen Mo turned his gaze to the faces of the two of them, and took a closer look. The taller of the two is slightly thin, but his face is cold, and his eyes shoot out like a knife. It was as sharp and filled with an icy chill, and the other was more burly, with a square face, but the expressions were the same, ice-cold like frost, which was involuntarily intimidating. After seeing the two people's looks, Chen Mo couldn't help being a little surprised. Such a coincidence. The two people who got out of the car are no one else. They are the protagonists in the movie, the senior churchman John Peston, and his partner Ai Liu Apache. Although Jehovah Churchman is the highest military force of the church and has a very high status, it actually has different levels within it. The highest is the black-robed senior churchmen like John Peston and Ai Liu Apache. Their strength is the strongest among the churchmen, and their mastery of gun battle technique is also the most profound, but at the same time, their number is also the smallest. In the entire church, there are only 6 black-robed senior churchmen. Under the advanced churchmen, they are the ordinary churchmen. Although their strength is stronger than that of ordinary soldiers, their mastery of gun battle technique is not as deep as the advanced churchmen. Although the churchman robe has the same style as the senior churchman, its color is gray, and its status is lower than that of the senior churchman at level 1. The number of them is more than that of senior churchmen. There are a dozen of them. Under the gray robe churchmen, they cannot be called churchmen, because their mastery of gun battle technique has not yet reached the standard of becoming a formal churchman, and they are still in the process of learning and training, and they are not qualified to wear churchman. The robe can only be regarded as a churchman apprentice. They also have the largest number, with more than 20 people, all of whom are selected by the church from the army, and civilians with gun battle technique talent. At this moment, John Peston and Ai Liu Apache, who appear below Chen Mo, are both the highest level black-clothed senior churchmen in the churchmen. However, in the movie, Ai Liu Apache secretly stopped injecting Bosyan, became an emotional criminal, and secretly joined the underground resistance organization, but he went out once. During the mission, John Peston discovered the anomaly and was eventually killed by him. It is precisely because of this incident, coupled with the touch that his wife was burned to death for committing an emotional crime, which caused him to be paralyzed by Bosyan for many years, and eventually led him to stop using Bosyan and restore his emotions. Thinking of this, Chen Mo couldn't help but cast his gaze again on Ai Liu Apache's face. From the cold look and gaze on his face, Chen Mo knew that he had not stopped the injection of Xian, which means that he has not yet become an emotional criminal, nor has he joined a resistance organization. At this time, he is still a loyal senior churchman. The plot of this movie didn't start at all. It seems that he has to work a little bit more. While Chen Mo was perfecting the plan based on the current situation, 2 senior churchmen, John Peston and Ai Liu Apache, walked in with cold faces and strode into the room. An abandoned building in the midst of fierce fighting. Chen Mo quickly recovered his thoughts and was ready to act. Jarvis scanned the entire building to mark the location of the target and the 2 churchmen. Chen Mo commanded in a deep voice. "Yes, sir." With the sound of Jarvis, Chen Mo's vision of the abandoned building on a helmet holographic display quickly changed, and the original building walls quickly changed. It became transparent. The walls, floors, load-bearing columns, and stairs all became simple lines. In Chen Mo's eyes, the entire building became a building frame composed entirely of lines, and the structure and conditions inside were clearly displayed. In the 3-dimensional structure diagram of the building composed of these lines, dozens of silhouettes of different colors are distributed on different floors, with various weapons in their hands shooting at each other. All the silhouettes are divided into 4 different colors. Chen Mo can quickly recognize what the different colors represent with just a scan. Those chaotically scattered green silhouettes are obviously emotional criminals who originally hid in the building. They acted in an orderly manner. The blue silhouettes, which are slowly advancing in groups, are the soldiers who attacked. There was also a conspicuous red silhouette in it. Just looking at the height that was 1 head taller than the others around him, I knew it was his goal this time. And the 2 yellow silhouettes who just entered the building at the bottom are naturally the 2 senior churchmen whom I saw just now. The battle in the building continued, and after the 2 churchmen joined, they moved forward as fast as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, while Chen Mo remained invisible and suspended in the air outside the building, quietly watching the situation inside the building. My steel suit 311. My steel suit 311. It didn't take long for the gunshots in the building to stop completely. After a while, Chen Mo, who had been standing still in the air, finally moved. I saw him slowly lowering the height to the 6th floor, spotting one of the rooms, and flying in silently from a broken window. In the building, all emotional criminals have been wiped out. The next step is to search the entire building to find the prohibited items hidden by them and destroy them all. All the soldiers dispersed in the building and began a full search, but they originally only had more than 30 people. When they exchanged fire with the enemy, they sacrificed several more and were scattered throughout the building with more than 10 floors. There are only 2 or 3 people on the 1st floor. A tall soldier had just searched a room and found nothing, so he went out and turned into another room next to him. All the enemies have been wiped out by them, and all the places where people can be hidden were searched. When they pushed forward, and some hiding was also killed, so he was not worried. There were also enemies, so they pushed the door directly into the room. After he entered, the door he pushed open slowly closed itself in a harsh creak. Half an hour later, the entire building was searched, and the hidden prohibited items were also found, and they were all burned to ashes. All the emotional offenders were wiped out, and all the contrabands were burned and destroyed. Now that the mission was completed, the 2 churchmen took the lead and left in the car. The remaining soldiers processed the corpses and quickly boarded the armored vehicle. U-turned and drove in the direction of the coming, but no one knows that the tall silhouette sitting in one of the armored vehicles has already changed people at this time. In fact, those who were killed by the army and churchmen, although they are considered emotional criminals, are not people from the resistance organization. These forces hiding in groups outside the city, with a large number of weapons and contraband such as paintings, books, records, etc., are actually a group of desperados who profit by selling contraband. They collected these prohibited items from the ruins of Nissus and sold them to the emotional prisoners in the city at high prices. Although the church practices a high-handed rule in the city and regards feelings as a crime, many people still secretly stop choosing Bozyan and secretly possessed emotions. But under the cleanup of the church, everything in the city is like a program, cold, monotonous, boring, without any entertainment, no music, books, movies, games, no art, no emotions, there is no beauty, no love. After being injected with Bozyan, people who have no feelings are also that's all. Those who have feelings feel extremely depressed in this environment. In this case, although these people who have feelings are as cold and numb as others in their plain clothes, but after returning home, their hearts are extremely empty. They are eager to get the original very common, but now strictly forbidden. As the saying goes, the less you get, the more you want. A book, a photo, and a small ornament are invaluable to them. They can see it over and over again and again. These things can make them feel good, feel the heartbeat, and feel to the joy, anger, sorrow and joy, to feel them. They are still alive. They are willing to take the risk of being burned to death and possess these things, but the city of Libya has already been cleaned up by the church. Even if someone hides some in their homes, they absolutely dare not follow any people said. Even if they are willing to pay high prices, no one dares to sell them. However, if there is demand, there will naturally be supply, but these people are not in the city. Speaking of this, I have to talk about the situation in Nisas district. The core of Libya is the city within the giant wall. Everything inside is firmly controlled by the church. All residents in the city are citizens of Libya. They must receive poison regularly, inject on time and accept the high-pressure dictatorship of the church, but at the same time, as long as they abide by the church's laws, obediently and honestly abandon emotions, and be a walking corpse, he can live safely in the city without worrying about survival. It's different outside the city. The vast city ruins outside the giant wall are called Nazis, a deserted place in Libya. Although it is under their rule, it is more like a slum area, abandoned, except for a few areas around the city wall that will be patrolled by patrols. The more distant places are not cared about at all. In fact, the area of Nisas is amazing. This remains of a city that suffered huge damage during the war and was reduced to ruins. Before the war, it was originally a very developed giant modern city. In reality, the capital city is much bigger. It used to be a high-rise building stand in great numbers, with factories and houses densely populated. Although most of the buildings were destroyed in the war, many relatively complete buildings were fortunately preserved. They were not completely in ruins, just like the factory where Chen Mo was first accommodated and the emotional prisoners just now. The hiding building, although dilapidated, is still intact. In the middle of the remains of this huge city, today's Libya's core city, protected by a huge wall, actually only occupies a small area of the entire ruins, even if, compared with an area in the 12th district of Nisas, it is much smaller. With Libya's current manpower, material resources, and limited resources at its disposal, there is no ability and no need to control the entire Nisas, management and construction. So at the beginning of the founding of the nation, after searching all kinds of resources, equipment, and materials in Nisas, the church abandoned this huge ruin together with the survivors living on it. Yes, it's not completely dead in Nisas. In this huge city ruin, some post-war survivors live scattered, but they are not Libyan citizens, but just some abandoned poor people. The number of them is not very large, and it is even more difficult to meet them in this vast area. Some of them are alone, some in groups of 3 or 4, or with their families, looking for a hidden place in the ruins, relying on planting, traps, hunting and searching the ruins. It's difficult and free to survive. In order to avoid the Libyan patrols and the troops that enter Nisas from time to time to perform tasks, they usually live far away from the wall, even the outermost part of the remains of the city. The abandoned factory that Chen Mo was in was only a dozen kilometers away from the city wall. It was within the patrol range of the patrol team, so there were not at all people around. My Steel Suit 312. My Steel Suit 312. The church is not in the mood to care about these useless poor people. These people who are very difficult to survive have no ability to threaten the rule of the church. They are just struggling on whilst at death's door, that's all. As long as the church is willing, they can be killed at any time. But they are too far away from the Libyan city, and they are extremely scattered, but it is very troublesome to find them. Such a group of poor people who had no threats, no benefits, and were troublesome to deal with, were directly ignored by the church and became the outcasts of Nisas district. However, in Nisas, besides these civilians who are not threatening, there is another existence that the church hates and is about to be eradicated. They are not resistance organizations, because the resistance organizations mainly hide in the cities and carry out sabotage activities in secret, with the purpose of overthrowing the ruthless church rule. They will only escape outside the city when they evade hunting. The groups that the church spent a lot of manpower to wipe out were actually small independent forces. Some of them are abandoned people who originally lived outside the city, and some are Libyan citizens who fled the city through various methods in order to escape the ruthless rule of abandon the sect, but they are not at all like other abandoned people. Like people, staying away from the Libyan city and hiding on the edge of Nisas to survive. Instead, through some secret channels, they contacted emotional prisoners in the city, and sold their collected books, artworks and other prohibited items that Libya had strictly prohibited. Give them. Although the church's rule is strict, There are still many emotional criminals in various departments. Therefore, the huge city wall is not as tight as a bucket. Normally, the ordinary person cannot get from the city gate, enter and exit everywhere, but there are always some secret ways and channels to enter and exit quietly. These art dealers risk being annihilated by the church, and doing this offending business is naturally not good. In addition to their own search in the ruins, the most important restocking channels are other survivors living outside the city, and even their colleagues. Although they will also exchange food and other materials from some abandoned people, it's just that when the opponent has a large number of people and they have guns in their hands, more often they act as or the role of bandit and robber. Ordinary abandoned people will only be robbed of all the food and valuable items when they encounter them, and even some murderous ones will be killed directly. So the life of these abandoned people outside the city is not only difficult, but also danger lurks on every side. Once you encounter these art dealers in groups with weapons, those with guns can fight both sides. Let the other party refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. With some scruples, those without weapons can only choose to escape, and once caught, they can only be slaughtered. So for these robber-like art dealers, the ordinary abandoned people outside the city are mostly afraid of how far they can hide. Not only these ordinary persons outside the city hate them, but the Jehovah Church inside the wall regards them as thorns in their eyes, thorns in their flesh, and wishing to destroy them all. Their existence has greatly aggravated the situation of emotional crime in the city. The influx of prohibited items such as books, records, and artworks that can evoke human emotions has caused the repeated prohibitions of emotional crimes in the city and brought them to their rule a great threat. So the church has spent a lot of effort to eliminate these art dealers, and the energy it puts into dealing with sentimental criminals and resistance organizations in the city. In the eyes of the church, the emotional criminals and resistance organizations in the city are after all under their noses, and they are not large in scale, and they can't make any waves under their defense. But these art dealers who are scattered and hiding in the Nazis district outside the city are their real troubles. They arouse the emotions of the people in the city, turning many law-abiding citizens into emotional criminals. Every prohibited item that flows into the city may create several emotional criminals, and these organizations sell into the city every year. There are more than 1,000 contrabands in China. As long as these organizations that sell contraband are eradicated and the source of contraband influx is cleaned up, when the time comes, without these things that can trigger human emotions, the situation of emotional crime will definitely improve. After all, no contraband triggers emotions, and can freely break free from the control of Bosien. People who stop taking drugs are extremely rare. Most of the emotional criminals caught by them are in these prohibited items, or the crime was committed under the influence of other emotional criminals. It's just that these contraband trafficking organizations naturally know that the church hates them. Their power is okay to bully ordinary outcasts. The troops and churchmen facing the church can only be crushed, so they are extremely cautious, and will run away watching the wind if there is a slight disturbance. Their hiding places are often very secretive, and they will move around from time to time. It is not easy to catch them in the ruins of Nissus. In addition to the temptation of the huge benefits brought by the sale of prohibited items, people who are not afraid of death emerge in an endless stream. Although under the leadership of churchmen, many forces that sell contraband have been eliminated one after another, there are still many fish that escaped the net hid in Nissus and continued trading in contraband. After Chen Mo got into the army, he did not arouse anyone's suspicion. He just mingled in the team and followed two churchmen every day to catch emotional criminals in the city, or go out of the city to eliminate the contraband trafficking organization. It's okay when I was in the city. Those emotional prisoners basically hide in their homes alone, and they don't have any weapons. They are just going to fight, help search the prohibited items in the room, and escort the prisoners. It's not dangerous, but not outside the city. Those contraband trafficking organizations range from a dozen people to as many as nearly 100 people. Everyone has firearms in their hands. Although they are old rifles left over from before the war, The formidable power is no better than theirs. How weak the weapon is, it will die if it is hit. Although the members of these organizations are not as well trained as the soldiers of the Libyan army, fierce and unafraid of death, they can be killed or injured by random guns. In just over a month, Chen Mo, nearly half of the people in the team died. During this period, he also saw the formidable power of gun battle technique up close, which was indeed extremely powerful. Although the physical fitness of John Peston and Ai Liu Apache is much better than that of ordinary person, they are only at the level of top special forces, and they are far from physical limits. Not to mention reaching Chen Mo's physical fitness 8 times that of ordinary people. However, these two ordinary persons, whose physical fitness is several times worse than Chen Mo, can rely on this gun battle technique to achieve a super battle strength that is not inferior to Chen Mo in a gun battle. My Steel Suit 313. My Steel Suit 313. Not only is the lethality amazing, but in evading enemy attacks, both John Peston and Ai Liu Apache also surprised Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo does not have the terrifying reaction and speed of Chen Mo and can directly dodge the bullets with his body, they can predict the enemy's trajectory and make evasion in advance. Therefore, in the siege and suppression of contraband trafficking organizations, although the two have been leading the charge, rushing to the forefront, dealing with the fiercest enemy and solving the most dangerous situation, they have never been able to solve the most dangerous situation. On the contrary, the soldiers who followed them suffered a lot of casualties. Although the strength of the two senior churchmen is strong, they can only take care of themselves, but they cannot protect others from attack. Chen Mo is not just hanging around in this period of time. It's all about arresting sentimental criminals in the city. It's just a strike, but every time he goes out of the city to wipe out the contraband gang, Chen Mo, they are all followed by two senior churchmen, John Peston and Ai Liu Apache, rushing to the forefront. In addition to close observation and learning gun battle technique, Chen Mo also has the meaning of deliberate performance. With Chen Mo's strength, a little revealing is enough to stand out among these ordinary soldiers and shine. However, considering that the soldier he replaced has been mediocre in the past, Chen Mo at first did not perform. It was too obvious. Instead, he charged with John Peston and Ai Liu Apache for a while. Only then did little by little reveal some strength, behaving as if they were between them. The strength gradually improved under the influence of "it can't be wrong." Chen Mo has been with the two for a long time. Although he has not received any guidance and instruction, he has strong learning and comprehension ability, as well as the introduction of gun battle technique in the movie. Chen Mo still learned something from the two of them. Although it can only be regarded as a fur compared to the real gun battle technique, it can still play a significant role in the battle, which has greatly improved Chen Mo's spear art. It's just that he has been suppressing all aspects of his strength, speed, agility, response, etc., and has always remained slightly stronger than ordinary soldiers, but slightly worse than John Peston. In terms of strength, he is relatively strong, but with his tall and strong figure, it is natural to be a little stronger than ordinary people. Maintaining a relatively normal physical fitness, Chen Mo pretends that spear art is gradually improving in battle, improving the reaction speed, shooting accuracy, dodgeability, combat literacy and other abilities a little bit. At the same time, some of the gun battle techniques first learned from the two were also revealed little by little, and successfully demonstrated their talent and strength in front of the two without arousing suspicion. No, when the original captain of his team was accidentally killed, Chen Mo took over the position of captain on the recommendation of the two. Senior churchman is the highest level of the church. His position is only under the Pope and Parliament. It has great power. A small captain position is just a sentence, and it is also within their scope of authority. Inside, although they did not have 7 emotions and 6 desires under the influence of Bozian, it was originally their duty to recommend talents. In the battle, they found talented and capable candidates for evaluation, promote it to a more suitable department and location, and make the best use of it. The most important thing is to discover talents with gun battle technique talents and add them to the team of Jehovah's Churchmen to strengthen the power of the church. Be aware that neither churchman nor who can be used. Gun battle technique is not something you can learn after training. This profound combat technique requires extremely high talents, except for the top spear art talent. In addition to fighting talent and sword technique talent, learners must also have excellent mathematical talent and strong brain power. A considerable part of the reason why gun battle technique is so powerful is that it relies on mathematical models to analyze, deduct and calculate battle data, and these calculations must be completed in a very short time to be able to before the enemy reacts, attack or evade in advance. This requires that in addition to a strong mathematical talent, learners must also have a brain far beyond ordinary people, that is to say, every churchman is actually a genius. Moreover, he is extremely talented with both civil and military skills and superb brain power. They not only have top-notch fighting talents, extremely strong mathematical talents, but also a powerful brain with amazing computing power like a computer. This is also the reason why the number of Jehovah's churchmen is so small. The highest senior churchman has only 6 people, plus the trainee churchman who has not fully mastered the gun battle technique, and there are no more than 50 people in total. Many of them are just barely qualified. No matter how hard they work, they can't reach the strength of the black robe senior churchman, and at most they will stay at the gray robe churchman. As the most powerful military force in the church, and the trump card to maintain the dictatorship of the Pope, leader naturally hopes that the number of churchmen the more the better. This is also why they include some people who do not fully meet the conditions. Reasons for the trainee churchman ranks. Even if you can't become the most powerful black robe senior churchman, more gray robe churchman is good, and it is better than ordinary soldiers. So the church places great importance on talents with gun battle technique talent, and the churchman who knows gun battle technique best are naturally accused of discovering gun battle technique talents. After all, their gun battle technique talent will be more sensitive, and the battlefield is the easiest place to show strength and talent. Many gray robe churchmen and trainee churchmen actually stand out from the army step by step and were discovered by churchmen during the battle. His talent was included in the churchman group after a series of investigations. Chen Mo discovered this from the information found by Jarvis, and decided to join the army, follow the churchman to perform tasks, take the opportunity to perform, and finally joined the ranks of churchmen. It's just that he didn't expect such a coincidence that the team he selected for the target happened to be under the protagonist of the movie and his partner. But this is also a good thing for Chen Mo. He who is familiar with the plot has a better understanding of the situation of these 2 people and some secrets behind them. He originally included the 2 people in the plan. Sooner or later, he will contact them. Meeting together early now can be regarded as some friendship, and in the future, they will probably be recommended to become a churchman after being investigated by the 2. It is more convenient for him to act later. However, this investigation is not accomplished overnight, but a long-term process. Moreover, Chen Mo should also pay attention to controlling the strength he demonstrates, so as not to make people feel that they are improving too fast, which is suspicious. My Steel Suit 314. My Steel Suit 314. Chen Mo was not in a hurry, and followed John Peston to destroy the contraband sales organization outside the city, while constantly learning the gun battle technique from the 2. It's just that gun battle technique is not an ordinary fighting technique. Movements and moves are just appearances. The true core essence is not learned by observation alone. The mathematical and geometric models of battle analysis and prediction deduction calculation methods, as well as some of the most important skills, need to be taught by a dedicated person, and a lot of targeted learning and exercise. Gun battle technique itself is a profound science, among which is included mathematics, geometry, statistics, probability and other content. Just learning these theories takes a long time, and energy and talent requirements are very high, not much easier than studying court academician. Every churchman is actually a schoolmaster. It is a bit unrealistic to expect to learn gun battle technique by just watching churchmen fighting. Chen Mo also completely dispelled the idea of taking shortcuts after observing and studying for a period of time. and still had to follow the original plan, just go ahead. Although what I learned from the two is only some fur, but that is also the fur of gun battle technique. It is a real spear technique. Compared with Chen Mo's original simple and crude spear art, I don't know how strong it is. So although Chen Mo didn't learn gun battle technique, he learned 80 to 90% of the gun battle technique. Spear art has improved tremendously. However, Chen Mo not at all completely show it. After all, his true learning ability is really too horrible, or behave a little low-key, just be a normal combat genius. So Chen Mo also gradually improved his own strength in the battle. Although the speed of improvement is a bit too fast compared to ordinary soldiers, he was inspired by the advanced churchman's battle and inspired spear art's talent. Fighting genius, but it is completely reasonable. As for the previous mediocre performance, that can only be said to have accumulated knowledge and deliver it slowly. Plus I haven't watched the gorgeous battles of senior churchmen up close before, and I haven't been stimulated. It's normal to stimulate talent. Many people don't show their talents at first, and it may take a long time before they suddenly become very talented on a certain day. This can also be said to be a sudden enlightenment. There is no lack of such examples in churchmen, so Chen Mo is not worried about being suspected. No one would idle pain in the balls and suspect that a soldier who suddenly showed gun battle technique talent was impersonated, just as if we would not doubt that the students around us who suddenly got better grades were like aliens. While following the two senior churchmen to brush up his reputation, Chen Mo is not idle. To be precise, Jarvis has been busy. Chen Mo let him secretly control the surveillance probes of the whole city, including those secret cameras hidden in various parts of the city and not known to ordinary persons, while grasping the situation of the whole city. He also put some "if you accidentally show your horse's feet under the camera, the emotional prisoner who will face the soldier's capture is hidden." At the same time, Chen Mo also asked Jarvis, who controls the entire Libyan network, to monitor all telephone communications within Libya at any time, to understand the internal situation of the church and the army and the issuing of various orders. It can be said that the entire Libya, except for the high-level decision-making involving the Pope, Vice Chairman Du Peng, and several church members, and some confidential matters Chen Mo cannot know, other daily situations, various departments Dong Xiang and other Chen Mo can do it well. The tall buildings in this huge city within the walls of Libya stand in great numbers. Pedestrians are like weaving, seemingly prosperous and prosperous, but the look on everyone's face is it is cold and numb, like a walking corpse, walking through this cold dead city. On the ground of this city, there is a small underground world hidden. The situation inside is completely different from above. Although it is not as dark and humid as the sewers, it is not spacious and bright. The lighting windows on the top are disguised as sewer rails, so that there is some sunshine here, but compared to on the ground, it is still a bit narrow and dark, and it is far less suitable for living in the city above. If you stay here for a long time, you will inevitably feel a little depressed. However, compared with the cold, numb, robot-like people on it, the people living here are more vivid, with various expressions on their faces: joy, anger, sorrow and joy, all casual revealed on the face. Some people are sitting quietly reading books under the sunlight projected from the top skylight, while others are painting intently on the sidelines, and others are in groups of 3 or 4 together, or playing games, or chatting. Everyone has vivid expressions on their faces. They are quiet, peaceful, happy, or excited. No one conceals their emotions. They are considered contraband by the church. All kinds of things can be seen everywhere here. The church would never think that there are so many emotional criminals hidden under their feet. Here is the base of the resistance organization, underground world. Compared with the huge city with tall buildings above, it's actually very small, but the location is very hidden. Even if the church knows that they are hidden underground, it will never find them for a while. This is also the only place where emotional prisoners can completely let go of their restraints and open up their hearts. Only here can they feel that this world has not completely fallen, and they still have hope. If the city on earth is hell to them, then this is heaven. But most of them are not always here. After all, There is no food here, and blindly hiding will not solve the problem fundamentally. They usually still pretend to be cold and numb, working and living in the world on the ground, and at the same time secretly collecting information, guiding other people who restore their feelings to join the resistance organization, and quietly accumulating strength for overthrowing the dictatorship of the church. Only at a specific time and confirmed safety, they will come to underground world. At this time, in a corner of the underground world, at the door of an independent office, a man dressed in a light blue overalls similar to the others, with an ordinary appearance and not very tall, is leaning on the door frame, quietly looking at the people in front of them doing their own things, but they didn't know what they were thinking. This unremarkable man at first glance is the leader of the resistance organization, Jurgen. His identity on the surface is just an ordinary worker under the rule of the church, but secretly, he gradually gathered a group of people who had emotions like him and were unwilling to continue to be controlled by the church to establish after the resistance organization, and under the eyes of the church, it took several years to develop it step by step. My Steel Suit 315. My Steel Suit 315. While more and more members of the organization, through transactions with contraband trafficking organizations outside the city, they have gradually accumulated a number of weapons. Although they are still unable to face the strong church to contend, they also have the ability to launch armed attacks locally. They also tried to blow up the Bosnian pharmaceutical factory, cut off the supply of Bosnian, so that people wake up from the state of walking corpse, and together to overthrow the rule of the church. It's just that their strength is still too weak. Several attempts ended in failure. They failed to cause any substantial damage to the church, but suffered heavy losses. So recently, they have been dormant in secret, recuperating, and secretly continue to absorb awakened emotional prisoners, reserve weapons and ammunition, and accumulate strength to prepare for the next attack. But this time he didn't plan to act blindly without thinking, but was ready to do it after he had a complete grasp. After all, there were not many awakened of them, and each one was resisting the church. The important strength of the country can no longer be wasted. However, speaking of which, recently their resistance organizations and those awakened who have not yet joined them, the number of arrests seems to be much less. In the past, at least a few people in everyday or were accidentally exposed was arrested for cremation, but it suddenly became rare in the past 2 days. Is it a coincidence, or some other reason? Is there any conspiracy in the church? No wonder he is suspicious. Although their headquarters is hidden underground, they still work and live on it most of the time. Although they try their best to cover up and pretend to be injected with Bosnian, there will still be a weak spot, and it may be seen by people around them or patrolling soldiers when they find that they have feelings. Every day all brother-sisters were discovered for various reasons, and even arrested in front of them. Naturally, their results needless to say, so in fact, each of them is living in a panic. I don't know when I will be taken away by the soldiers who suddenly appeared, including himself. I don't know if he can live to see the day the church is overthrown. At this time, the things they worry about the most have suddenly and significantly reduced. This was a good thing, but he couldn't help but wonder if the church had some conspiracy, deliberately doing so to relax their vigilance, or has other intentions. Just as Jurgen was upset because of the recent abnormality and was thinking hard, a pleasant music suddenly sounded in the room behind him. The sound was not too loud, but it passed into his ears clearly, making him startled. Although they also have records, the office behind him is not at all record players, and there is no music player of any kind. Then, where does this music come from? Jurgen glanced at the people outside first, and found no abnormalities. Then he quickly turned around and returned to the office, looking in the direction where the move towards sound came from. The area of this room is not big, and the layout inside is simpler. There is only a table, a bookshelf, plus 2 chairs, which is obvious at a glance. After Jurgen walked in, he cast his eyes on the desk. To be precise, it was a drawer on the right, and the sound came from inside. After Jurgen walked to the desk dignifiedly, after some hesitation, He slowly stretched out and opened the drawer. As the drawer was opened by him, the melodious music sounded more clearly. Jurgen couldn't care to appreciate the beautiful music, and looked towards the drawer. I saw a palm-sized smartphone lying quietly in it, and the sound of sweet music came from the phone. The screen of the phone is now on, and a music player interface is displayed on it. Jurgen's pupils couldn't help but shrink when he saw this phone. He was sure that he had never seen this phone before, and there was absolutely no such phone in this drawer. Who put it? Put it quietly into his desk? The church? He can't think of who else will be besides the church, but if this is the case, wouldn't their base location have been exposed? Maybe it's already surrounded by troops, and there will be a churchman at the next moment. Come in and kill. Thinking of this, Jurgen's forehead could not help but see a thin layer of sweat, and his eyes waved fiercely. Aren't we all done like this? It's really unwilling. He hasn't overthrown the church and rescued everyone, and just failed like this. He is really unwilling. However, after a long time, there was still no movement outside. It was obviously not at all something abnormal. Jurgen couldn't help calming down. No, if it's really a church, they didn't do anything extra, and put a mobile phone in his desk, except for the possibility of beating the grass to scare the snake. Not at all. But except for the church, will it be who again? Those contraband sales organizations outside the city, not to mention whether they have the ability to discover their base. Even if they do, they will not have the ability to silently put the phone in his drawer. Be aware that, as the leader of the resistance organization, although he is not at all, how high status and power he is, equal to the status of others, he is after all responsible for leading the resistance organization, and his office also has many confidential documents, so the company is usually not only locked, but also specially guarded. As for his own betrayal, it is even more impossible. But anyone who is absorbed into the resistance organization and can come to this underground base is absolutely trustworthy. They share the same ideal and goal, which is to overthrow the dictatorship of the church and restore freedom. For this, they are willing to sacrifice. I can't live freely in the sun. What's the point of being alive? So the people in their organization are warriors who are not afraid of life and death. Those who are afraid of death either obediently inject Bosian into obedient walking corpse, or try to escape out of the city. Drag out an ignoble existence. Although the contraband trafficking organizations outside the city are also outlaws, they are for more and better food and supplies, and these are precisely what they are not lacking in the citizens of the city. So it is even less likely to be bought by them. Who is it? Exclamation mark. The more you think about it, the more confused Jurgen's mind becomes. No matter how hard he thinks, he can't think of any clues, but the sweat on his forehead is getting more and more. The forehead flowed down. At this moment, the music on the phone suddenly stopped by itself, and the screen above was also transformed into a chat box. Then, a line of text suddenly appeared on it automatically. My steel suit 316. My steel suit 316. Jurgen's eyes narrowed again, but this time, he tried to calm his shocked mood, extended the hand slowly, and took the phone into his hand with some trembling. This is the look of a common smartphone before the war, but I can't see anything. Jurgen took a deep breath, with a bit of curiosity and anxiety, looked towards what was displayed on the screen. Text: 41 block, number 12 residential building, room 1705. Thompson Curry was reported to have committed an emotional crime by a colleague. 2 senior churchmen and a team of soldiers are rushing from the church to his residence for search and arrest. Seeing this, Jurgen's heart was shocked. The Thompson Curry mentioned here is a member of their resistance organization, and he is not in the base now. Without waiting for him to think about it, a few more lines appeared on the screen. The estimated time for the search team to arrive, 45 minutes. The rescue can be carried out and the contraband can be transferred. A safe route is generated, bypassed soldiers on patrol. Just after Jurgen read these, a map automatically popped up. Jurgen took a closer look at the map of the inner city of Libya, which clearly marked 3 different according to the color point. depending on the location. One of the stationary buildings is the aforementioned building number 12 in Block 41, and the other one in motion should be the churchmen and soldiers who went to search and arrest, and the one on the map, the last place, is exactly where they are now. Although Jurgen couldn't help being surprised, since the other party could put the phone in silently, they knew their position was normal. Convergence. Jurgen carefully observed the map again, but found that not only the 3 locations were displayed, but also a route from them to the 41st block was automatically generated. Look, the twists and turns of the line seemed to be deliberately avoiding something, obviously not given out casually. Moreover, this route is not static. Around this route, there are some densely packed or stationary or moving red dots. As these red dots move, the route is constantly changing. The adjustment is made automatically, always around the red dot. After thinking about it for a while, Jurgen guessed that these red dots are likely to be soldiers standing guard and patrolling on the road. The other party can even clearly grasp this. What kind of power they have? Great influence? Is it possible that is the top of the church, but apart from the Pope and Vice Chairman Dupont, everyone else should not be able to get such an accurate real-time deployment map, and even they may not know all these things so clearly. What kind of mysterious force is the cell phone sent? Jurgen couldn't help but entangled in his heart. The origin of this phone was so strange that he didn't know whether to believe it or not, and risked to rescue it. With such hesitation, Jurgen found that the icon representing the search team had moved forward again, and the time displayed on it had become 44 minutes. He stared at the screen for several seconds. Next moment, Jurgen stood up abruptly, his expression firm, as if he had made some decision. He strode out of the office with his mobile phone. Although I don't know that this phone was released by who, one thing is certain. The other party is a friend and not an enemy. Otherwise, if the other party only reveals their location to the church, none of them can run away. There is no need to do anything extra and use such a mobile phone to play with them. So, what happened to the search team should also be true, and the other party should really want to help them save people. Up to now, Jurgen has nothing to worry about. The location of the base has been known to the other party. If the other party really wants to deal with them, it is easy to do it. Now that they are fine now, just the other party's position has been proved. Time is pressing. What he needs to consider now is to save or not to save. Obviously, Jurgen chose the former. When their compatriots were arrested, they could only watch, but could do nothing. Now that they have received reliable news in advance, they have a chance to rescue them. He will not give up easily. Furthermore, letting go of doubts about this mysterious force that suddenly appeared, Jurgen soon thought of a deeper problem. Judging from the warning to him, they seem to know the whole situation of Libya and the church, even the things reported by people, the movement of search teams, and the distribution of soldiers patrolling the city. Clearly, this made him think about the things he was considering before. During this period of time, the number of people arrested every day suddenly decreased. He originally thought it was a conspiracy of the church, but now it seems that it is probably also the reason for this mysterious organization. Is there another resistance organization established and also holds a very powerful strength? There is no time to continue to think about it. Now that it can be confirmed that the opponent is a friend and not an enemy, the most urgent task is to rescue that companion. After Jurgen rushed out of the office, he quickly summoned a few capable people from the underground base, through a secret room and 2 hidden doors inside and outside. He came to a room full of tables and chairs, like a classroom, the average room. A middle-aged person standing on the podium was explaining something to the dozens of people below. At this moment, seeing the bookshelf opened, Jurgen led a few people out of it, but only moved towards them, nodded not at all any other actions. The dozen people sitting underground did not seem to see them, still looking down at the books on the table. This is the free reading room in Block 42. Libya's free reading room is similar to a library. People can come and read during their breaks. However, unlike the library, there is only one type of book, which is the classics of the Church of Jehovah. Here, in fact, It's just one part of the church's series of brainwashing methods. Who would have thought that the entrance to the underground base of the resistance organization is hidden in a reading room here, and chief in charge here is actually a member of the resistance organization, standing at this time the middle-aged person who explained church classics on the podium, and the people sitting below are actually members of the resistance organization. They are just covering, that's all. Just as Jurgen was leading people out of the free reading room, the phone he put in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Jurgen took out his phone and found that a sentence popped up again. Please bring earphones. After reading it, Jurgen discovered that there was actually a soybean-sized device attached to the back of the phone. All of Jurgen's previous attention was on the phone itself and the content displayed inside, but he didn't notice this little earphone. My Steel Suit 317. My Steel Suit 317. Without hesitation, Jurgen took off the earphones and put them in his ears. Since the earphones are small in size, they can fit into the ear canal. The color is similar to the skin color. It looks like from the outside. Nothing abnormal. Just as Jurgen put on the headphones, a gentle but somewhat old-fashioned voice came from his ears. The door is safe and you can pass. Jurgen, hearing this, eyes shined, couldn't help but speak. Are you who? But his question not at all got any response. Jurgen had to give up his plan to communicate with the other party and follow the voice prompt in the headset. Take a few people out of the door of the free reading room. Sure enough, as said in the earphones, not at all any soldiers outside, a few people pretending to be as cold as the others, walking quickly on the street, and following the guidance of the sound in the earphones, toward the destination. Quickly go. The 42 area where they are now is next to the 41 area where Thompson Curry lives. Even if they are not far on foot, they smoothly bypassed the patrolling soldiers all the way, and a few people quickly arrived. That residential building number 12. The room 1705 where Thompson lives is on the 17th floor. In order to prevent being caught by the camera in the elevator, Jurgen originally wanted to climb the stairs. Although it was a little troublesome, there was no way. But the reminder that sounded in his ears made him take the elevator directly. Reminiscent of the smooth experience on this road, Jurgen quickly guessed that the other party was already in control of all of the city camera. So after hesitating, Jurgen took a few people straight to the elevator, and after approaching, before a few people went to press the elevator door opened by itself and followed Jurgen. The 4 people behind him looked towards the elevator with some vigilance, but found that there was no one inside. But Jurgen was already mentally prepared and took the lead and walked in. The others were busy following when they saw it. This road is too smooth, no soldiers, no pedestrians, even the elevator opened the door to wait for them. There is no thrilling they originally imagined. Jurgen didn't have time to explain to them. After reaching the 17th floor, he ran directly to Thompson's house and knocked on the door. Without waiting for him to reveal his identity, the door of the room was quickly opened, and Thompson appeared inside the door with an indifferent face. Come in. Thompson's voice was indifferent, which made Jurgen frown. Have you injected Bosian? Well, half an hour ago. The picture on TV suddenly went dark, and then there was a recording of my report and the search team. The scene of the outing. Thompson's voice is still cold, without any emotion. There is also a picture of you coming over. Jurgen, hearing this, dark out. Fruit, of course. All the surveillance cameras they passed by were controlled by this mysterious force. It seems that not only the camera, but the entire network has been controlled by them, and even the TV screen can be modified at will. But he couldn't help but get a little excited, which is a good thing for them. Then there was a voice asking me to inject Bosian in advance, and to pack all the contrabands, and wait for you to come and pick them up. Time. It seems that the other party only notified Thompson after they were sure to rush to pick up and let him prepare in advance. If he decided not to save him at that time, he would not be notified to avoid being caught by the churchmen. He was very cautious. However, the most important thing they do now is to be cautious. I didn't continue to waste time. Even though Jurgen was planning to take someone to carry the contraband, he was a little dumbfounded after he entered the room. Thompson didn't know how much time he had accumulated. After dropping several boxes of contraband, they couldn't get away at all, and the target was too obvious when walking on the road. Although there were headphones to lead the way, it was still too dangerous. Most of the contraband in the city are smuggled in from outside the city, and the size is generally small. According to his original idea, most of the contraband in the emotional offenders' homes are not too many. The 5 of them are enough to take away at once, and they are not too eye-catching. But now, prohibited items can be shipped to room 2107. Just when Jurgen was having a headache for Thompson's huge family property, that familiarity the reminder sounded in his ear again. Jurgen, hearing this, eyes-shinned, hurriedly greeted a few people and Thompson to start carrying it, but his tone barely fell. The voice in his ears rang again. Thompson will be checked for a while and can't exercise vigorously. Let him stay to clean up the room and eliminate the traces. Jurgen, hearing this, quickly reacted. Indeed, again, the search team will arrive in a while. If it is found that Thompson has just performed strenuous exercise, it is easy to cause further suspicion. Immediately, Jurgen asked Thompson to check the entire room again, and dealt with all the suspects, and he and the other 4 people carried the boxes into the elevator. The elevator automatically rose to the 21st floor. The 5 people who knew about the abilities of the mysterious allies directly ignored a surveillance camera in the corridor and carried the box to the door of room 2107. Click. With a light sound, the red indicator light on the electronic access control instantly turns green. Jurgen lifted the box and gently tapped it, and the door opened inward. The 5 people hurriedly filed in, only to find that this was a vacant room, not at all living in. It was indeed a good place to temporarily hide contraband. Soon, the 5 people moved back and forth to empty all the contraband. Seeing that time was still too late, they checked the entire room together and confirmed that there were no omissions. This left before the search team arrived. Under the guidance of the headset again, hurried back to the underground base. Jurgen returned to the office and quickly took out his mobile phone. According to time, the search team should have been at Thompson's house for a while now. I don't know how the situation is. If he can escape the disaster, Jurgen wanted to see this. Is there any news on the phone? Turning on the phone, the first thing that appeared was the previous map. Jurgen found that the icon representing the search team had overlapped with Thompson. He was obviously still searching at his home. After that, he did not wait for him. Operation. The picture on the screen changed, showing the surveillance picture in front of Thompson's house. It turned out that in addition to the monitor in the corridor, there was a hidden camera in front of his house. Thompson is really fate. He has not shown his feet under the camera. It seems that he is always very careful outside, but he is still accidentally seen. Fortunately, these cameras seem to have been controlled by this mysterious ally who possesses great magical power, otherwise they would be dangerous. My Steel Suit 318. My Steel Suit 318. This discovery also explains a doubt in Jurgen's mind. No wonder the number of emotional criminals who were suddenly arrested during this period was much less. Obviously, the surveillance picture was passive, similar to the emotions he exposed under those hidden cameras. Without their knowledge, the criminal was saved by this mysterious ally. But now is not the time to think about this. Jurgen once again turned his attention to the phone screen. Except that he could see a few soldiers wearing black leather trench coats and fully enclosed helmets guarding the door, he couldn't see the scene at all. But it didn't take long for the people in the room to walk out. 2 senior black-robed churchmen with a cold face took the lead and 7 or 8 soldiers filed out from the door. The 2 soldiers guarding the door left together. After that, a silhouette of Thompson appeared at the door of the room, closing the door with a cold expression. It seems that the confusion has passed. Jurgen was very excited, but he was not worried about the doubts of the churchmen who ran for nothing. Many of the reports they received were false reports. After a search, they found no problems. It is also common. All the contrabands were transferred by them, and Thompson injected Bosian in advance. No matter how he checked, there would be no weak spot. The churchmen would not have thought that their actions would be known in advance, and all the contraband was transferred in just over half an hour. Naturally there would be no doubts. I just thought it was another false alarm. All this is naturally the credit of Chen Mo. Although he goes out with the team to perform tasks every day and does not have time to go out in person, Jarvis is enough. Jarvis has controlled all the networks, communications and monitoring systems throughout Libya. The entire Libya's operations from the church to the government and troops, except for the decision-making and high-end secrets of the church's top management, basically hide everything else but his eyes. So Chen Mo not only asked him to modify the surveillance to protect those who accidentally exposed under the camera, but also thought of a way to rescue those emotional criminals who were reported. Jarvis can detect reports immediately through telephone monitoring, video surveillance, government military records and instructions. It's just that if there is no contraband at home, and the person who just stopped Bozian and recovered his emotions, it is good to say that Jarvis can directly warn him and let him inject Bozian in advance. The state of feelings should be checked by the search team. The real trouble is the possession of contraband in the home. Hiding at home will be discovered by churchmen no matter what, so someone must respond and transfer the contraband. Otherwise, even if you inject Bozian and hold the prohibited item, you will be caught convicted of an emotional crime. The result is also cremation. At this time, the resistance organization can come in handy. They have enough manpower to respond to those who are reported. After watching the movie, Chen Mo, who knew the location of their headquarters, sneaked in at night, leaving behind a mobile phone and a miniature communication headset. After the first cooperation, although Chen Mo is still ignorant, Jurgen has completely dispelled his suspicion. With the terrifying power shown by this mysterious ally and this cooperation, as well as the understanding of them, it is easy to deal with them, and helping them save lives also proves the sincerity of the other party. It's his own right. After confirming the position of the ally, Jurgen was delighted with the omniscience and omnipotence displayed by Jarvis. With such a powerful ally, the overthrow of the dictatorship of the church does not seem so far away. Out of reach. Jurgen is full of unprecedented confidence in this seemingly difficult goal that has not been achieved for many years. His ideal will soon become a reality. The first cooperation with perfection was successful, and the two parties further deepened the cooperation. Chen Mo directly passed Jarvis, to be precise, the phone, allowing Jurgen to make a rough estimate of the contraband situation in the homes of all the resistance organizations so that they can judge in advance when the next accident occurs. If needed, how many talents are needed. As for those who have not yet joined the resistance organization, they cannot be counted, and there is no need for one. As long as those who have been recovering their relationship for a long time have basically joined the resistance organization, those who have not yet joined are mostly those who have just recovered their relationship, but there are basically no contrabands, and the problem is not big. Jurgen did not suspect that Chen Mo was acting here. The ultimate goal was to make this list, because in his office, there is a list. If Chen Mo really wants to, they were disadvantaged. Since they could silently put a cell phone in, it was impossible to take this list without searching. So Jurgen did not misunderstand Chen Mo's intentions, and Chen Mo's approach is indeed very reasonable. He quickly compiled a list of prohibited items in accordance with the requirements on the phone. After the statistics were completed, he himself couldn't help being surprised. Except for a small number of people who have no or few, most of the contrabands in their homes are not much less than Thompson, and some even set up secret rooms at home. Jurgen knows that the churchmen are so powerful. These secret rooms can't escape their eyes. After all, the house is so big. You will lose a piece of space out of thin air. You can find the problem after a little inspection. No matter how many people they have, they can't help it. They can only give up if the incident is not real. As for escaping ahead of time, wouldn't it expose the fact that they got news in advance? The church will definitely investigate thoroughly and respond to them. When the time comes, it will be even more disadvantageous for them. Even now, this method can't last long. It's okay in the short term. If it keeps doing this, all reports will become false reports, and the church will definitely find something wrong. However, Chen Mo had planned for this a long time ago. This is just a stopgap measure, that's all. Although it is an expedient measure, Chen Mo has also considered everything very well. After all, Each of these emotional prisoners is an important resource in his hands and has great influence on his future plans. Although this first rescue was successful, it was because the location of the incident was very close to the base of the resistance organization. There are 48 districts in Libya, although it is many times smaller than Nissus. But for the low-level citizens who have no means of transportation and can only rely on their legs, it is too vast, and most of the time, it is estimated that they will not be able to rush to the search team in time. When Jurgen asked this question, Jarvis directly asked him to open another drawer of the desk. My steel suit 319. My steel suit 319. Jurgen opened the drawer suspiciously, but saw that there was a box inside. When he took it out and opened it, it turned out to be a box full of miniature communication headsets. This time the problem is solved, as long as some people are selected from each place as the rescue team, and Jarvis will directly control the remote control in the event of an accident. These headphones were not brought by Chen Mo from the Earth, but he specially changed into battle clothes at night and flew out of the city and found them from the ruins. Although most of the buildings in the remains of this city are in ruins, there are still many relatively complete. Although the contents are searched by the church and contraband dealers, they sell digital products. Shopping malls were also not spared, but this kind of useless thing left the internet is not very popular. Under Jarvis' scan and search, Chen Mo easily found a lot. After that, Jarvis cooperated with the resistance organization, not only to provide them with intelligence support and cover, to help them rescue emotional prisoners. Under the order of Chen Mo, Jarvis also used his comprehensive grasp of the situation has helped the resistance organization develop personnel. Originally, their resistance organization recruited members based on regular observation by old members, and discovered new emotional prisoners and observed them for a period of time before they were absorbed. But every emotional criminal is careful to hide his emotions, because not only the resistance organization is looking for them, the church is also looking for them, and in this respect, the resistance organization does not have as many eyes as the church. The ability to detect and move quickly. Most of the newly created emotional prisoners were arrested by the church and cremated, and only a small part of them were able to join the resistance organization. So the resistance organization used to develop very difficult and slow, but with Jarvis' assistance, it is completely different. Even if the surveillance system is also used, the church is monitoring by manpower. Not to mention that there are thousands of cameras in the city that are impossible. Each of them has a dedicated person who is always watching, and most of them are responsible at the same time. The images of dozens of cameras can't be taken into account at all. Even in those important positions, the camera with a dedicated person, the person in charge is impossible to stare at all times. Blink a little, turn your head, you may miss a lot information. But Jarvis is different. As an artificial intelligence, he doesn't need to rest or make mistakes. Relying on powerful computing power, all monitoring screens will be carefully analyzed. Any clues will not be ignored. The efficiency of emotional offenders is much stronger than that of the staff of government monitoring departments. Jarvis, the program of searching and observing, saves them directly. The resistance organization only needs to conduct a final inspection and absorption based on the list he gave. Therefore, while the number of members being arrested has been greatly reduced, the number of new members has increased rapidly. Among them are government personnel and soldiers in the army. The overall strength of the resistance organization has increased rapidly. And Jarvis, the mysterious ally in the resistance organization in mind, is getting higher and higher. Even as long as Jarvis is willing, Jurgen can immediately give up the position of the leader, and willingly. He has worked so hard for several years, and the member with the highest status in the government department is nothing more than the chief in charge of a small free reading room, especially in the relatively closed army. Not one, let alone the church. After all, these ordinary persons have too few opportunities to contact the church, the government, and the army. They have no way to observe and find emotional prisoners, let alone recruit them to join resistance organizations. So over the years, The strength of the resistance organization has been concentrated among the ordinary citizens at the bottom. The overall strength is weak, and the intelligence capability is even weaker. This is also the main reason for the failure of the previous several attacks. And now, under Jarvis's comprehensive monitoring, everyone has nowhere to hide. Even if the emotional prisoners in the government and the military are hidden, no matter how deep they are, they can fool the surveillance sitting in front of the screen. The personnel, however, could not fool Jarvis, who was able to analyze his every expression, movement, and gaze, and any emotional fluctuations were invisible in his processor. With the help of Jarvis, a large number of emotional prisoners hidden in the army and government departments finally found the organization, which has increased the strength of the resistance organization out of thin air, and continues to far exceed the previous. The speed continues to develop. Here Chen Mo is still following out of the city during the day to gain prestige and practice spear art, but seeing that he can learn directly, he has learned almost the same, and he has acted as a very talented person. It's a bit too much to continue to strengthen the performance. But John Peston and Ai Luo Patji still did not recommend him to become a trainee churchman. It seems that they intend to continue to investigate for a while. Although Chen Mo, who has perfect blood and immortal body, already has infinite lifespan, he is really not interested in delaying too long in this barren and deformed world. After the nuclear war, gun battle technique is the right way to return to the real world. Of course, I will take a guest appearance on Savior to save the human beings who have suffered from the oppression and enslavement of the Church of Jehovah. For him, the Hydra Master who takes saving the world as his own mission, it is just a pilot. Seeing that the two of them meant to observe themselves for a long time, Chen Mo became a little impatient. He got into the army to learn the gun battle techniques systematically and completely to prevent any omissions. But now it seems a bit too time-consuming. But fortunately Chen Mo has other plans. Jarvis, at your disposal, sir. Start the Old Moon Project. Hey, sir. Following Chen Mo's order, several seemingly normal work emails were sent from the internal network of the government and church. These emails are just an introduction, but they were gradually brewing under the manipulation of Jarvis. A few days later, a folder was mixed with other official documents and was sent to responsible for the administration of the entire Libyan government and the church, Du Peng, vice chairman of affairs. After processing the previous documents, Du Peng took the proposal that appeared to be the hands of the people below, but it was actually produced under the secret promotion of Jarvis. Ilopat J. After reading the document, Du Peng hesitated for a while, then lifted the pen and wrote a comment on it. Approve. In the afternoon, Chen Mo and the others returned from the bandits outside the city. Just after getting off the armored vehicle, Chen Mo saw Ai Luo Patji, who had come back one step before the church building. A man wearing a government uniform stopped him, and stepped forward and handed a paper over to him. My steel suit 320. My steel suit 320. Although there is a distance, Chen Mo can still clearly feel that Ai Luo Patji's original smooth heartbeat has suddenly accelerated a lot after reading the documents, but on his face there was no change in his expression, and John Peston, who stood beside him, found no abnormalities. That night, after Elopat returned home, looking at the very familiar silhouette in front of him, the emotion suppressed by Bossian began to fluctuate violently, calling out her involuntarily first name. Mary. In the original cold words, there was a hint of temperature. Chen Mo's plan was successfully implemented without arousing anyone's suspicion. In fact, speaking of which is also simple. Chen Mo was a month old and gave Ai Luo Patji a wife who was his girlfriend before the war. Libya under the rule of the church does not allow people to have feelings, and naturally they will not allow love and relationships. But if everyone does not get married, have no children, and no new babies are born, the population of Libya will gradually decline, and will die out after many years. In order to continue, it is absolutely necessary to reproduce offspring. Therefore, the church issued a decree, except for the original couples. The marriages of all citizens will be arranged by the church, and the spouses will be automatically matched by the computer based on the data. People form families and reproduce offspring. Under the control of Boseian, people who no longer have feelings and desires naturally have no sense of this. After combining according to the orders of the church, they will only have a relationship as if they have completed a task, and they will become pregnant and have children. All couples' bedrooms are not double beds, but two single beds together. Most of the time, they sleep in separate beds. Jarvis took advantage of this marriage loophole and secretly moved his hands and feet to arrange a marriage for the unmarried Elopatje. Chen Mo did this naturally for his purpose. In the movie, when the plot happened, Elopatje had already recovered his emotions and became an emotional criminal, but according to some details in the movie, he should have just become an emotional criminal. Weak. The root of his transformation is a woman named Marie Obeleyan. The two were lovers before the war broke out, but they lost contact after the war. They didn't know that each other was still alive. It was only when they met by chance that the fireworks of love broke out again. At the same time, it also made Ailuo_Patji, a pioneer in combating emotional prisoners, has also become an emotional prisoner. Mary Obeleyan, who had already recovered her feelings, was originally a member of the resistance organization. Elopatje also joined the resistance organization later, but it didn't take long for John Paistan discovered that he had become an emotional prisoner and killed him personally when he resisted arrest. But it was a few years later. Now, Elopatje is still a loyal and ruthless Jehovah churchman, but Mary Obeleyan has recovered her feelings and joined the resistance organization. Chen Mo simply let them meet in advance, and they are still together just as well. As for the rest, I believe that without him doing anything, what should happen will inevitably happen again. The marriage of Elopatje did not at all attract Anun's attention. There was no wedding, no congratulations, just two people moved to live together, became a husband and wife under the law of the church, and had the rights and obligations of reproducing offspring only. Except Chen Mo, no one knows what this means behind it. Sure enough, within a few days, Chen Mo noticed the difference when he saw Elopatje again. Although his appearance seems not at all changes, Chen Mo, who has a super perception ability, has noticed the changes in his eyes and within the body. When extinguishing contraband trafficking gangs, he didn't take any action too much. Most of them were handed over to the soldiers to solve them. When encountering complicated situations and requiring churchmen to go out, he also asked John Paistan. However, John Paistan was originally headed by the two of them, but his negative behavior did not arouse suspicion. According to his series of changes, Chen Mo can be sure that he has recovered his feelings. Chen Mo couldn't help showing a smile on his face under the fully enclosed helmet. Everything went well. It didn't take long for his plan to be completed. The development of things is faster than Chen Mo imagined. That night, Elopatje and Mary Obeleyan secretly came to the underground base of the resistance organization and formally joined the resistance organization. He became the first member of the resistance organization to develop within the church, and he is also a senior churchman whose status is only under the Pope, vice chairman and parliamentarian. Jurgen couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the mysterious ally is so powerful that he turned a senior churchman who was still extremely loyal to the church into one of them. Be aware that in the past, they have always been careful to absorb members from people who recover their emotions on their own. They have never dared to actively influence other people to recover their emotions, because the risks involved are too great. If he did something, he was reported by the other party, and Chen Mo not only did this, but also directly attacked the senior churchman. In the end, he succeeded. How could Jurgen not admire it? The senior churchman is already the highest level official they can absorb. The parliamentarians, vice chairman, and even the Pope above are the highest controllers of national rights. Even if they have emotions, they are basically impossible to join the resistance organization. Push it into your own country and right in your hands. The joining of Elopatje is of great significance to the resistance organization. Not only does it mean that they finally have their own people in the church, but the power in the hands of the senior churchman will also bring them great convenience. Don't say anything else. The senior churchman has its own car, you can drive in and out of the city at will, and you don't need any inspection, and it is unimpeded in the city, except for the foreign domain where the church's high level is located. It is very convenient to go anywhere, whether it is to transport weapons or transfer personnel. Furthermore, senior churchman is able to reach the presence of members of parliament, vice chairman, and even the Pope, as long as the plan is properly planned. A direct beheading operation is not impossible to get rid of the top church leaders. Seeing that the goal of overthrowing the rule of the church is a big step closer, how can Jurgen not to be wild with joy? However, he was overjoyed, but he did not forget the biggest contributor to this matter, the account of the mysterious ally, and said with a straight face to Ilu Opachi, who had just joined the resistance organization. Pat Churchman, since you have joined the resistance organization and are willing to work with us to overthrow the dictatorship of the church, there is something that needs your help. My steel suit 321. My steel suit 321. Please speak. Ilu Opachi did not hesitate, and directly asked about the details. After accidentally encountering Mary Obalayan, his girlfriend who had been separated for many years and thought to have died in the war, and they became well-justified couples under the arrangement of the church, the two reunited after a long absence. After the resurgence of the old relationship, there was a lot of fire, and he naturally quickly discovered that Marie Obalayan was actually an emotional prisoner. But isn't he the same now? In front of the person he loves, how can he allow himself to continue to be a cold and emotionless machine? It didn't even take Marie Obalayan to persuade him, so he voluntarily stopped using Bosnian, and after inquiring that Mary was a member of the resistance organization, Wendy decided to join the resistance organization. As a senior churchman who deals with emotional criminals every day, Ilu Opachi knows very well that now he secretly stopped injecting Bosnian and once again has feelings, although every day all can live a happy life with his lover being together, but not a long-term solution. The people around him are all churchmen who feel as keen as him. No matter how well he hides it, sooner or later he will be discovered. If you want to be completely free and get freedom, you must be with others, unite and overthrow the church. That's why he joined the resistance organization so decisively. Now I heard Jurgen said that he needed to do something, so he asked for the details directly. As long as it is helpful to overthrow the church, he will do it without the slightest hesitation. With your joining, we finally have our own people in the church. This is of great significance for us to achieve our ultimate goal. Jurgen sits serious behind his desk said. But if more churchmen can join us, then the confidence of overthrowing the church will be greater. Ilu Opachi hearing this frowned. Stand up. This is not easy to handle. According to my observation, I should be the only emotional criminal in the churchmen at the moment. If you want to actively influence them to recover their emotions, it is very difficult and dangerous. And it's impossible to succeed. Ilu Opachi is not at all is wrong. Jehovah's Churchman is the core force of the church, and his loyalty to the church and the Pope is also the most steadfast. The resistance organization is even ordinary persons dare not take the initiative to test the influence, let alone churchmen. But Jurgen hearing this is slightly smiled. I'm not talking about them, but Kevin James. It's him? Ilu Opachi's eyes shined, a tall and majestic silhouette appeared in my mind. This man is still just a small captain of the army, but he is slightly better than the churchman. As his senior churchman, it is still possible to counter him if he takes his time. Yes, and with his talent and strength, it will only be a matter of time before he becomes a churchman, but he is really a good candidate. Jurgen gently nodded, looking at Ilu Opachi in front of him, opening his mouth and continuing. Yes, he is actually our person. What? Ilu Opachi was surprised at first. He absolutely didn't expect this soldier, Kevin James, who had been very optimistic about him before, and gradually demonstrated extremely high combat talent in the process of suppressing bandits, turned out to be a member of the resistance organization, which was far beyond his expectations. But shortly afterwards, there was a hint of excitement on his face. It would be easier to do this way. Speaking, Ilu Opachi looked up and looked towards Jurgen, who was sitting on the opposite side, and said sternly, "We originally planned to investigate him for a period of time before we recruited him into the pre-churchman. Since he is also ours, then I recommend him to join the pre-churchman as soon as possible." Jurgen is nodded. "Then this matter is left to you. I hope to give us a big help soon." "Don't worry." After this day, within a few days, Ailuopatji asked John Peston to formally recommend Captain Kevin James of the King Suppression Team to the church as a trainee churchman. This Kevin James is naturally Chen Mo. He originally planned to recruit Ailuopata into the resistance organization in advance. Seeing that he became a churchman, it seems that it will not be short in time. He simply implemented the plan of recruiting him in advance, and then used him to speed up the progress of joining the Lord's Churchman. Under his plan and Jarvis' operation, everything went well. John Peston suddenly proposed to end the investigation to Ailuopatji, and recommended Chen Mo to join the Jehovah Churchman Reserve Team without any doubt. Ailuopatji has now become an emotional prisoner, so he must be careful at all times. Before making this proposal, he naturally thought of a suitable reason. Now the contraband sales organizations outside the city are endlessly suppressed, and the emotional prisoners in the city seem to be hidden deeper. There are not many Jehovah Churchmen, and now every day all is dispatched, but with little effect. They need more churchmen to invest in the battle to eliminate emotional crime. Since Chen Mo's talents have been basically determined, there is no need to waste a lot of time to slowly investigate and send them directly to the reserve team to receive comprehensive assessment and training. If all talents are really qualified, you can complete the training as soon as possible and devote yourself to the battle to protect the church. If you don't have enough talent, you may give up early. When the time comes, you can return to the army. At this time, John Peston, who has not yet recovered his feelings as in the plot, is still loyal to the church, and agrees with this statement, so he jointly recommended Chen Mo with him. This document appeared in front of Vice Chairman Dupeng on the second day. Although the entire management of Libya is in his hands, the government has chief in charge from various departments to assist in the management, plus the current situation in Libya is in order, but he doesn't need to bother too much. So most of his energy is in church affairs and dealing with emotional crimes. The Jehovah Churchman is the most important part of it, that is, they maintain the foundation of the church's rule and the main force to deal with emotional crime. So, he will pay special attention to all matters related to churchmen, as long as it is conducive to the growth of the churchman group and consolidating the rule of the church. He has no reason to object, even if he signs the order. Approve. He didn't know that. The last time he approved to send away a senior churchman, this approval brought in a more terrifying existence than the senior churchman. Anyway, after some effort, Chen Mo finally got his wish to join the Churchman Reserve Team of the Jehovah Church, but for the time being, he is not considered a trainee churchman, because before that, you also need to pass the Jehovah Churchman's talent test. My Steel Suit 322. My Steel Suit 322. As mentioned earlier, Jehovah Churchman's unique skill, gun battle technique, requires very high talents. In addition to the most basic shooting talent, the requirements for sword technique talent, fighting talent and mathematical talent are also very high. Chen Mo previously showed only shooting talent. However, his shooting talent and strength in actual combat can be regarded as top-notch among everyone who has not yet learned gun battle technique. On this point alone, as long as he doesn't behave badly in other areas, he is seeking talents and is in urgent need of high-end military force to suppress emotional crimes and stabilize the dictatorship of the church will not abandon him. But before the talent test, Chen Mo has to take another test, an emotional test. The churchman's position is very important and it is the most solid backing of the church. Every churchman must guarantee absolute loyalty. Therefore, the new recruits of the churchman trainee must be strictly reviewed. There is no problem with Chen Mo's identity information. Jarvis has already handled it properly without any weak spot. As for this emotional test, it is a dead end for other emotional criminals, but for Chen Mo, who can precisely control every nuance of his body, it is simpler to deceive the past. Including the following innate ability tests, which seem to be extremely difficult to others, they are also simple in Chen Mo's eyes. He must even deliberately suppress his own strength and deliberately perform poorly, so as not to go too far. Shocking the world. Shooting talent test. Chen Mo, holding two guns to the opposite side 20 meters away from the target, randomly popped up one after another in various directions. The gun hit the bullseye, but as the target popped faster and faster, Chen Mo intentionally hid the hit rate gradually began to decline. But the strength he showed at this time has fully met the requirements of becoming a churchman, and he has been considered the top among those who have not learned gun battle technique. Sword technique talent test. Chen Mo has only watched the video once, and has learned this set of greatly simplified and improved sword technique. The main points of every move and action are clear to the heart, and they are absolutely displayed. He is more proficient than a senior churchman who has practiced for many years. Chen Mo, who has an extraordinary sword technique, can be regarded as a grand master in the sword technique. In his opinion, this sword technique has no difficulty. With his strong memory and learning ability, he wants to learn quickly. It couldn't be simpler. He had to behave like a stranger on purpose during the presentation. That's it. I have seen several examiners again and again nodded, which is obviously very satisfied. Fighting talent test. Mathematics talent test. Physical fitness test. Brain ability test. After a series of checks and assessments, Chen Mo passed the gun battle technique talent test with a score of all A. His test scores were also handed over to Vice Chairman Du Peng. Seeing that the results are well, it is another senior churchman seedling. While Du Peng was very satisfied, he also ordered Chen Mo to focus on training, strive to complete the study and training of gun battle technique as soon as possible, become a formal churchman, and engage in the battle against emotional crime. At this point, Chen Mo formally joined the Jehovah Church as a trainee churchman, and started the study of gun battle technique as he wished. The most basic archery, sword technique, and fighting technique. Fortunately, there is no difficulty for Chen Mo, who already has a strong foundation. It took a few days to learn and train, and soon they all mastered. These are simplified and improved scientific combat techniques based on traditional martial arts sword technique and shooting skills. After a large amount of data analysis, in fact, they are very consistent with Chen Mo's combat style. His fighting skills are also the pursuit of simplicity, quickness, directness, and efficiency. These gun battle technique skills are also of great significance to him. As long as they are combined with his original combat skills, strength, there is bound to be a great improvement. The three main combat techniques of gun battle technique are generally not complicated. Like other techniques, as long as a person with a certain talent spends enough time to learn, it's just the degree of mastery. And the formidable power that can be played in actual combat varies from person to person. These three techniques are just the basis of gun battle technique. The most important reason why gun battle technique can possess formidable power far beyond ordinary combat techniques is not these three combat techniques. The real core of gun battle technique is calculation. It is the mastery, analysis, deduction and prediction of the battlefield. And these rely on not some sword technique, physical skills, but a complex subject. Yes, the core of gun battle technique is not so much a technique as a subject. When Chen Mo was led into the exclusive study room of churchmen, the room full of books made Chen Mo was really taken aback. Different from gun skills, sword technique, fighting skills and other combat techniques, there are only a few books in total. The core theory of gun battle technique combines mathematics, geometry, statistics, probability, etc. discipline. Its content is extremely large, and the theory is more profound and complex. Although these books are not all gun battle technique materials, most of them are related to mathematics, geometry, statistics, probability and other subjects. But gun battle technique itself has a lot of theoretical materials. 10 books is many compared with ordinary fighting techniques. These gun battle technique theory books are not only numerous, but also very complex and profound in content. To fully master it is not much easier than studying for a court academician degree, or even more difficult. In the rest of the time, Chen Mo will spend most of his time here. Chen Mo first read the book of gun battle technique and has a deeper understanding of the principles and effects of gun battle technique. Clear understanding. The core of gun battle technique theory is a set of complex mathematical and geometric models summarized after a lot of actual combat analysis. During the battle, all relevant data such as your own position, environmental factors, and enemy conditions are embedded. The calculation and deduction in the model can analyze the enemy's position distribution, attack trajectory, bullet distribution, as well as its own best attack position, attack mode, attack trajectory and dodge mode, etc., and even predict the enemy's next move. In order to achieve this powerful effect of almost absolute control, in addition to gun battle technique's own combat analysis model, theory and skills, users must also be equipped with mathematics, geometry, statistics, probability, etc. Very strong ability. The most important thing is that there must be a super brain with a computing speed comparable to a computer. Only the brain is developed enough to calculate the result based on a large amount of battlefield information in a flash, and to fully display the amazing formidable power of gun battle technique. In fact, only 6 senior churchmen in the entire church have this ability. My Steel Suit 323. My Steel Suit 323. Except for the 6 senior churchmen, the other dozen grey robe churchmen and more than 20 trainee churchmen can't calculate the result instantly. Some of them are not proficient in gun battle technique and need a lot of practice and practical training, while many others do not have this superhuman brain power at all. Although they are much stronger than ordinary person, but still did not meet the requirements of gun battle technique, so the reaction speed and controllability in actual combat are much worse, and there is not much room for improvement, and it will be the level of grey robe churchman throughout his life. This is also the reason why senior churchman is scarce. Gun battle technique requires too much brain power. People who can satisfy it are really as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and the whole Libya did not find it. There are a few people out, so the church will lower its requirements and recruit a group of people who are slightly less talented and can only become grey robe churchmen. Senior churchman is scarce. It is good to train a few more grey robe churchmen. Although the strength is much worse than that of senior churchman, even if the two meet, the senior churchman will be directly killed by the senior churchman, but compared to ordinary soldiers, the grey robe churchman is already a very powerful elite force. Although it can't reach the level of a senior churchman who can eliminate a group of fully armed soldiers alone and unharmed, it cannot be dealt with by a few ordinary soldiers. After Chen Mo understood the principle of gun battle technique, he also tried to learn gun battle technique directly. He had read all kinds of books in the school library when he was in college, and he had a good knowledge of mathematics, geometry and statistics. The knowledge of science, probability and other subjects also has a certain foundation, basically equivalent to undergraduate degree. But he soon discovered that although he can basically understand the books of gun battle technique theory, he also knows most of the theory and related knowledge needed, but there are still some things beyond his range of knowledge prevented him from continuing to study. It seems that gun battle technique's knowledge requirements for these related disciplines are not only equivalent to the basic level of the undergraduate. Chen Mo simply stopped studying the gun battle technique books, but first read all those books on mathematics, geometry, statistics, probability and other subjects. With Chen Mo's super-developed brain, these difficult and obscure knowledge in the eyes of ordinary persons, Chen Mo is extremely easy to learn. He also found that the books here are indeed much more profound than the basics he had originally mastered. Different disciplines are placed on the bookshelf, from bottom to top, from basic to profound. Each the top level of the subject has exceeded the court academician student level. In fact, gun battle technique does not need to master every knowledge to the highest level. As long as the overall level of undergraduate knowledge is reached, then it is sufficient to study some relevant high-end knowledge theories. Now, those top-level books in various disciplines are only for reference. After all, people's energy is limited. One must learn science to the top level. It's good to say that the IQ of these selected geniuses is good, but it's not impossible to learn all of them to the top. The time will be very long. So almost everyone started to study the gun battle technique books directly after mastering the basic knowledge of various subjects. Subject books, targeted learning of corresponding high-end knowledge and theories. The Church's consideration is nothing more than efficiency. First lay a solid foundation for each subject, and then improve and study a small part of the theory according to the needs of gun battle technique. Naturally, it is more than a comprehensive study and a thorough mastery of each subject. All that knowledge is more efficient and takes less time. This can't be said to be wrong, but from the placement of all top-level books in various disciplines, it can be seen that these things still have a certain impact on the formidable power of gun battle technique, but not that big. The time spent is not proportional to the improvement effect, the cost performance is too low, and the talent and brain power requirements of the learner are also higher. But this is not a problem for Chen Mo. The geniuses selected by the Church in the past can only be regarded as well-known figures in the ordinary person, but they are not at all compared with Chen Mo, a superpower house that is 8 times more than ordinary people in all aspects. A grade. The basic Chen Mo in these books has been learned, but considering that the two worlds may be different, I read it again, but found that it is indeed more advanced than the theory of the real world. After all, this is a world where the Third World War has taken place. The original technological level and the theoretical level of various disciplines are much more advanced than the real world. However, the basic theory is basically the same, so Chen Mo can fully grasp these basic books after only reading it once. Intermediate graduate level and advanced court academician level actually didn't take much effort. Those who are talented among ordinary persons can take more time to master it. Chen Mo is no problem even after reading it. In my mind, I thoroughly mastered it after reviewing and verifying it, but some of the highest level knowledge was a bit too esoteric. Even Chen Mo had never been in contact before, so it took a while to master it. Compared with other people, Chen Mo's speed is already amazing. It is the top-level knowledge that he spends the most time on, and the learning time is much shorter than others. This is the difference between genius and peerless genius. After thoroughly mastering all the relevant knowledge of gun battle technique, Chen Mo can learn the theory of gun battle technique easily and simply. And he also found that those he learned by the way are not the top level that gun battle technique requires. The level of knowledge theory can actually play a significant role, making the analysis, judgment, deduction, and prediction of gun battle technique more accurate and efficient. Many information that was originally vague, uncertain, or inaccurately inferred, became clearer and clearer after he fully used these theories to calculate and deduced. And his prediction of enemy actions has also become more accurate and long-term. This confirms Chen Mo's guess that these books are not placed here casually, except for a small number of gun battle technique books that clearly indicate top-level books that are actually used. Most of the top books are actually not needed, and since the Church puts these books here, it shows that they are definitely useful, but for some reason they didn't say that's all. In addition, Chen Mo's curiosity about the top theory of this advanced world that broke out in the 3 wars. Anyway, his brain power won't take him long. Chen Mo simply learned all together. The final result did not disappoint Chen Mo. My Steel Suit 324. My Steel Suit 324. The results naturally did not disappoint Chen Mo. It took a little more time not only for Chen Mo to learn a lot of theoretical knowledge that can also be called the top level in the real world. The most important thing is that the effect of gun battle technique has been greatly improved. In terms of low-cost performance, Chen Mo, whose learning speed is amazing, is very cost-effective. Although Chen Mo has learned a lot of profound top-level knowledge theories, he doesn't spend much time at all. and it is much faster to finish all of them than those who only learn part of it. This time Chen Mo did not continue to hide in this aspect, wasting a lot of time in vain, but simply said that he had completed the theoretical knowledge study. At worst is regarded as peerless genius. But he not at all said that he has learned all the top theories, and that he quickly mastered the basics and a small part of the profound theories in a short time is acceptable. Even if he has mastered all the profound theories, that's not it's called peerless genius, it must be called a monster. Due to Vice Chairman Du Peng's attention to Chen Mo completed the study of the most time-consuming core theory of gun battle technique in a short time and was reported up soon. Apprentice Churchman Kevin James, complete the theory of gun battle technique, which took 7 days. This is almost twice as fast as John Peston, who has the highest talent and the fastest learning speed before. But Du Peng didn't think about anything else. Chen Mo showed super talent and brain power, not emotions. The previous emotional tests have proved that he is okay, and he will not think about it. Chen Mo's super talent connected him to the resistance organization. Resistance organizations are just a group of ordinary people at the bottom who gather together in a vain attempt to overthrow the rule of the powerful church. They can also draw in some emotional criminals who take the initiative to commit crimes among the civilians and reach out into the army and the church. They don't have that ability. The emotional offenders discovered and arrested by them in the past are also ordinary citizens. Although emotional offenders are occasionally found in the government and the army, they are all personal crimes, and they have not joined resistance organizations and have the highest loyalty. Emotional crime has never occurred in churches with stricter management. Du Peng's idea is actually correct, but he doesn't know that the resistance organization is incapable. Does not mean that Chen Mo does not. With the assistance of Jarvis, more and more government personnel and army soldiers have joined the resistance organization. If this trend continues, there is no need to do anything, as long as you carefully hide and develop, secretly control the government and the army. It is only a matter of time before the church's rule is overthrown in one fell swoop. Of course, the premise is that the government army personnel who have joined the resistance organization are well hidden and not exposed, triggering the cleanup of the church. After these all are, it is said that Chen Mo, as a peerless genius, completed the study of gun battle technique in less than half a month, and mastered it thoroughly. As long as you complete your studies and pass the assessment, you can formally become a churchman, wearing a churchman suit that represents identity and power. But at the beginning, the formal churchman system is gray, only accumulation after enough merits. He can be upgraded to the highest level senior churchman. So after Chen Mo successfully completed the assessment, he changed into a gray knee-length churchman robe, coupled with his tall, great cultivator body, more heroic and handsome. In fact, after Chen Mo learned the gun battle technique, he was already able to leave. But the most important things have been learned. Chen Mo is not in a hurry, and he has other considerations. On the one hand, staying here can carry out a lot of actual combat practice, deepen the understanding and function of gun battle technique. After all, there are not so many enemies in the real world that can let him kill and temper his experience. On the other hand, Chen Mo was able to learn the gun battle technique so smoothly, and Liu Apache and the resistance organization contributed a lot. If he left directly without Jarvis' asylum and help, whether it can successfully overthrow the church's rule is really uncertain. The most important thing is that Chen Mo is very interested in the Pope who established Libya in the chaotic world after the war and created the powerful gun battle technique. From him, there may be some unexpected harvest. So after gun battle technique got his hands, Chen Mo not at all rushed to leave, but continued to stay, participated in the churchman promotion assessment of the church, and became as grey robe churchman. This time, along with Chen Mo, passed the formal churchman assessment for promotion, and there is also a black trainee churchman named Brandt. His talent and strength were originally cream of the crop among the trainee churchmen, but compared with peerless genius Chen Mo, he appeared to be much weaker. The vice chairman and the church paid attention. He emphasized naturally from him and transferred to Chen Mo. Although he didn't say anything, Chen Mo could clearly feel his hostile gaze when he looked towards him, but he deliberately hidden it. Chen Mo smiled disdainfully. This Brandt also appeared in the movie, is a very sinister villain. After Elopatje was killed, Brandt, who performed well in Grey Robe Churchman, was arranged to become John Peston's new partner, but Brandt, who was keen on power, he has been coveting the position of John Peston, and after discovering the abnormality of John Peston, he has always wanted to prove that he has become an emotional criminal in order to take the lead. Now it seems that he has become a thorn in his eye, but in Chen Mo's eyes, he is just a clown. Chen Mo wants to clean him up only in minutes. It is better to put him staying, maybe it will come in handy in the future. At the same time, after carefully investigating Brandt's condition using perception, Chen Mo also came to a surprising conclusion that Brandt is also an emotional criminal. In fact, this discovery not at all surprised Chen Mo, because he originally had some doubts about Brandt's performance in the movie. What about a person who was injected with Bosian and lost his feelings and desires will be so keen on power? The findings now verify Chen Mo's suspicion. But although Brandt is an emotional criminal, he does not want to overthrow the church's rule and restore freedom, but instead wants to climb up and become a ruler like DuPont. This is also the reason why the resistance organization will not directly contact the emotional prisoner after it is discovered. Not every emotional prisoner hates the church. Many people, whether it is out of fear or brainwashed, even if they recover emotions are only cautiously hidden, not at all, and the idea of doing the right thing with the church, if the resistance organization rashly contacts, it is likely to be reported. So the resistance organization has always been cautious in recruiting members. Only after a period of observation can people who are sure of being absolutely reliable can join, and those who fear or are loyal to the church are abandoned. My Steel Suit 325. My Steel Suit 325. After the resistance organization has Jarvis assistance, members of the organization are rarely arrested. Those emotional prisoners arrested by the church are basically these because they fear the church and dare not, people who resist and only dare to drag out an ignoble existence. Brandt is different from them and the people in the resistance organization. He is neither trivialant like these trivialant people, nor is he like the members of the resistance organization willing to sacrifice for freedom. He is bold and crazy. All he does is to pursue rights, for which he can by fair means or foul. The birth of two new Grey Robe Churchmen, Chen Mo and Brandt, led the church to adjust the churchmen's personnel arrangements. The strength and talents of Chen Mo and Brandt are both well-known figures in the Grey Robe Churchmen, so, in order to better cultivate the two, the church arranged for them to be with John Peston and Iluopata, two senior churchman partners. Chen Mo's side is okay, with his ability to control himself. He is not worried about being seen by John Peston as a weak spot. On the contrary, it's Iluopata's side. Being good at hiding, he estimated that it won't take long for Brandt, who has been peeping at his senior churchman's status, to discover the abnormality, so he has to prepare early. In the following days, Chen Mo and John Peston went on a mission together. It was the opposite of the previously passive Elopatja. Every time he went out of the city to eliminate the contraband sales organization, Chen Mo took the initiative to shoot. Every time most of the enemies are killed by him alone, John Peston spends most of his time in the battlefield, occasionally pointing out some problems in Chen Mo gun battle technique, and some of his own experience. His own gun has not been used for a long time. Chen Mo's gun battle technique quickly improved in this large amount of actual combat training. In the first few days, John Peston was able to find some minor problems and gave Chen Mo some guidance, but he soon discovered Chen Mo's talent, perception and learning speed are amazing. His gun battle technique level is advanced by leaps and bounds in actual combat, and he has been very proficient in the use of it in just a few days. It is even more powerful than some senior Grey Robe Churchmen, even with Chen Mo. The endless frantic battles have already reached the level of advanced churchmen. This kind of talent is definitely cream of the crop among all churchmen. It can be said that no one can compare. John Peston knows that it will not take long. Chen Mo's the strength can reach the senior churchman level, even surpass him, and become the most powerhouse of all churchmen, when the time comes. With his performance in the task, he has accumulated a lot of achievements in eliminating countless emotional prisoners outside the city. Maybe soon he is about to become the 7th senior churchman of the Jehovah Church. Actually, since joining the army, until he became a Grey Robe churchman and John Peston led the army out of the city to suppress bandits, Chen Mo until now was suppressing his power. Whether it was speed or strength, it is still agile and reactive, all controlled to a level comparable to that of an advanced churchman. He did this to hide his strength, not to arouse suspicion, and more importantly, to exercise his gun battle technique. Before he had learned the gun battle technique, he could only be regarded as a regular spear art at the level of an ordinary veteran. With the support of his superhuman physical fitness, he was able to perform well the gunfighting strength of senior churchmen. If he fully utilizes his strength and adds the powerful and sophisticated gun battle technique, these can only be regarded as militants of the mob contraband trafficking organization. No matter how large the number is, it won't work at all. To exercise, Chen Mo has just learned the gun battle technique now. It is only a mastery of theory and technique. Only through a lot of high-intensity actual combat can all these theories and techniques be full mastery, including the deduction of gun battle technique and calculation. Although he can complete complex calculations and analysis in a short time with his own powerful brain power, it is still slower than instinctive reaction. Only after continuous exercise, the instinct is finally formed. All data analysis, calculations are like a set program, and the results are automatically calculated in the brain, and the fastest reaction speed can be achieved. The formidable power of gun battle technique has been increased to the maximum. Only the strength of senior churchmen is not Chen Mo's ultimate goal. If the ordinary Grey Robe churchman can defeat 4 to 6 fully armed elite soldiers head-on without damage, the senior churchman can beat 10 to 15. In terms of shooting ability, the original Chen Mo was basically at the level of advanced churchman. At the beginning, when I met more than a dozen gangsters who came to the door-in dojo, Chen Mo shot them all with one shot and in a flash. Although these gangsters are far less powerful than elite soldiers, as far as he can defeat hundreds of Hydra warriors and destroy a Hydra base alone, he relies on the indestructible primordial Edman alloy shield, Edman alloy armor, and no stronghold one cannot overcome. The sword, and his own body speed far beyond ordinary people. Without these super powerful equipment, and keeping the physical fitness at the level of ordinary people, relying on a pistol alone, he would not be able to exert such a powerful battle strength. But now with gun battle technique it is different. Now his mastery of gun battle technique is not complete enough, but it is only a matter of time. When he finally masters the gun battle technique completely, he has learned all the highest level theory of gun battle technique related disciplines, and with the increase in the upper limit brought about by knowledge, Chen Mo can eliminate 20 elite fighters without compromising the physical quality of ordinary people. As for the number of people, the all-round fire blockade formed by dozens of automatic rifles is not the physical fitness of ordinary people to dodge and break through. Even if the gun battle technique has strong computing power, it cannot avoid concentrated shooting in all directions without dead ends. Of course, if it is in a complex environment, it is a different matter if there is no direct confrontation. On this day, Chen Mo and John Peston led the team out of the city again, but this time their goal was not the area near Libya on the periphery of the city wall, but the most edge. According to the information of the church, a large contraband trafficking organization just escaped from another cleansing team of the church not long ago, and fled to the outer circle area of Niza's district and hid there. I got up, trying to escape the hunt of abandon the sect. However, their whereabouts were discovered by the church. This time the church sent Chen Mo and John Peston, who performed the best missions during this time, and doubled the number of soldiers, on the outskirts of Niza's district, between the collapsed ruins and abandoned dilapidated buildings, A convoy of 6 large armored vehicles and a luxury car is driving in the dust-covered most of the places. Cracked asphalt road. My steel suit 326. My steel suit 326. Stop. In the intercoms on several armored vehicles, a cold command sound suddenly came out. After receiving the order, several armored vehicles stopped immediately, but the side door of the white luxury sedan that had been driving at the back of the convoy suddenly opened. A tall, great cultivator, long face, grim face and mighty clothes, the silhouette of the handsome grey churchman, walked slowly from the car. Beston Churchman, I'll leave it to you here. Chen Mo finished talking to John Beston in the car and closed it when he saw him nodded. He closed the car door and drove past alone in the direction of the target. Here is still several kilometers away from the militants' hiding place mentioned in the intelligence, but considering that they discovered the whereabouts of the clearing team in advance during the last operation, they evacuated and fled in time, indicating that this group, the culprit, was very alert, and it should have been a secret whistle on the periphery. So Chen Mo suggested that he should take the first step, sneak into their security circle, kill all the secret sentries, and then let the large forces advance to destroy the armed forces in one fell swoop. In view of Chen Mo's outstanding performance during this period, John Beston not at all objected. Chen Mo's strength during this period of battle can be said to be advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only is the strength of gun battle technique close to the advanced churchman, but even the field command ability is very powerful. In previous battles, John Beston didn't care about the on-site command at all. He always relied on powerful military force to crush. In his opinion, the soldiers and the role were more of a fish that escaped the net and searching for contraband. The real battle depends on their churchmen. Although Chen Mo has always been a pioneer, as the main force to carry out clearance, he can well command the soldiers to encircle, divide and suppress, so that the battle is not as messy as before, but more orderly. Under his command, the soldiers played a greater auxiliary role, which greatly improved the combat efficiency in the number of enemies killed by the entire King suppression team, and its own battle damage rate and the escape of armed elements. The numbers have dropped drastically. In this regard, even John Beston himself is ashamed of being inferior. However, Chen Mo himself was promoted from the army. After studying the system of gun battle technique, his overall grasp of the battlefield has been greatly enhanced, and it is reasonable for him to become more superior in command ability. John Beston also lamented Chen Mo's growth and extraordinary talent, but he had no other ideas. Actually, the reason why Chen Mo is so hard in command is just to let these soldiers help him get all the militants together, so that he can fight as much as he can and temper the gun battle technique. Holding the troops on standby, Chen Mo quickly rushed to the target position, and at the same time letting go, his eyes were constantly sweeping over the ruins and buildings in front of him, and his ears received the subtle sound from all around. As long as there are people hiding nearby, they will definitely not escape Chen Mo's induction. Although Chen Mo did not run at full speed and had to keep an eye on the surrounding movement, his speed was still not slow, and within a few minutes he reached 2 or 3 kilometers outside the target. The running figure of Chen Mo suddenly drew aside and hid in an abandoned building on the side. Standing in the shadow of the building, Chen Mo looked up at the top of a collapsed building outside several hundred meters. A silhouette showing only half of his head clearly appeared in Chen Mo's sight. This should be the secret sent by the gang of militants. If it weren't for Chen Mo's sharp eyes, it would be really hard to stay. This half of his head was found in the complex and messy ruins. If the King and suppression team came directly, they might have to escape in advance as they did last time. Discovering the location of the secret post, and after reconfirming that there is no second secret post nearby, Chen Mo avoided the opponent's line of sight and quickly approached the half-collapsed building. A flat-shaped building that was supposed to be an office building. I don't know if it was destroyed by a bomb or a missile and so on. Only half of the long and narrow roof remained, and the other half the bottom collapsed and piled up into an irregular slope of nearly 60 degrees. Cracked concrete, broken steel bars, and various debris in the building piled together. making this slope extremely rugged and complex, and it was impossible to climb. If you want to climb to the remaining half of the roof, you can only go through the internal staircase, and the iron door connecting the staircase downstairs has been locked with an iron lock at this time. Get up, wanting to come up silently, simply impossible. The secret whistle sent to guard is sitting comfortably on a stool at this time, lying on the top of the building's 1-meter-high wall, only half his eyes up. The head stretched out. Their leader had encountered the church siege before and escaped by chance. Since then, they have been very cautious, not only often taking them around in Nice's district, constantly changing their hiding place locally. Every time the station is stationed, several secret guards will be arranged on the necessary road 2 kilometers away from the periphery to prevent attacks by the church's suppression team. Relying on this cautiousness, they have escaped several times of encirclement and suppression before and after, and their forces have developed more and more. Now there are nearly 100 people in the entire organization, which can be regarded as the most of all the forces in the Nissus. A powerful wave. After avoiding the church's siege again not long ago, they were cautious. Their leader simply led them to the most fringe area of Nissus, planning to stay away from the Libyan city and take a good escape. However, even though they were far from the scope of the church's activities, they still did not relax their vigilance, and the secret whistle of warning was still arranged as usual. As an experienced old secret whistle, Murray chose this wide view on the only way to their new hiding place, and it collapsed halfway, and there was only one road leading to the building, the top of the building, and carefully locked the only passageway, to ensure that no one could touch him silently without disturbing him. So, at this time Murray is not worried about the safety behind him, and all his attention is on the distant road. Murray knows that they can live up to now by being cautious, so they will not relax their vigilance just because they hide on the border of Nissus. While Murray concentrated attention completely monitoring the path, there was a sudden cold in the back of his head accompanied by a sting of skin, a biting chill from the back of the neck to the brain. The cold hair on his entire back stood up in an instant, and a layer of fine sweat beads instantly seeped from his forehead, and quickly gathered into drops of sweat and rolled down from his forehead. But he dared not move. Even if you don't look at him, you know that there is a sharp weapon on the back of his head. The tip of the knife has pierced his skin. As long as he dares to move slightly, the weapon will definitely pierce his brain instantly. My steel suit 327. My steel suit 327. The coldness and tingling from the back of his head reminded him of his current situation. So, although the alarm is in his hand, he can send the alarm as long as he moves his finger, but he dare not move it. The body was fixed stiffly. While Murray was terrified in his heart, he couldn't help but be puzzled. He had clearly locked the only passage leading to the roof, and the one behind him suddenly appeared. How did the attacker come silently behind him? At this moment, behind Murray, Chen Mo held a katana dedicated to churchmen against his head. The sharp tip of the knife had cut through the skin and pierced several millimeters. Strings of bright red blood dripped from the wound, and a bloodline was drawn down his neck. Chen Mo avoided Murray's sight before and sneaked into the building from another direction. After reaching the top of the building quietly along the stairs, he found that the iron door at the top of the stairs was locked. If Chen Mo does not retain his strength, it is easy to kill or control him instantly. Even if he is separated by an iron gate, Chen Mo can instantly disable him. However, since Chen Mo has always been fighting with the physical quality of the Grey Robe Churchman, there is no need to expose his strength when he encounters a problem. Soldiers may also be found weak spots when cleaning the scene after the war. So Chen Mo didn't come hard, but walked down the stairs one by one, while observing the collapse of each floor. The other side of most floors was collapsed. The wall of Chen Mo was completely blocked. After Chen Mo walked down 4-5 layer, he found a corridor that was not completely blocked. From here, he carefully came to the outside of the building and formed along the collapsed half of the building. The rugged and steep slope climbed to the top of the building. This slope is extremely dangerous for ordinary persons. The broken concrete blocks with sharp fractures and hard exposed steel bars are scattered everywhere, and there are many places that are unstable. and you will get injured if you are not careful. With a steep slope of more than 60 degrees, it is almost impossible to climb, and it is difficult not to make a sound during the process. But this is not a problem for Chen Mo, who is proficient in gun battle technique. The analysis of the battlefield environment of gun battle technique is not only useful in battle, but also very effective here. Chen Mo carefully observed the entire slope, using the data analysis ability of gun battle technique, quickly found a best route from it, and arrived smoothly without disturbing the secret post on the rooftop. It's only about 2 kilometers away from the hiding place of the contraband trafficking organization. If you shoot at the top of the building, the shots can pass through clearly. Beat the grass to scare the snake. So I started early. It was Chen Mo who prepared a katana dedicated to churchmen to take with him. Chen Mo not at all, who came to Murray smoothly, killed him directly. Because he was escaped from the hands many times by this group, the church did not have comprehensive understanding of their intelligence. Chen Mo also I intend to ask some specific information from this secret whistle. Chen Mo doesn't worry about his desperate resistance, even if he is really fierce and unafraid of death. He has to warn his comrades about his life. Chen Mo can also poke his brain through before he does it. 3 minutes later, Chen Mo kicked the iron gate and walked downstairs. Behind him, Murray was still sitting on the bench as before, leaning against the wall, but he was originally the half of the head that peeked out of the wall fell to the ground aside at this time, and the remaining half was just flush with the upper edge of the wall. The cut was flat, showing the out of the ordinary blade technique. These militants are not resistance organizations. For the church, they are weak gangs selling contraband for profit. But for the outcasts of Nissus, they are nothing short of nothing. Thugs, snatching supplies and contraband from the weak and abandoned people is their favorite thing to do. Men who encounter their good luck can escape their lives. Once the female survivors are discovered by them, they really don't have the will to live. Impossible to ask for death. They will be imprisoned and become tools for these thugs to vent their animal desires. Unless they are chased by the church and have to flee in a hurry, they will suffer endless abuses and miserable conditions before being tortured to death. This is also one of the main reasons Chen Mo is so keen to eliminate these armed organizations. From this secret whistle, Chen Mo learned that the number of militants in this group is close to 100 people, which can be said to be the largest armed gang he has encountered so far. But Chen Mo is very satisfied with this. The improvement of his gun battle technique during this period has begun to become a little slow, mainly because the enemy is too weak and the number is not large. With his gun battle with the improvement of technique, the effect of training will naturally deteriorate. What he needs now is more and more powerful opponents. This group of nearly 100 militants is a good prey for him. A few minutes later, Chen Mo stopped on the periphery of a large shopping mall building that was still intact as a whole. The exterior of this 5-layer 6-layer building looked silent, but Chen Mo was able to sense it. A large number of people were moving inside the building, and some windows and roofs were also secretly looking out. This group of people is really very careful. They are more careful than all the armed groups that Chen Mo has encountered before. It is no wonder that they can escape the hunt of abandon the sect again and again, and have developed to the present scale. It's just that his ending remains the same. Chen Mo made a secret observation, corresponding to the situation in the secret whistle whose head was cut off, and basically confirmed the situation of this group. The shopping mall building where they hid is not small, and there are several exits. If he only rushed in by himself, it would not be able to stop them from escaping. So Chen Mo originally planned to rush in and destroy it by himself. Their plan won't work. Then change the plan and call his hunting assistants to help. Chen Mo immediately reached out to the communicator and contacted the cleaning team who was still waiting for his news. The distance or several kilometers is only a few minutes for the clearing team with all vehicles. Even if they detoured to avoid the other side's sight, they did not take 5 minutes to reach this abandoned mall. Seeing that all the vehicles have reached the predetermined position, they will be exposed to the sight of the other party before they go forward. Chen Mo, who received the report from all of them, directly ordered, act. No longer caring about whether it will be exposed, 6 large white armored vehicles roared out of the hiding place and moved towards the mall building from all directions. When the people upstairs found the armored vehicle that suddenly rushed, when the alarm was issued hurriedly, all the exits were blocked, and the escape route was completely blocked. My steel suit 328. My steel suit 328. Boss. It's not good. The people of the church have been killed. Many armored vehicles. All directions are blocked. A man carrying a weapon suddenly opened the door and rushed into an office, loudly said to a beard man sitting on a boss chair in panic. The beard man, the leader of this armed force, hearing this face changed. He fiercely threw an oil painting that he held as a treasure on the table fiercely, staring at him. The incoming men asked sharply. There are no warnings from the secret whistle on the periphery? No, boss. The man's neck was shrunk by the beard man and said quickly. Those armored vehicles were not discovered by the brothers until they rushed to the front. Beard. Hearing this, my heart sank. It seems that the other party came prepared and escaped not very hopeful. But shortly afterwards, his eyes became sharp again. Since you can't escape, you can only fight with them. Thinking of this, the beard man raised his head and ordered his men in front of him. Call all the brothers here. We have so many people, even if the Lord Churchman comes, they can kill. The one to emerge victorious is not necessarily, While the militants in the building received orders to gather on the 3rd floor, Chen Mo, who walked out of the hiding place with the armored vehicle, has also walked to the mall building. Downstairs, without any further concealment, Chen Mo walked slowly towards the building just and honorable. His silhouette naturally quickly attracted the attention of the people in the building. Boss, there is a churchman underneath walking towards the gate. The leader of Beard carefully looked out at the window and found that those rushing out of the armored car the church soldiers in, who just hid behind the armored vehicle for defense, did not intend to attack the building. When they were puzzled, they heard the nervous reminders from the men beside them, and quickly turned their heads and looked down. On the square inches front of the shopping mall building, I saw a tall silhouette wearing a grey churchman suit slowly moving towards the building where they are located. The leader of Beard's eyes moved towards. He looked over, but found the other party's sight is also falling on him. Although he is not quite clear across several dozen meters, the leader of Beard still feels heart trembled. This is the strongest military force of the church, the Lord Churchman. But he quickly reacted. This is a good opportunity to destroy the opponent. Taking advantage of him now having nowhere to hide in the square, he can concentrate his firepower to kill him. Thinking of this, Leader Beard quickly turned his head and shouted to the people on the side. Fire! Fire! I'll fight fiercely. Kill him. Following his order, a kind of subordinates, whether or not they have a heart for churchmen feared, they both gritted their teeth and smashed the glass, stretched out their muscle and moved towards Chen Mo below and pulled the trigger. But as they pulled the trigger, Chen Mo's silhouette also accelerated instantly. He moved towards the gate of the mall while rushing. While evading irregularly from left to right, all the bullets shot from above were just rightly avoided by him, and none of them could get close to him. Moreover, he didn't blindly dodge. Just before his body began to accelerate and rush forward, Chen Mo dropped 2 hands on his side and slid 2 black pistols from his cuffs. Happened to be held in his hand. Next moment, while Chen Mo dashed forward and dodged, he also raised the double guns in his hands, aiming at the top and pulling the trigger again and again. A round of bullets fired from the gun's chamber in rapid succession, instantly crossing the distance of several dozen meters, and accurately shot into the militant who was attacking him in front of the upper window. There were many militants upstairs, and none of the bullets hit Chen Mo in the condescending attack, but Chen Mo's bullets quickly harvested the life of the attacker in front of the window. When Chen Mo rushed into the building and disappeared from their sight, the gunfire finally stopped. The leader of Beard turned his head and looked around, only to find that in just a few seconds, most of the 20-odd people who attacked at the window had fallen down. The first ones around him to attack all the people were shot headshot, lying on the ground. None of them were spared. Looking at the row of corpses lying on the ground, the leader of Beard only felt a moment of dryness in his mouth, and could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. but Chen Mo has already rushed in, so he can't help but flinch. Turning around stiffly, looking towards the 70-80 underlings standing behind him, the leader Beard regained some confidence. The Lord Churchman has already come in, but no matter how powerful he is, there is only one person, but we have nearly 100 people. The leader of the Beard moved towards everyone, shouted, "I don't know if I am encouraging others or comforting myself." Everyone finds their own positions and prepares. As soon as he comes up, everyone will attack together. I don't believe he can escape. With so many of us, we can even shoot at random. Shoot him into a sieve. Listening to his encouragement, the people who were a little flustered because Chen Mo shot a dozen people instantly finally stabilized, and started looking for cover according to his orders. But for example, those who can evade are only so. People who are a step slower have to find a place to stand anywhere, and everyone quickly finds a good position, pointing their guns at the place from too near to them. The escalator on the 3rd floor. What they are about to face is the fierce Jehovah Churchman. Although no one chooses to back down in order to survive, everyone's hearts are extremely nervous and uneasy at this time, and they hold hands tightly. He stared at the escalator with wide eyes and didn't dare to blink, for fear that if one didn't pay attention, Chen Mo would suddenly rush up from there, move towards them and shot deadly bullets. However, after a long time, everyone's eyes were staring sorely, but there was still no movement on the escalator, let alone seeing Chen Mo's shadow. Does he know that there are so many people, and they have already set up a battle? Seeing that he can't please him, he dare not come up. This Jehovah Churchman is not as powerful as the legend says. Just when everyone couldn't wait for a long time, and the highly nervous spirit began to relax, a grey slender silhouette suddenly jumped from the upstairs to the right of everyone. This was originally a shopping mall. In the middle of the building, there is a circular atrium connected up and down. Each floor has a circle of 1-meter-high glass guardrails to prevent falling. Just now, Chen Mo suddenly overturned from the railing on the 4th floor and fell directly into the militants aiming at the escalator next to the railing on the 3rd floor. In the process of falling, Chen Mo's double guns began to fire, and the continuous gunshots echoed in the huge empty atrium space. My steel suit 329. My steel suit 329. Without waiting for the people present to react, bullets shot into the heads of several people from the air, bringing up red and white mixture of blood and brain plasma. Poor and beautiful blood. After falling into the crowd, Chen Mo's figure didn't stop. He flashed around in the crowd quickly, and the 2 pistols in his hands also changed directions and postures constantly. Moving towards each direction is the most threatening. The target shot again and again. The militants were shot and fell to the ground before they could react. When everyone turned their rifles and pointed at Chen Mo's location, more than a dozen people were already lying on the ground. Seeing Chen Mo's slender silhouette wearing churchman clothes slaughter in the crowd, everyone was horrified and couldn't help but move towards Chen Mo and launched an attack. It's just that Chen Mo didn't appear from the position they expected, but jumped directly into the crowd from the side, so their original layout was completely disrupted. The people who originally hid behind the pillars and other bunkers were completely exposed to Chen Mo's guns. Chen Mo himself rushed into the crowd. People on the outside could only see Chen Mo's silhouette flashing back and forth in the rioting crowd. It was impossible to accurately capture his silhouette, let alone target him. If you shoot indiscriminately, you can hit Chen Mo. I don't know if they themselves will be killed and injured. The bullets that Chen Mo fired were all directed at the peripheral militants. While his figure was constantly moving and avoiding attacks from his side, Chen Mo's 2 spears did not stop or level, stretching, or lifting at an angle, fired at the surroundings in various clever postures, but the people around him were always intact. All the bullets were shot out from the gaps in the crowd, and they were accurately shot into the surrounding militants. Within the body, among the dozens of militants on the entire 3rd floor, only a dozen or 20 people around Chen Mo opened fire again and again moved towards him, but they were all prejudged by him in advance and calmly avoided the past, except from time to time, his own people were accidentally hit, and Chen Mo was not hurt at all. The people on the periphery at first were anxiously holding their guns and trying to find opportunities to shoot, but soon they found that Chen Mo was specifically attacking them on the periphery. Seeing all his companions falling down one by one, the rest of them couldn't care about attacking Chen Mo anymore, and quickly went around looking for cover. But there are only a few places that can be avoided. In some places, there are 5 or 6 people crowded behind a pillar, but there are still many people who have nowhere to hide. They can only run around in a panic, hoping for Chen Mo's the bullet missed them. Unfortunately, no matter how they dodge or flee, they still can't escape the fate of being killed by Chen Mo one by one. The leader of Beard saw the situation take a turn for the worse. Both shocked and angry, Chen Mo used those people around him as shields. If this continues, he will kill all the people outside, and everyone else you have to die. Spread it out. Fuck it out for me. The leader of Beard blushed and said angrily, roared loudly, although the continuous gunfire continued in the space when it sounded. The militants under him still heard his roar. Those people close to Chen Mo were threatened by the shadow of death brought by Chen Mo. Their spirits have been in a state of high tension, and they always attacked Chen Mo unconsciously until they heard the leader's roaring was just like waking up from a dream, and quickly moved back while continuing to shoot. Unfortunately, how could their movements be faster than Chen Mo? While they were retreating all around, Chen Mo also quickly withdrew from their encirclement, while avoiding the bullets, rushed into the chaotic crowd outside. The meat shield tactic was found out. Chen Mo simply changed the battle method. It was no longer a small range of tossing and turning, but a constant shuttle among everyone. He was swift and flexible, and his whereabouts were mysterious and unpredictable. He was still in front of the muzzle a moment ago, and when they wanted to pull the trigger, they had already lost his silhouette. Their muzzle did not move as fast as Chen Mo. The previous arrangement was completely abolished. Although they were large in number, they could not form firepower suppression at all, and everyone present was completely plunged into a melee. But Chen Mo has a firm grasp of the situation on the scene. The positions, postures, and muzzle points of dozens of people present were all reflected in Chen Mo's mind. Whoever pointed the muzzle at him, whose muzzle was blocked by his companions, and who constituted him threatened. He also knew all the possible actions that everyone could make next moment, and instantly calculated the best way of dodge and attack angle. While dodge all around bullets, Chen Mo his double guns fired continuously, spitting hot bullets at everyone, continuously harvesting lives. Bang, bang. Chen Mo stretched his left hand forward and fired 2 shots in a row, killing the 2 in front of him with his back against the stone pillar, and just pointed the muzzle at him. The militant who had not had time to pull the trigger, the right hand pointed the gun diagonally to the front right, pulled the trigger without looking, and directly killed a militant who was shooting at him from the front right. While shooting, Chen Mo did not stop at his feet. A lunge dashed forward, avoiding dozens of bullets from the left and right sides. At the same time, Chen Mo turned to the right side and flashed past several bullets that were shot at his back. Next moment, Chen Mo crossed his arms in front of him, and his 2 guns slanted out from under the ribs. They pointed to the left and right, and fired repeatedly without turning their heads back. The few people he attacked were quickly killed, and then quickly turned around and looked towards the gunman who had just shot him in the back. At this moment, he was pulling out a magazine from his waist to load the rifle. Seeing Chen Mo turned and looked towards him, a touch of horror and disbelief quickly appeared on his face. Chen Mo clearly turned his back to him, and was still attacking others just now. How could he know that his bullets were all gone? He didn't know Chen Mo's horrible control over the battlefield. It was because he knew that he had no bullets. Chen Mo would not at all after flashing his last attack and rush to look back, but kill first the enemies on both sides. Chen Mo didn't have time for him to wonder. At the same time he turned around, his hands had already been pulled out of his ribs and stretched forward. Peng! The militants who were changing their magazines watched Chen Mo's muscle flashing a fire, and immediately before his eyes fell into the boundless darkness. Next moment, Chen Mo's silhouette rushed out again, avoiding the bullets that followed, while continuing to move towards those targets that threatened him and continued shooting. Under the siege of dozens of people, Chen Mo obviously felt the pressure. He had to mobilize all his energy and his brain was running and calculating at a high speed. At the same time, his gun battle technique was also constantly improving in this fierce battle. My Steel Suit 330. My Steel Suit 330. Outside the building, John Peston sat in the car listening to the continuous fierce gunfire in the building, and glanced at his watch. Time is almost up. The idea of John Peston has just risen, and the violent gunfire that was still continuing suddenly disappeared, and only the reverberation of the sound echoes in the building. John Peston's eyes flashed with surprise, and the time seemed to be shorter than he expected. Immediately afterwards, there was a touch of clarity on his face. Chen Mo's strength increase speed is beyond imagination, and it seems that he is not far from the advanced churchman. He should become the fastest person to be promoted to senior churchman in the history of the church. Without sighing too much, after the gunfire stopped, John Peston walked out of the car and stood by the car and looked towards the door of the building. A group of soldiers who had been hiding behind the armored vehicles rushed in after the gunfire stopped, but they were not going to fight. Since Chen Mo joined the suppression team and took over the battle, their work has changed from fighting frontal militants to encircling, driving, blocking, sweeping the battlefield, searching for and destroying contraband, and like John Peston, they all became Chen Mo's assistants in training gun battle technique. The frontal battle was taken over by Chen Mo's greed. However, the soldiers were so happy. In the previous battle, they could not kill a few people. Since Chen Mo joined in, their casualties have been greatly reduced, and they often complete the battle without damage. How can they unhappy? Now the gunfire in the building has stopped. It is clear that Chen Mo has ended the battle. It is time for them to go out and clean the battlefield to search for contraband. Shortly after, a group of soldiers rushed into the building. Chen Mo, wearing a Great Churchman uniform, walked out of the gate and saw his indifferent and plain look. Who would have thought that he was in the building just now? One person inside killed nearly 100 people, which was almost a massacre. Your strength has become stronger again, John Peston said approvingly to Chen Mo, who walked to the car. Following this trend, it won't take long for you to become an advanced churchman. Chen Mo gently shook the head and walked to the other side of the car. It's not that easy. There are not many large armed forces like this in Nissus. The general small forces are too weak to help me in training. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he pulled the door and got into the car. But when he got into the car and reached out to grab the door and planned to close it, his sight was inadvertently looking out from the gap in front of the open door. Then his action was a meal. Following his gaze, passing through several collapsed ruins, there is a low-rise building surrounded by walls at a distance of more than 1,000 meters from this abandoned mall. The rusty iron door was closed tightly, as if not at all signs of human activity. However, Chen Mo's eyes are so sharp, even though they are 1,000 meters apart, Chen Mo can still see the scene in the courtyard behind the door through the gaps in the iron gate, with rows of green vines following them. The shelves are growing neatly, and there are many green fruits hanging on them. Someone has planted a lot of vegetables in it. However, it was not these that caught Chen Mo's eyes at first, but the two figures that were previously revealed behind a window on the second floor of the small building. Chen Mo at first thought it was a secret whistle that hadn't been killed in other directions, but after a closer look, there were two middle-aged persons, a man and a woman. They looked like they did not look like the militants and the captured survivors are like couples living together. Together with the vegetables grown in the yard below, it is obvious that these are two outcasts living on the outskirts of Nissus. It just so happened that the gang of militants chose an abandoned mall that not far from them to hide. If it weren't for Chen Mo to eliminate them in time, these two people would be discovered by them sooner or later, and when the time comes will naturally not end well. Just now they were obviously startled by the gunshots in the mall, and then they ran to the window to observe. As long as they were not looking for it deliberately at such a distance, it was not easy to find the two people hiding behind the window. When Chen Mo looked over, the man instantly complexion greatly changed, and quickly took the woman to hide. Obviously he found Chen Mo's sight. After Chen Mo confirmed the identity of the two through the vegetables in the yard downstairs, he withdrew his gaze and continued to close the car door. Everything just happened for a moment. John Peston, who got into the car following Chen Mo, not at all noticed Chen Mo's abnormality, and continued the topic just now, turning his head to him said, "All you have is time, take your time." Chen Mo hearing this nodded, did not speak. Actually, in his heart, church soldiers are the best training targets. They have received formal military training, their battle strength is good, and they are all injected with Posian emotion inhibitors. Without emotion, not afraid of life and death, is the best combat object. It's just that. Now it's not when the time comes. Wait a moment. After the two got into the car started immediately, leaving behind the troops that were still cleaning the battlefield and drove back first. In the small building in the distance, the middle-aged man hugged his wife and hid behind the wall with a desperate face. That churchman found us?" the wife asked softly in his arms with a trembling voice. Middle-aged man hearing this lowered his head and looked towards his wife in his arms, gently nodded, and at the same time hugged her even harder. "My dear, it seems that we can't hide this time. The distance of 1,000 meters, even if they go downstairs to escape now, I'm afraid they will wait for them to open the door." A church car should have arrived. How could the two of them escape the capture of the powerful churchman? The wife didn't speak, she just lay quietly in the man's arms, touching the man's chest with her hands. Her nervous body gradually relaxed, as if she was in the arms of her husband. She was not afraid of anything. Now this chaotic world of cannibalism, they drag out an ignoble existence in this small building carefully every day, always beware of other abandoned people and militants. The one that came not long ago, the militants with nearly 100 people, even made them stare at the moment when they didn't even dare to sleep, for fear that they would find out that they would end up with a life worse than death. These years are extremely difficult, and the life of fear and fear all day has made them exhausted and bored. If they hadn't been accompanied by the other side, they would have lost the courage to live. They were also ready to die at any time, and now the day has finally come. After the initial panic, the two are quickly relieved. "I'm finally free," the two embraced quietly, enjoying the last tenderness. "My steel suit 331, my steel suit 331." The two embraced quietly, enjoying the last tenderness. But after a long time, they did not hear the sound of cars approaching or smashing doors or going upstairs. "Is it?" The middle-aged man quickly pushed away his wife in his arms, and again carefully poked his head out of the window, looking in the direction of the mall, only to find that the white car was gone. He moved his sight all the way to the door of the small building, but did not find the trace of the car either. Something seems to have been thought of. The middle-aged person hurriedly ran to the window on the other side of the room. This time he finally saw the car, but at this time, it was rapidly moving away in the direction it came from, towards the city of Libya in the center of Nazis. Watching the car drive away in a daze, he came back to his senses until his wife walked over and took his arm and leaned against him. "Didn't he see us just now?" the wife asked softly. Shook the head slowly, the man said affirmatively. "He must have seen it. I can feel that he obviously stopped when he closed the car door, and his gaze, although it is far away, I can feel him looking at me." My wife is hearing this with a face full of puzzlement. "Why is he?" The wife turned her head and looked towards outside the window. The white limousine in the distance drifted away and was finally caught in the distance, blocked by the ruins. It was never seen again. The husband shook the head, but there was a faint guess in his heart. But he couldn't believe this possibility. "Maybe I read it wrong." In the car, Chen Mo was also thinking about this pair of abandoned people. He can think of the hardships of the two people's lives over the years. To end all this, he must first overthrow the church's rule and restore this distorted society to normal, so that all post-war survivors can live a stable and free life. But this cannot be done overnight. Although Chen Mo can easily destroy the entire church with steel battle clothes, but then, the collapse of order will only bring greater chaos and disasters. In many cases, it is not just a person's power that can act willfully, The management of a country or city is even more so. However, Chen Mo has not stopped preparing. Although he spends most of his time fighting outside the city, honing the gun battle technique, the resistance organization in the city has not been idle for a moment. During this period, under Chen Mo's order, Jarvis has been trying his best to help the resistance organization find members, especially the government and military, which is the focus of development. In the past, the members of the resistance organization were low-level people who were oppressed by the church. They yearned for freedom and wanted to overthrow the brutal church rule. Previous members of the resistance organization in the government and the army can be counted on one's fingers. The highest status is just a chief in charge, a free reading room with no rights. But he still played a big role. It is with his cover that the underground base of the resistance organization can be successfully constructed and used. This shows the importance of government personnel. But for resistance organizations, the members they can develop are basically the same. Those real leaders are impossible to join the resistance organization. They themselves are the vested interests of the church's rule. How can they help? The resistance organization overthrew the foundation of its own rights. Chen Mo did not expect to be able to recruit government, military and church personnel with too high a status, and to absorb more small departments like chief in charge of the free reading room. Enough. With the help of Jarvis, the resistance organization in the government and the army expanded rapidly, and an invisible web was also rapidly unfolded in secret. When this shop is big enough, it can be closed. After the last time the large-scale armed gang was wiped out, Chen Mo did several more missions, but the targets were all small forces of a dozen or 20 people. Chen Mo didn't even bother to scream with the troops and John Peston. He drove one step ahead by himself, and after quickly killing all the targets, he returned to the city, leaving only a mess waiting for the troops to arrive slowly to deal with, search and destroy the illegal product. This evening, Chen Mo killed an armed group hidden near the city of Libya by himself. He was driving back into the city but received Jarvis' report. "Sir, 2 minutes ago, John Peston's wife was reported to have committed an emotional crime. Vice Chairman Dupin is going to send you to lead the team to arrest." Chen Mo hearing this, the plot in the movie could not help but emerge in his mind. John Peston's wife was arrested and cremated for emotional crimes, which was a major inducement for him to betray the church. And Dupin asked himself to arrest his partner's wife. He really regarded them as impersonal puppets. He could let him instruct at will. Thinking of this, Chen Mo's eyes couldn't help but cold. Soon, Chen Mo received an order from the church to rush to John Peston's residence and lead the team to arrest John Peston's wife. Chen Mo expressionless hung up the phone, drove unimpeded all the way through the gate of the giant wall, entered the city of Libya, drove along the road towards the center of the city, and soon reached John Pei downstairs at the stone house. The soldiers of the search team had been waiting for a long time. Chen Mo got out of the car with a face of indifference, and took the lead to walk towards John Peston's house. Other soldiers hurriedly followed. At the door of John Peston's house, 2 soldiers were already there. Seeing Chen Mo approaching, he quickly stood at attention and saluted. Chen Mo stood in front of John Peston's house and gently nodded towards the soldier leader on the side. 4 soldiers armed with rifles immediately stepped forward. At the moment when the hand raised by the leader fell, one of them slammed open the door, and the 4 rushed into the room with guns. "Don't move, don't move." After the 4 rushed into the room, they found that they were far from the door. Not far away, there happened to be a woman standing there holding her clothes with her back facing them, and John Peston, dressed in casual clothes, was standing closer to the room, nearly 10 meters away from them. The 4 of them yelled not to move, and pointed their guns at the 2 people in the room. 2 of them quickly stepped forward and caught the woman. When John Peston saw this, his original expression changed in an instant with a hint of softness, and he quickly rushed towards several people. "Stop! Stand still! Get down! Get down!" The other 2 hurriedly stopped. When they saw this, with their rifles in their hands, they all pointed to John Peston, who was rushing in, ready to shoot at any time. It is a pity that they are facing the church's strongest military force, Senior Churchman John Peston. Before they pulled the trigger, Peston rushed to the front. "My steel suit 332. My steel suit 332." John Peston quickly rushed to the front of a few people, grabbed the rifle of the first person and twisted it hard. He heard the soldier scream, and the rifle in his hand was the finger on the trigger was twisted by John Peston together for more than 90 degrees, and the finger made a rattling noise. Even if it was not broken, the injury was definitely serious. However, John Peston not at all stopped, holding the barrel of the rifle and pushing hard against the soldier's back. He only heard the sound of cud, the soldier's arm with the gun. Sheng Xing pinned him from the front to the back position, and was obviously beyond the range of movement of the arm of a normal person. The soldier followed up with a louder scream. Apparently his arm was broken by John Peston. Next, John Peston grasped the barrel of the hand and pulled forward forcefully. The soldier who had completely lost his battle strength was pulled forward and fell down. The rifle in his hand also completely fell into the hands of John Peston. Next moment, John Peston held the gun in both hands, slipped under his feet, and quickly came to another soldier who was pointing his rifle at him. The rifle in the opponent's hand shot and flew out, and the rifle in his hand penetrated through the gap in the opponent's helmet and pointed at the soldier's neck. "Don't shoot. This is legal entry." The soldier controlled by John Peston hurriedly shouted. "We have an arrest warrant to arrest your wife. She is accused of committing an emotional crime." John Peston was stunned and couldn't help putting down his rifle. Slowly turned around and looked towards his wife who was caught by two soldiers in disbelief. John Peston's wife looked towards him with a look of dismay, and suddenly broke free from the restraints of the two soldiers, rushed to John Peston and kissed his lips forcefully. "Catch her. Take her away now." Two soldiers hurriedly stepped forward and caught John Peston again. His wife dragged her out of the room. While being dragged away, John Peston's wife shouted at him with a full face, "Remember me." While John Peston stood there in a daze, there was some confusion and panic in his cold expression, and he kept calming and composed eyes also began to fluctuate violently with his heart. It seems that he felt something. John Peston suddenly turned his head and looked towards the direction he had just rushed over. At the end of the corridor, two small silhouettes were leaning against each other, quietly stand there looking at him. It is his son who is less than 10 years old and his daughter who is only 4 years old. They witness mother being taken away by soldiers, but they did not cry or make trouble, because like John Peston, they were injected with Bosian and their emotions were suppressed by medicine. Even if their relatives were arrested they can't feel pain when they go, but in there deep in one's heart, they can't keep calm as before. A special feeling is growing in the heart, even if the strong fluctuation is Bosian. Cannot be completely suppressed. While a family caring for each other and speechless, the mood is complicated and difficult to understand. Chen Mo's tall silhouette walked in from the door. He crouched down and picked up a neatly folded black churchman suit from the ground, which was dropped to the ground by John Peston's wife when she was caught. Chen Mo was holding his clothes with one hand, but his other hand stuck out a box-shaped syringe slightly larger than a cigarette box from the pocket of his clothes and handed him to John Pace. Pause. "I think you need this." John Peston looked down at the syringe in his hand, then looked up and looked towards Chen Mo in front of him. After a long time, he just reached out and took the syringe, but didn't directly take the medicine injection from the box, but put it directly into his pocket. In response to John Peston's cold eyes again, although he did not speak, Chen Mo could feel a kind of alienation. After all, he led the team to arrest his wife. Even if Bosian's suppression, he also impossible to have no grudge against him. But Chen Mo doesn't care about it. Seeing that John Peston took the syringe, he gently nodded towards him, turned and left here. This incident did not affect the affairs of the church. His wife had just been arrested and John Peston, who was facing cremation punishment, still needed to continue his mission. A few days later, Chen Mo and John Peston set off for a mission in the 5th district of Nissus, destroying a group of more than 30 contraband trafficking organizations. Sitting in the car, the two of them were speechless all the way. A faint sense of alienation lingered between the two, no longer the intimacy and familiarity of the past. John Peston's wife had been cremated yesterday, and John Peston, under the control of Bossian, participated in his wife's execution. However, since then, the two exchanges it was much less, and if it was unnecessary, John Peston remained cold and silent. Chen Mo didn't explain much about this. After arriving at the location, he got out of the car and rushed into the building. He fought dozens of militants in the building with double guns from his sleeves. Although John Peston entered the building behind Chen Mo, he did not at all go into battle with Chen Mo. Instead, he walked around the building by himself, passing by a wall. At that time, John Peston noticed that there was a row of bullet holes on it. He took off the gloves of the right hand, and while continuing to walk forward, he extended his arm to the right, using his fingers to gently pass the bullet holes and stroking on the wall, feeling different touches. The expression on his face looked as cold as before, but it seemed to be different. Stroked the wall and walked a few steps forward. Suddenly, John Peston's figure stopped, turned his head and looked towards the bullet hole under his finger. It seems to be because of the shooting angle, or some other factor. Unlike other bullet holes which are just a pit on the wall, the bullet hole under his hand directly penetrated the wall. A penetrating cavity was formed, and a beam of warm yellow light just shot out from this cavity, reflecting a warm color on his pale fingers. Retracting the right hand, John Peston curiously possessed his eyes and moved his eyes up, looking behind the wall through this hole. From this look, John Peston's heart couldn't help but jump. It turned out to be a secret room filled with various art, decorations and other prohibited items, but its different from the past was indifferent. But at this moment, John Peston was full of curiosity. So, instead of calling the soldiers directly to clean up and burn as usual, John Peston alone found the entrance to the secret room and walked in alone. My Steel Suit 333. My Steel Suit 333. This is a fully enclosed room of more than 20 square meters. Except for the secret door that I entered just now, there are no windows, just a variety of table lamps. It emits dim and soft rays of light, illuminating this small secret room. The all-around walls and the long row of tables in the middle are filled with all kinds of things, such as beautiful vases, old oil lamps, various decorations, and a pile of a stack of well-preserved books, although old and yellowed. The walls are also covered with exquisite oil paintings, and many posters and photos are posted in the gaps. There are still many oil paintings that cannot be hung on the ground against the wall. It seems this should be their contraband storage room. John Peston walked randomly along the wall, like a child who discovered the new world, fiddled with the various things on the table from time to time. When he walked to where when I was in front of the turntable, I couldn't help but stop, curiously picked up a vinyl record on it, and saw two lines written in the blank part of the middle. The Ninth Symphony. Ludwig van Beethoven. John Peston put the record back, fumbled for the stylus, and started the turntable. Black's record spun slowly, but not at all sound came out. John Peston didn't care about it anymore, and turned around and looked towards something else. He picked up a slab transparent crystal ball from one side of the table. Inside the crystal ball is a beautiful iron pagoda, and there are many white snowflakes covering the bottom of the iron pagoda. John Peston slowly rotated the crystal ball curiously, and the layer of snowflakes below flowed with his movements. When he rotated 180 degrees, all the snowflakes ran to the top of the tower, and then he quickly turned the crystal ball back, and the snowflakes on the top drifted down slowly. After it came down, it created a beautiful scene of iron pagoda in the snow. John Peston, who has never seen snow again since the war, couldn't help but be fascinated. Watching the snowflakes above the iron pagoda slowly fall, it seems that the scene in the crystal ball has changed, became real, and he himself was on the scene. Just as John Peston was fascinated by it, a loud and solemn sound of music suddenly sounded, making him instantly detached from the beauty of the crystal ball. This music. At first, John Peston only felt that this music brought a low and depressive atmosphere, but it gradually strengthened as he listened, began to become majestic and powerful, with an imposing manner like a mountain, full of tremendous shock and tragic colors. John Peston was completely attracted by the music. standing stupidly on the spot. All his mind was thrown into this magnificent music. In the repressive and sad music, he seemed to see countless people living under the rule of darkness, conservative and oppressed. Then, the music began to become passionate and tragic. Finally, there were warriors who were unwilling to oppress, rose up to resist, led the people to fight bravely in pursuit of freedom and equality, great and tragic. In the end, they broke the deep darkness that enveloped the world and ushered in the light. John Peston felt that his soul was deeply touched, and his mood was having ups and downs with the music. The sound that reached the soul made his body tremble slightly. Grasping the hand of the crystal ball was unconsciously sent away. The crystal ball was spinning and falling, and the snowflakes were flying freely in the iron pagoda all around. P_NG. The crystal ball fell to the ground and broke apart. The liquid inside flowed all over the floor, but John Peston didn't realize it. Still immerse yourself in the music, don't extricate yourself. This is a magnificent ode full of philosophical reason and heroism. Through this work, the author expresses the will of human beings to struggle for freedom, and firmly believes that this struggle will end in human victory. Mankind will surely gain joy, unity and friendship. Although he has never heard it before, he can clearly feel what the author wants to express from the music and is deeply moved by it. He felt that his whole person's spirit seemed to have been sublimated. Under the dim light, he seemed to see incomparable brightness and glory. In this exciting and magnificent music, John Peston just felt like he was in it too. 2 lines of tears could not help flowing down his cheeks, thinking of being caught by the church and burned to death his wife. John Peston's emotions were completely out of control, and she knelt on the ground, covering her face with her hands, crying. At this moment, a squeaking sound suddenly sounded, followed by a sound of footsteps from the secret door of the secret room, and moved towards his location. John Peston let go of his hands and saw a pair of black leather shoes stopped in front of him, and looked up. The familiar grey churchman suit, tall silhouette, and stern face. John Peston gave a wry smile. We didn't expect both of us to be planted in your hands. Do it. Go into the secret room. The person who saw his emotional breakdown was Chen Mo. After working with Chen Mo for so long, he knew his strength. John Peston could not be more clear. He has basically reached the senior churchman level. Even if he is slightly different, the gap is not something he can solve in a short time. Since Chen Mo has come here, he has obviously solved all the militants and started searching for contraband. The soldiers of the King and Suppression team should have also come in. As long as the gunfire, they will definitely be attracted. If in normal times, John Peston would naturally not be afraid of these soldiers, but if these soldiers intervened when he was fighting Chen Mo, it could pose a big threat to him. Furthermore, he is not in a fighting state at all when he is emotionally broken. He is not the opponent of Chen Mo who just wiped out a group of militants and just warmed up. Knowing that it is useless to resist, John Peston, who was immersed in grief, did not have the mind to make senseless struggles. He simply relaxed, bowed his head and knelt on the ground, waiting for Chen Mo to act. Chen Mo looked down at the tears on John Peston's face, did not do anything, but turned around and walked outside. Come with me somewhere tonight. Chen Mo's voice rang at the door, and when John Peston looked up, he found that Chen Mo had gone. After leaving, he closed the secret door of the secret room. What does this mean? John Peston slowly stood up from the ground, but his face was filled with puzzlement. Should he not grab himself like last time without the slightest hesitation, or just shoot himself on the spot? My Steel Suit 334. My Steel Suit 334. The duty of these churchmen is to eliminate emotional crime. They are the most loyal and sharp sword of the church. If they find that their partner has betrayed the church and become emotional prisoners, they will definitely without the slightest hesitation arrested the betrayers. If he was the previous one and discovered that Chen Mo possessed emotions, he would definitely arrest Chen Mo and hand it over to the church. If Chen Mo resisted, he would kill him directly. Up to now, after Chen Mo discovered that he was out of control, he only left a sentence and asked him to follow him to a place at night, and then left. This puzzled John Peston. After his emotions slowly calmed down, A possibility flashed through his mind. Is he also? Immediately, John Peston became entangled again. If it was really what he thought, then Chen Mo, who indirectly killed his wife, personally sent her into the incinerator. He can't be regarded as his enemy, and should even be regarded as a comrade in arms, which makes him a little unacceptable. But calm down and think about it carefully. Even if he is facing such a situation, there seems to be no other way other than arrest and cremation according to the requirements of the church. It is the church that really killed his wife. Chen Mo is just an executor who can't violate the orders of the church. Even he himself is not the same. Except for watching his wife being taken away and watching her being swallowed by flames, there is nothing he can do. Even under the suppression of Bozian, he couldn't even feel the pain. Until today, he completely got rid of the control of Bozian and fully awakened. Thinking about this, while John Peston blamed himself, his resistance to Chen Mo eased a lot, and at the same time he felt more sympathetic to the same illness. He was just like himself, unable to resist the church. His wife was only one of the thousands of victims under the dark rule of the church. To completely end all this, the church's dictatorship must be overthrown. However, as a senior churchman, John Peston knows nothing more about the strength of the church, and wants to overthrow the church. Easier said than done. Perhaps Chen Mo can give him an answer tonight. After finishing the mission that day, Chen Mo and John Peston seemed to have nothing happened, and returned to the city of Libya without saying a word. That night, Chen Mo personally drove up John Peston and rushed to the free reading room in District 48. At this time, no one is reading in there anymore. The whole corridor and the reading rooms on both sides are completely dark. All the lights have been turned off, and only one room at the end of the corridor is still. The lights were on, and the dim lights dragged the shadows of the two older people, and the entire corridor looked deep and quiet. John Peston was not afraid of this, but he still raised his spirits secretly. After all, his previous thoughts were only his guesses. He had to see it before he could be sure. Following Chen Mo, the two people walked all the way to the door of the lighted room. Chen Mo pushed open the door and walked in. John Peston got up to follow closely from behind and walked into the room, only to find that it was no different from other reading rooms. The podium in front, the tables below, and a huge bookshelf that fills the entire wall on the side. At this moment, there is only one middle-aged man in the room. After sitting on the podium, he looked down at the book and saw the two come in. First, he glanced at the churchman clothes on the two, and his eyes stopped at John Peston. After a while, I looked towards Chen Mo again and saw him gently nodded. Then he reached into his pocket, took out a remote control, and pressed it against the holding bookshelf on the side. The middle part of the bookshelf was then slowly separated to the two sides, exposing a secret room inside. Chen Mo did not greet John Peston. He walked in between the bookshelves. Seeing this scene, John Peston has basically verified his inference that Chen Mo is really a resistance organization. A member of. Except for the resistance organization, he couldn't think of any other forces that could build a secret room in this place. As for the church, they didn't need to do anything extra. Without hesitation, John Peston followed Chen Mo's steps and walked into the secret room, only to find that on the ground in front of the secret room, a new secret passage was slowly opening, leading to the underground. Seeing Chen Mo strode away, walked down the secret road, and was about to disappear in front of him, John Peston quickly followed along. Go down the stairway to the underground, turn around a corner, and a lively underground space appears in front of John Peston. Although there are not that many people in the daytime, there are still many people in there. The groups of 3 or 4 are discussing something together. The atmosphere is free and warm. John Peston turned his head and looked towards Chen Mo standing next to him. Chen Mo, who hasn't spoken to him since he met in the secret room in Nissus during the day, finally spoke. "Welcome to Underground World," Chen Mo said, with a smile on his stern face. John Peston, who had never seen Chen Mo smile, couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. But this also proved his guess that Chen Mo is really an emotional criminal too. "This is?" John Peston asked while looking at the environment and people here. "This is the underground base of the resistance organization." It was not Chen Mo who answered him, but Jurgen, who walked over. "Kevin James Churchman. I finally meet you." Jurgen came up, but not at all continued to talk to John Peston, and I greeted Chen Mo first. This is actually the first time Chen Mo has come to the underground base, but for his arrival, the senior leaders of the resistance organization have been looking forward to it for a long time. Chen Mo is the only one of their mysterious allies who knows exactly who they are. Before that, Jurgen personally arranged Jelopat to recommend Chen Mo to join the Jehovah Churchman reserve team. It wasn't until this moment that they met for the first time. Chen Mo moved towards Jurgen, nodded. "There is no extra polite, straight to the subject." "Have you arranged it?" Jurgen was not dissatisfied with Chen Mo's attitude. During this time, their mysterious allies have proven their terrifying power and position, and as the only ally member to show up, relying on his super talent, powerful strength and secret operation of the organization behind, in a short time, he was promoted from an ordinary soldier to the Grey Robe Churchman Chen Mo. Among their ally forces is definitely the existence of the core high level. Furthermore, according to Liu Opachi, it is estimated that it will not be long before Chen Mo will become a senior churchman. The horror of his ability is evident. My steel suit 335. My steel suit 335. Chen Mo is not only strong, but also amazing in his ability to develop members. A large number of members who have developed in the government and the military during this period are mostly from Chen Mo. Now, he has brought the senior churchman John Peston, plus Chen Mo. The organization recruited Liu Opat and Chen Mo, who was about to become a senior churchman. Their resistance organization had 3 senior churchmen. In the past, Jurgen couldn't even think of this. So in front of Chen Mo, Jurgen only has gratitude and respect. Hearing Chen Mo's question, Jurgen quickly nodded. "It's arranged, come with me." After Jurgen finished speaking, he turned around and led the 2 of them forward. Although John Peston didn't know what they were talking about, he still followed along. He was also very curious. Why did Chen Mo bring him here? It seems that it is not just asking him to join the resistance organization. Jurgen led the 2 of them through the underground space for a while, and came to a door of a room. Jurgen looked back at John Peston, smiled and pushed the door open. John Peston was seen as a bit unfathomable mystery by Jurgen. Seeing that both of them had already walked in, he quickly followed along. Entering the door, John Peston could not help being stared wide-eyed. His face was shocked. He saw a sofa facing the door, and a familiar silhouette was quietly sitting on it, looking at him with a smile. "Pat Churchman!" John Peston shouted out the other's name in surprise. It was his original partner, Jehovah's senior churchman. "Hello, Pat J. Peston, long time no see." After changing partners, both parties are busy with tasks, and they are really rarely encountered. The peerless genius Chen Mo that the church attaches great importance to is a member of the resistance organization, that's all. After all, he just joined the church not long ago. How could John Peston didn't expect to partner with him for so long? Liu Opat turned out to be a member of the resistance organization. It seems that the resistance organization that has been despised by the church is not as weak as they thought. Just as he was shocked by the strength of the resistance organization, Chen Mo's voice sounded again, interrupting his thoughts. "You can go back to the old days later. I think someone is more anxious to see you." "Is anyone else anxious to see themselves?" John Peston was full of puzzles hearing this, but before he could think about it, a silhouette suddenly rushed towards him. Suddenly noticed that someone was coming, John Peston became alert like a conditioned reflex, and quickly turned around. His muscles tense, ready to strike back at any time. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, he froze there all of a sudden, letting the other person rush over and plunge into his arms. Feeling the warmth from the soft body in his arms and the slender arms that hug his back tightly, as well as the damp coolness on his chest, John Peston, the tight body gradually relaxed, but his heart was more agitated, and the accumulated thoughts, guilt, self-blame and other emotions broke out completely. John Peston raised his hands and hugged the person in his arms tightly, for fear that she would disappear again when he let go. The woman snuggling in his arms at this moment is the one who committed an emotional crime and was arrested by Chen Mo personally. It was also he who watched the incinerator walk into the incinerator with his own eyes. She should have died. Wife, Vivienne, you are still alive. After a long time, it seemed that it was finally confirmed that this was not a dream, and John Peston looked down at his arms holding his wife who was crying silently, but there was a tremor in his voice. With his wife's narration and Jurgen's supplement, John Peston finally understood what happened. It turns out that the resistance organization was actually as weak as he knew it, and there were not many people in the government and the army. Until Chen Mo's mysterious organization appeared, with their assistance, their forces began to gradually develop in the army and government departments, and among them, the execution department in charge of the incineration process of emotional prisoners was more important. It is the top priority of their development. Although there are not many people in the incineration enforcement department, it is not a simple matter to recruit all of them into the resistance organization. However, after a long period of hard work, it is finally completed. Continued to develop step by step, and it will not take long to be able to fully control. And at this moment, his wife Vivienne was reported to have committed an emotional crime. After receiving the order, Chen Mo generally had to make false claims and lead the team to arrest. On the other hand, he took a huge risk to speed up the control progress of the incineration execution department, and finally finished before the execution. For the control of the entire department, the computer system is also controlled by the mysterious organization to which Chen Mo belongs. Vivian did walk into the incinerator when he was at the scene, but the turbine simply did not ignite. The observation window of the incineration cabin was equipped with a transparent screen. The scene of the cremation was actually completely fake. It was just a video frame. After the execution was over, Chen Mo would go out in person and look for opportunities to kill people. Secretly transferred away. Vivian herself didn't know it, until the execution was over for a long time, and when the hatch was opened again, she thought it was a malfunction, and the transparent display on the observation window became opaque when it started. So she didn't know it was acting. When she saw Chen Mo who had caught her personally again, she also glared at Chen Mo fiercely. It was not until Chen Mo was taken to the underground base that she completely understood. Views have also been completely reversed. Understanding the whole story, John Peston's gaze looked towards Chen Mo completely changed, with deep gratitude and guilt in his eyes. Fortunately, he used to blame Chen Mo in the heart before. Had it not been for Chen Mo, he would have lost his favorite person forever. While thanking Chen Mo, John Peston's hatred of the church has become stronger. What kind of emotional crime is simply destroying humanity, turning people into mindless slaves, willing to be oppressed by the church? And now he has awakened, as well as Ailuo Pat, Chen Mo and resistance to these like-minded partners. He must overthrow the church and put an end to all this distortion and confusion. Actually, the penetration of the incineration enforcement department is not at all as dangerous as Jurgen said, but he does not know many specific things, so it is indeed very dangerous in his opinion. Since Chen Mo cooperated with the resistance organization has expanded rapidly in the army and government departments. In addition to Jarvis and the resistance organization's full efforts to observe, screen, and absorb, Chen Mo also made a lot of effort. My Steel Suit 336. My Steel Suit 336. Relying on Jarvis to find out the emotional prisoners hidden in the military and government departments is too limited and too passive. Chen Mo simply asked Jarvis to monitor the relevant personnel of the two major departments, analyze and judge the probability of joining the resistance organization after restoring emotions. For those who meet the conditions, Chen Mo will take the initiative and use the help of the space power to quietly replace the Bosian potions on them. They are replaced with similar appearances but different ingredients, and they do not have restraint. The ineffective reagent of effective effect allows them to restore emotion. Most people, after experiencing the numb and monotonous life of walking corpse, suddenly regain their emotions and normal thinking. They will not take the initiative to continue injecting Bosien, even if they know the fate of the emotional crime. Among the risks, they are still unwilling to return to the previous numb puppet state. Jarvis and the Resistance Organization only need to observe for a period of time to confirm that they are reliable, and then the Resistance Organization personnel can come forward and bring them under their command. Relying on this trick, under the three-party cooperation of Jarvis, the Resistance Organization and Chen Mo, there are more and more government and military personnel within the Resistance Organization, and an invisible network is also in Chen Mo's. It expanded rapidly under secret manipulation, and now it's almost time to close the net. In fact, John Beston was only able to restore his emotions and normal thinking under the intervention of Chen Mo. In the movie, after John Beston's wife was sparked, he also not at all awakened, but just planted a seed in the heart, until 4 years later, he killed him for many years. Partner Ilu Opat met Marie Obelayan, and experienced some coincidences, which really got rid of the control of Bosien and returned to normal thinking. In other words, he shouldn't have awakened this time, but with Chen Mo's participation, it was different. Although Beston, who has been injecting Bosien, has been suppressed in his own emotions, it can be seen from Chen Mo's reaction when he led someone to arrest his wife. Even if there is medicine suppression, his wife, he still has a certain feeling, although this feeling has become less intense under the suppression of medicine. With years of brainwashing, he chose to compromise under the order of the church. He watched his wife be cremated without resistance, and seemed to be painless, but the fluctuations in his eyes were still exposed. His inner struggle was lost. Medicine's suppression of emotions is not absolutely strong. Strong stimulation will still cause inner fluctuations, but it will become weaker and weaker under the suppression of medicine. Just continue to use Bosien. As time goes by, this fluctuation will gradually calm down, once again completely suppressed by medicine, and return to the original numb state. What Chen Mo has to do is to cut off this suppression while the current fluctuations are at its peak, and let his emotions burst out completely. Once a person who has lost his emotions feels the strong, rich, beautiful and hot emotions again, he will not be willing to return to that kind of emotionless, cold and numb life. When Chen Mo captured Vivian at his house that day, when he took out John Beston's Bosien syringe, he secretly replaced it with a copycat version in the space. In fact, it is not completely fake. In order to prevent him from regaining his emotions before Vivian's execution, he impulsively broke his plan. Chen Mo calculated the dosage and only replaced the last potion. Let him recover his emotions after the execution. The whole thing went very smoothly. Now, everyone in Chen Mo's plan is here. There are a total of 6 black-clothed senior churchmen in the church. Now 2 of them have joined them, plus the most common gray-clothed churchman. The strong Chen Mo actually has the strength of a senior churchman, not even weaker than John Beston. The power of the 3 people gathered together is already very strong, coupled with the large number of manpower in the government and the army. The time is ripe to close the net. What happened in the room of the underground base that night, and what was discussed, no one knows except a few people present. It was only second day, but there were many on the table of Vice Chairman Du Peng. Made a report. Vice Chairman Du Peng, as well as the senior leaders of the church, value Chen Mo, the most gifted super genius in the history of the church. After Chen Mo became the Grey Robe churchman, Chen Mo and senior churchman were arranged the strongest John Beston partner. In addition to asking John Beston to help guide Chen Mo, also has the meaning of investigating. John Beston needs to report Chen Mo to DuPont regularly. On this day, DuPont received the report from John Beston again. In previous reports, John Beston has mentioned that Chen Mo's strength has improved rapidly and may soon reach the senior churchman level. So when I opened this document, Du Peng couldn't help but look forward to it. Can the peerless genius of this church achieve the strength of an advanced churchman in such a short period of time? Today's report is longer than before. Du Peng couldn't help reading it carefully. The more he looked down, Du Peng's eyes became brighter. It turned out that John Peston said in the report that in just a few days after the last report, Chen Mo's strength has once again been greatly improved. Not only has reached the advanced level, the churchman level, and has surpassed him, has become the most powerhouse of all the Lord Churchmen. Furthermore, since Chen Mo officially became the Grey Robe Churchman, he has killed thousands of armed emotional prisoners, which is considered to be outstanding. Du Peng is very satisfied with this, and the church has since added another ultimate weapon. Their rule has become more stable. Putting down the report, the happy Du Pengtang ordered Chen Mo to be summoned. In Du Peng's majestic huge office, Chen Mo met the big villain boss in this movie. This is also the first time the two met. In the movie, he took over the church after the death of the Pope and became the supreme ruler of Libya. Even now, DuPont is just under one person. The Pope does not usually deal with specific administrative affairs, and all matters are handed over to DuPont, so he is already the de facto controller of the entire Libya at this time, and the highest military force of the church, the Lord Churchman, is also he is completely in his control, and all churchman recruitment, promotion and actions are under his control. Passing through two solid wood doors that are 4 meters high, Chen Mo walked into the most powerful place in Libya. This is a huge space with 5 meters high. All around between the walls of ash gray stood tall black columns. 12 soldiers wearing black leather trench coats and fully enclosed helmets were standing against the wall with guns, looking solemn. My steel suit 337. My steel suit 337. In this huge square space, there is only a large desk and a solid wood chair with a tall and heavy back of the chair behind. A burly, square-faced middle-aged man is sitting in this chair, looking deeply at Chen Mo, who walks in. He is the actual controller of Libya, Vice Chairman Du Pennsylvania. Behind him is a huge T-shaped cavity that occupies the entire wall. Through the cavity in the middle, you can clearly see the Libyan city with tall buildings standing in great numbers outside. This office is located on the upper floors of the church building, the tallest building in Libya. From here, you can overlook the entire Libya, and even the Nissus in the distance is taking in the entire scene. At the time of the sunset, the golden sunlight casts a golden layer on the whole city, which is very magnificent. Sunlight shines in from this T-shaped hole, adding some brightness to this slightly dark space. The golden beam shot from behind Du Peng, enveloping him, adding a sacred majesty. Looking at Du Peng with a solemn face behind the desk in front of him, Chen Mo calmly sensed his state. Sure enough, a sneer appeared in Chen Mo's heart. The Speaker of the Church and Vice Chairman of Libya, Du Peng, is also an emotional prisoner. This is actually not appropriate. Libya's law is not that everyone is equal. As the supreme ruler of Libya, the Pope and members of Parliament are not subject to the law. The Pope's words are the law. War has been brought, so having feelings becomes a crime, and if members of Parliament break the law, only the Pope has the right to sanction them. So the so-called emotional crime is not at all binding for the top rulers of the church. Emotional crime itself is just a way they came up with an extinction of humanity and elimination of resistance in order to stabilize their rule. Naturally, they themselves don't need to be like the commoners and the ruled to have no joy, anger, sorrow and joy. Puppets. They usually pretend to treat the lower-level personnel equally and without feelings, but in fact they are acting like politicians. They are not supervised by aloof and remote, and no one can punish them. People who find out, just kill it directly, and maintain the image of the outside world. Thank you for coming, Churchman. I think you know who I am. Du Peng sat on the spacious solid wood chair behind the desk, and looked at Chen majestically. Mo said, "Yes, sir." Chen Mo's face was cold and serious, and his voice replied, "You are the Vice Chairman Du Peng, the third president of the Jehovah Church, and the Pope's spokesperson." Du Peng, hearing this, has no response. His majestic eyes are always on Chen Mo. Watched his reaction carefully on his face. "Frankly speaking, Churchman, someone told me that you are really overkill. As long as someone triggers emotions, you can find out." Almost immediately, staring into Chen Mo's eyes, Du Peng slowly said, "And since you became an official churchman, You have killed more than 1,000 emotional criminals. My record is excellent, sir. Chen Mo's eyes are as calm as water, and his face is always calm and composed. There is neither joy nor anxiety. Like all people who inject Bosian, there is no emotional fluctuation. It seems that 1,000 people are just a number in his eyes, without any psychological burden. Seeing Chen Mo's reaction, Du Peng was satisfied and nodded. This meeting did not last at all for too long. I encouraged Chen Mo to express the importance of the Pope and the Church to Chen Mo, and continued to carefully observe Chen Mo's reaction to confirm Chen Mo after being a steadfast fighter with a firm belief and loyalty to the Pope and the Church. Du Peng satisfactorily let Chen Mo go down, ready to accept the strength test of the Church. After many days of frantic battles, Chen Mo's gun battle technique at this time has surpassed John Beston, passing the advanced churchman test naturally without any problems. After the strength test verified that Chen Mo's strength has indeed reached the senior churchman level, and the accumulated achievements also meet the requirements for promotion to senior churchman, Du Pengdong even signed an order to promote Chen Mo to senior churchman. For many years, the Church's highest high-end military force has only had 6 senior churchmen. Today, the 7th is finally born. It is also the fastest promoted senior churchman since the creation of Jehovah's Churchmen. When he left the church building that day, Chen Mo's churchman dress was replaced by a black senior churchman robe. Although the style is the same, it is more powerful and handsome than the original gray system. The most important thing is the higher rights and status symbolized. Be aware that, except for the original church veterans, the new council members are all added from the senior churchmen. In the current council, 2 people were promoted from the original senior churchman after a vacancy in the council. Therefore, the senior churchman is not only the highest law enforcer under the parliament, but also the only way to promote the real leader. After all, only when the parliament goes up can we truly be regarded as the ruler of Libya and can ignore the existence of the law. When Chen Mo walked out of the church building in a black senior churchman suit, he happened to be seen by Brandt, who had just returned with Ai Luo Part. Looking at the black churchman clothes on Chen Mo, Brandt's eyes widened, his face even more stunned. How could! He has become a senior churchman. How is this possible? With his eyes fixed on Chen Mo's senior churchman suit for his yearn for something even in dreams, Brandt's jealousy and unwillingness burned like flames, constantly burning him heart. That should be mine. Why give it to him? Isn't it just killing more trivial and emotional criminals? I am not willing to. Just as Brandt was burning with jealousy, Ai Luo Patje suddenly said, "Don't look at it. We can't compare with peerless genius like him." Brandt was awakened by the voice of Ai Luo Patje, and quickly adjusted his expression, so as not to be discovered his abnormality. But then, he seemed to have discovered something suddenly, and he turned his head abruptly and looked towards Ai Luo Patje. The tone of his speech just now seemed to be low. Patje not at all noticed Brandt's abnormality, and when he saw him turning around, he turned his head and continued to walk into the building. Brandt followed behind Elopat, carefully thinking about the tone of his speech, while scanning his body back and forth with his eyes. Suddenly, Brandt's eyes stopped and he stayed in the waist pocket of Ai Luo Patje's uniform. As Patje walked, the opening of the pocket was light from time to time. It opened, and there seemed to be something inside. My steel suit 338. My steel suit 338. Brandt quickly fixed his eyes. When the pocket opened again, Brandt finally saw what was inside. It turned out to be a book that has been classified as a contraband by the church. It must have been searched in the mission just now. The contraband found in these missions should be destroyed on the spot or handed over to the exhibit team, but he put it in his pocket without permission. Combined with the tone of his speech just now, Brandt had an amazing inference in his mind. Senior churchman Elopat J turned out to be an emotional criminal. But despite the shock, Brandt couldn't help but feel happy. I found an emotional prisoner hidden in the top of the church. This credit is much greater than killing 1,000 ordinary emotional prisoners. With this credit, he can definitely become a senior churchman. Thinking about this, Brandt's heart was suddenly excited, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but a smug smile evoked. "Aielopatche churchman, let you be my entrance ladder!" Although Brant was excited, he didn't show it. He waited until the task was handed in and confirmed that Elopat had not handed over the book to the exhibit office before he was separated, going to the office of Vice Chairman Dupeng alone. Originally, a low-level churchman like Brant was not qualified to request an interview with Dupeng, but I heard that it was related to important issues within the church to report. Dupeng still met him. After meeting, Brant directly reported his findings to Vice Chairman Du Pennsylvania. Dupeng's complexion can't help but change. If it's really like Brant said, Senior Churchman Aielopatche is an emotional prisoner, then the matter is serious. This shows that they had always despised the resistance organization that was considered to be the disease of ringworm on scabies, which had reached the top of the church, instead of what they had always thought before was just the powerless resistance of a group of low-level civilians. Although Aielopatche is a senior churchman, as long as someone reports a report, he must be searched in accordance with the regulations, and the meaning behind this incident is even more unusual, so Dupendang even ordered. Led by Brant, the house of Aielopatche was searched. Brant seemed calm on the surface, but happily exited DuPont's office, and mobilized high-spirited and vigorous staff to rush towards the house of Aielopatche. After Brant left, DuPont thought for a while, and ordered Chen Mo and John Peston, who had already returned home, to immediately rush to the door of Aielopatche's house and wait for Brant. After the special led a large group of troops arrived, they searched the house of Aielopatche together. After all, Aielopatche is a senior churchman with extremely powerful battle strength. Brant alone may not be able to suppress him with an ordinary churchman and dozens of ordinary soldiers. When Brant was proud to lead his team to the downstairs of Aielopatche's house, he saw Chen Mo and John Peston, who had been waiting for a long time, which made his face look it was gloomy in an instant. Especially Chen Mo. The black churchman clothes on his body made Brant's jealous fire burned again. "Obviously, I found the credit, why should I give it to him?" Brant is confident that his strength is not weaker than the senior churchman. What he lacks is only opportunity and merit. He originally thought that even if Aielopatche wanted to be obediently surrender, he would also find a way to force him to shoot so that he can be killed himself. The credit has been confirmed, and he has proved his strength. Aielopatche has just been arranged by the church for a marriage. Having a wife is a good bargaining chip. He can directly accuse her of emotional crimes and attack her. Aielopatche resisted with a brilliant hand. He originally planned well, but when he saw Chen Mo and John Peston waiting downstairs, he knew his plan was impossible. These two people were obviously sent by Vice Chairman Dupeng. They were not at ease about his strength, but also worried that he would be messed up. After all, the previous report was just his side. But he sent two senior churchmen above him all at once, so how can he lead the team as a grey-robe churchman? This is obviously to deprive the command of the operation. All kinds of thoughts flashed quickly in his mind. In front of Chen Mo and the soldiers, Brant tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart, pretending to be nonchalant and leading the team forward. "Peston churchman, James churchman, why are you here?" John Peston did not speak, but Chen Mo glanced at him and said in a cold voice, "Vice Chairman Dupeng is afraid that you may not be able to handle it. Let us come and assist. Now that you are here, then act." Chen Mo's tone is calm, but he listens. Brant was furious, and he said nicely to assist, but the appearance of you directly taking over the operation command, it seemed like assisting. The title of team leader he finally won has not been covered, and he has to hand it over, which makes Brant hate it in his heart. Brant was very dissatisfied with DuPont's order to let Chen Mo and John Peston intervene. However, he had to give others the credit for his hard work. But for DuPont's he had to obey the order. After all, he was a whistleblower, and he personally participated in the arrest. In the end, he captured Aielopatche, which is also his greatest contribution, but he wanted to force him to resist and kill him. However, the plan was aborted. Trying to control his emotions, Brand lowered his head and gritted his teeth and followed Chen Mo to the door of Iluo Patji's house. Seeing Chen Mo standing side by side at the door but making no sign, Brand had to tell the soldiers to come forward and hit the door. Although he was all ordering, it was not the same as he led the team. Now, as the lowest level existence among the three churchmen, he spoke to command the soldiers. It's like the difference between driving by yourself and driving others. I didn't see the two senior churchmen standing there, looking steadily forward, without saying a word, just master the overall situation. Brand is working hard to suppress his inner anger. You are waiting. After this time, I will definitely become a senior churchman, and you must not fall into my hands like Yellow Patji. Not to mention how Brand was secretly stunned. With a peng sound, the door was knocked open by the soldiers, and a dozen fully armed soldiers rushed in. Don't move. Stay where you are. After a period of noisy chaos, the room is restored calm. Chen Mo and John Peston walked in calmly just one after the other. Brand watched the two men's majestic appearance, gritted their teeth and followed in. My steel suit 339. My steel suit 339. In the room, more than a dozen soldiers were forming a fan, and pointed their guns at the two sitting on the sofa in the living room. When the three came forward, several soldiers held their guns, moved to the side to make room for the three of them. However, the room is very crowded with more than a dozen people, so the space to get away is limited. Chen Mo stepped forward, and Dama Jindao stopped there, simply leaving no place for Brand. Faced with two senior churchmen who were level 1 higher than him, Brand had to stand silently behind them, but his fist behind him was clenched fiercely and low. The look in Chui's eyes was full of hatred. Brand's small movements can't be concealed from the keen Chen Mo. Even if his back is facing him, Chen Mo can clearly feel his every move, but Chen Mo is not in the mood to consider his feelings. Glanced at the Pope's speech that was being broadcast on TV, Chen Mo turned his head and looked towards Ailo Patja sitting on the sofa, coldly said expressionlessly, Pat Churchman, Brand reported your possession of contraband. According to the regulations, we are now conducting a search of your residence. Please cooperate. Pat was sitting on the sofa, hearing this turned his eyes, passed through the gap between Chen Mo and John Peston, looked towards Brand behind. Brand did not flinch to meet his gaze, but beyond his expectation, Ailo Patji looked towards his gaze is not at all anger or hatred. On the contrary, it is so plain that there does not seem to be any emotion in it. This is completely different from what Brand imagined. It stands to reason that he was exposed to the crime by himself, and he should hate himself very much. How could he not react at all, as if he had no emotion? No emotion? Brand couldn't help but be surprised. A faintly bad premonition was born in his heart. But Chen Mo didn't care what he thought, so he waved his hand and ordered a group of soldiers to start the search. The space in the room is limited. Chen Mo not at all let dozens of soldiers on guard outside come in. There are more than a dozen soldiers in the room is enough. There are two senior churchmen of them here. Don't worry about Ailo Patji resisting. A dozen soldiers immediately put away their weapons, entered each room separately, and searched them carefully. Brand wanted to go inside and search himself because of his anxiety, but he just raised his foot and was stopped by Chen Mo before he even stepped out. Brand Churchman, you don't have to go personally. Brand was unwilling to stop like this and retorted with a serious face. I am worried that they will omit something, or I. Just before he finishes, Chen Mo interrupted him directly. Brand Churchman, as a whistleblower, you should avoid suspicion. Chen Mo's voice was cold and he used the tone of his superior to scold him, and then turned his head to John Peston said, Peston Churchman, since Brand Churchman is not at ease, please trouble you to search it yourself. John Peston hearing this lightly nodded, don't even see glancing at Brand. He turned and walked towards the room inside. As the most powerful house among Jehovah's churchmen, John Peston's observation ability and intuition are both cream of the crop, and the mission record of until now is also the best, so Brand did not. The method continued to insist on the search by himself. But the uneasy feeling in his heart has become stronger, but he can't tell where the problem is. While anxiously waited, the search was quickly over, but the result was nothing. Impossible. Let me search it again. Brand couldn't accept this result. He saw Elopatcha bring out a book at the church building. He was originally excited, and he was looking forward to taking this opportunity to make a big contribution and being promoted to the senior churchman. At this time, he suddenly heard that nothing was found, and Brand couldn't help but raised his doubts in disbelief. Just after he finished speaking, the scene fell silent for an instant. Everyone in the room, including Chen Mo and John Peston standing in front of him, and Ai sitting on the sofa, Lupat and Mary Obalayan, and all around the soldiers who had been searched, all turned their eyes on him. John Peston has already searched it himself. As a whistleblower, he should have avoided suspicion, but he insisted on searching by himself. This in itself is very abnormal, and his response just now did not seem to be a use. The state of Bossian is like an emotional criminal. What's the matter? Brand not at all noticed his anomaly. Seeing everyone looked towards him, he asked with some unknowns. Chen Mo looked at him with cold eyes and walked to him. Brand Churchman, I now suspect that you have feelings. Please stand still and cooperate with the inspection. What? How could I? Brand looked incredulous and couldn't help raising his hand to explain. Who knew that as soon as he raised his hand, more than a dozen soldiers swiftly pointed their rifles at him, and John Peston instantly slipped out of his cuff with 2 classrooms. The special pistol pointed the muzzle at his vital point. The sweat on Brand's head was swept away, and he was pointed at by more than a dozen rifles and 2 high-level churchman guns. He didn't dare to move any more. His hands froze in the air. He didn't dare to continue to lift up, nor did he dare to put it down casually, just like that, diagonally in the air. Yes. Is there something wrong? Chen Mo ignored him and walked in front of him and pressed his hands on his system. On the side pockets. The touch between his waist and abdomen tells Brand that there is nothing in his pocket, but he finds that Chen Mo's expression in front of him changes suddenly. When he feels wrong, Chen Mo has stretched out 2 fingers were inserted into his pocket. Before Brand could react, next moment, Chen Mo's fingers had been pulled out, and between his 2 fingers, there was a palm-sized book! Brand Churchman, you have been arrested. Chen Mo and John in the office of Vice Chairman DuPont in the church building. Peston and Elopatcha stood together at DuPont's desk, while Brand, in handcuffs, was held by 2 soldiers and stood aside. James Churchman, what's going on? Dupeng sat behind a large desk and looked at Brand, who was handcuffed, solemnly asked. Sir, we searched Patch A. Churchman's residence according to your order, not at all found any contraband. Chen Mo, tall, great cultivator, long body, standing straight in front of Dupeng. There was no trace of emotion on his stern face. Brand Churchman's behavior was a bit abnormal during this period. My steel suit 340. My steel suit 340. He did not hesitate to avoid suspicion and wanted to personally participate in the search as the whistleblower. When Dupeng heard this, he also reacted. He first arranged Rand's decision to lead the search was a bit insecure. Fortunately, he later ordered Chen Mo and John Peston to assist him because he was worried about Brand's lack of strength. And when Peston Churchman personally searched, but no contraband was found, Brand Churchman's reaction became stronger, and I felt anger in him. Later, when I searched him, I found this from him. Chen Mo said, took out a book from his pocket and put it a few steps forward. I arrived in front of Dupeng. Dupeng lowered his head and glanced at the cover of the book. Not at all reached out to take it, but took a deep look at Brand, who was held by the 2 soldiers. The chill in his eyes made Cloth Rand couldn't help but feel cold. Just when he wanted to explain, Dupeng directly looked away, looked towards Chen Mo and solemnly asked, James Churchman, what do you think about this? Chen Mo drove mastery from his head, and then said slowly with a cold face, I asked the soldiers who were on a mission with Patch A. Churchman today. According to them, Patch A. Churchman never left them alone today, and they did not find him in contact. Over contraband. Brand Churchman was not in their sight for a while. Just as Brand was about to argue, he was interrupted by Dupeng's majestic look. James Churchman, please continue. Chen Mo nodded, continued. Brant Churchman reported that Part Churchman contained contraband books, but this book was found on his body, and he was connected to the anomaly that he always wanted to personally participate in the search. During the search, as a result, I suspect that Brant Churchman had deliberately falsely accused Pat J. Churchman before, and wanted to take the opportunity to put the book in Pat J. Churchman's home when he led the team to search, to plant and frame. It's just that he didn't expect that, sir. You also arranged for me and Preston Churchman to participate in the search, and did not give him the opportunity to frame Pat J. Churchman. Brant couldn't care about the others anymore and quickly argued. Sir, he is lying. He put the book in my pocket. They are all in the same group. Dupeng did not stop Brant this time speaking. After he finished speaking, he looked towards Chen Mo and John Preston beside him seriously, obviously to listen to their explanation. This time Chen Mo did not speak, but John Preston said, Sir, we were all on the scene when James Churchman was searching the body. He just took out the book with 2 fingers. His palm and wrist were exposed. It was impossible to use hidden spear technique to take out the book from the cuff and put it into Brant's pocket without reaching into his pocket. Except for Pat J. Churchman and I. The soldiers present also saw it with their own eyes and can testify. Dupeng, hearing this, nodded. He still believed what John Preston said. Dupeng himself is also proficient in gun battle technique. Naturally, he knows that spear hidden technique can indeed hide the book in the cuff, but in front of so many people, it is impossible to take it out silently without being it was discovered, so Brant's words were only regarded as a random denial of the imminent death. Brant saw that DuPont had obviously accepted John Preston's statement, and he was anxious, but it was true. Chen Mo was in full view at the time and did not have the opportunity to pop the book from his cuff. He has his pocket, but he can be sure that there is nothing in his pocket when Chen Mo first presses it up. He doesn't know how Chen Mo put the book in. Is it possible that is magic? Does Dupeng believe it? Just when Brant couldn't argue, Chen Mo turned to him, said solemnly, Brant Churchman said just now that we are all in the same group, and I agree with it. Brant was overjoyed. Is he going to admit it? Yes, we are all loyal churchmen of the Church of Jehovah, devout followers of the Pope, but you, Brant, are not in the same camp with us. Chen Mo's voice. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a core member of the resistance organization, right? Your purpose of doing this is to disintegrate the Churchman team from within. What is your next conspiracy? Exclamation mark. Dupeng was hearing this, eyes shrank, but Brant changed color suddenly and shouted excitedly, You are spitting blood. I think you are the one from the resistance group. Brant's reaction can be seen by Dupeng frowning secretly, without using emotional monitoring. He can conclude that Brant is undoubtedly an emotional criminal. Sir, it seems that we have all underestimated the strength of the resistance organization. I don't know to what extent the church, government, and army have been penetrated by them. Dupeng, hearing this, face also became more serious. I apply to have an emotional test on all churchmen immediately, and at the same time conduct a thorough search of the residents. First, eliminate hidden dangers within the churchman team, in order to deal with changes that may come at any time. Let's start with a few of us. Through the observation just now, Dupeng can already determine the identity of Brant's emotional criminal. It is an indisputable fact that he wants to frame Pat J. And to say that he didn't have any ulterior motives for doing all this, Dupeng himself didn't believe it. In my mind, he has labeled Brant a resistance organization, and he also agrees with Chen Mo's inference. Judging from the current signs, this is obviously a conspiracy of the resistance organization. They want to use Brant, the inner ghost, to disintegrate the church's strongest military force against emotional prisoners and resistance organizations. The Lord Churchman, and behind this, there must be a bigger conspiracy brewing. Thinking of this, Dupeng couldn't sit still. In the past, they thought that the resistance organization was just a group of mobs. It was just a disease of scabies for a strong church, and it was not too taking seriously. But what Brant's exposure showed was resistance. The true strength of the organization made Dupeng secretly surprised. They even reached into the churchman department, the most important part of the church. If Chen Mo hadn't discovered it early, They might have framed all the churchmen to death one by one, and even carried out a sneak attack during the mission, assassinate, and then take advantage of the vacuum period when the church leaders lose the highest military force to mobilize all their hidden forces and give the church a fatal blow. Du Peng didn't know to what extent they had penetrated the church, government, and army, but Brandt, who had entered the churchman team, knew that their strength was definitely not weak, and they suddenly launched. Even if they cannot completely shake the rule of the church, it will cause them a lot of trouble. My Steel Suit 341. My Steel Suit 341. At this time, I heard Chen Mo voluntarily asked the churchman organization to conduct an emotional test and search first to eliminate internal risks. Du Peng deeply agreed. Because of being a member of Brandt, the strongest military force in the church, Jehovah's Churchman has become less reliable. A thorough investigation of all churchmen can eliminate the hidden dangers. When the time comes, relying on the strongest backing of churchmen, the hidden dangers in the government and the army can be eliminated one by one. Of course, Du Peng believes that even if the resistance organization develops manpower in the church, government, and army, the number will definitely not be too much. It is even more likely that Brandt is the only one in churchmen. The church's various tests are very tightly monitored, and no effort is spared to crack down on emotional prisoners. The churchman organization is more stringent. It is not easy to have Brandt as an emotional prisoner. No matter how powerful the resistance organization is, it is impossible to develop too many people in the church, government, and army under the church's repressive rule and strict supervision. So DuPont is more worried that the resistance organization will cause too much damage and loss to Libya and the church through these insiders. Just like Brandt framed Delopart, he admitted he underestimated the resistance organization, but he was not worried that they would overthrow the rule of the church. In front of a powerful church, the resistance organization has only escalated from a mob without threat to a dangerous element that may cause greater damage, but nothing more. Anyway, since the threat of the resistance organization is discovered, it must act as soon as possible to eliminate this threat as quickly as possible and minimize the damage. Immediately, Chen Mo directly ordered an emotional test on Brandt, Chen Mo, John Peston, and Delopatcher on the spot, and at the same time sent soldiers to investigate all but those who had just been searched. A thorough search was conducted on the residences of 3 other people besides Ilu Opat. All churchmen's residences are in the very center of Libya, not far from the church building. So while the emotional tests were conducted by a few people, several search teams have also rushed to the residences of a few people and started a detailed search was conducted. Brandt was not accidentally detected as having emotion by the emotion detector, and Chen Mo and the 3 were all normal and passed the test smoothly. Du Peng, who personally witnessed the entire testing process, was not surprised by the result. If there were emotional offenders even among the senior churchmen, then their church would have been dead. How could it be possible to rule Libya firmly? For many years, although I firmly believe that no more Jehovah churchmen will betray the church, after Brandt was found to have emotions, Du Peng was still a little nervous in his heart, until Chen Mo and the 3 after passing the test, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After the 4 people have been monitored one after another, the other side has searched their residence and the search has also been over. Du Peng listened to the report of the people below, and then looked towards Brandt. His eyes were full of coldness. The killing intent. Chen Mo naturally has no problems, but Brandt's home has found a large number of contraband, and even some confidential documents that only churchmen can access. The organizational structure of government departments, and personnel, the composition and detailed addresses of related personnel, military patrol routes, time, deployment plans, etc. Brandt wanted to continue struggling, and pointed out loudly that these all are Chen Mo were framing him. But how could Du Peng believe him anymore and didn't listen, so he waved his hand to let the soldiers drag him out. Sent directly to incineration. Brandt, hearing this, complexion greatly changed. He shouted desperately, "I was wronged. They are the people of the resistance group. This is a conspiracy. You caught the wrong person." Regardless of Brant's desperate struggle and shouting, 2 soldiers dragged him out one by one. Du Peng's office. As the 2 tall and heavy doors slowly closed, Brant's voice was completely cut off, and the office was completely quiet. "You now immediately take someone to search the homes of the other 4 senior churchmen, and bring them to the church to undergo an emotional test. Only those who have eliminated all senior churchmen first, only when they are suspected can they be safely used to clear the rebellion of other departments. The strength of 7 high-level churchmen is enough to suppress all low-level churchmen. Ordinary soldiers can only be slaughtered in front of them." "Yes, sir." The 3 Chen Mo led away neatly, and Du Peng then ordered all members of the church to be convened for a council meeting. The forces of the resistance organization have penetrated into Jehovah's Churchmen, and certainly in the government and troops. A thorough cleansing of the entire church, government, and army must be carried out. However, such a large operation is necessary. It has been approved by Parliament. The Church Council, including DuPont, has a total of 12 members. They are also the highest leader in Libya except the Pope. This is not the time when Du Peng is in power after the death of the Pope in the movie. Many major events cannot be decided by Du Peng alone. As the top of the church, the spiritual leader of Libya under the Pope is the highest the power department. This large-scale purge involving the church, government, and military must be approved by the Parliament before it can be implemented. Moreover, the 12 congressmen are responsible for government, military, and church-related affairs. This great purge also needs their cooperation and assistance. After the arrangement, Du Peng did not rush to the church council hall, but sat in a chair thinking about the cleaning operation. The 12 members are in charge of different departments. Not all of them work in the church building. Moreover, it is estimated that most of them have already returned home at this time. Although they are all in the city center, it will take some time to get there. On the other side, Chen Mo and the 3 of them looked at Brant's struggling and roaring back, who was forcibly sent to the incineration chamber by 2 soldiers for cremation. They looked at each other and looked inexplicable and intriguing, but there was no expression. How did Brant at this time not know that he was designed by Chen Mo and Ai Liu Opachi? Originally he was happy to think that he discovered the secret of Ai Liu Opachi, relying on this credit ascending to the skies with a single leap. He was promoted to a senior churchman, didn't expect and fell into the trap of others, but he was an emotional criminal himself. Plus that he didn't know how to put it in his pocket and he couldn't dispute the contraband in the family. However, looking at the previous actions of the 3 Chen Mo, they are obviously in a group. Doesn't that mean that they are the members of the real resistance organization, and they have spent a lot of time designing themselves? There must be an ulterior motive. Thinking of this, Brant couldn't help struggling harder, but with his hands handcuffed, he couldn't break free from the shackles of the 2 soldiers. My steel suit 342. My steel suit 342. What he said was only regarded as gibberish before his death, and he could only struggle in vain and was dragged step by step to the incineration chamber by 2 soldiers. Brant, who was originally wild ambition, came to an end like this. All this is naturally Chen Mo's plan. After this period of development, the strength of the resistance organization has expanded rapidly, and the big net set up by Chen Mo has also been fully deployed and has matured. But they still face a problem. Among the churches, in addition to the Pope, the real leaders are the Vice Chairman DuPont and the other 11 members of Parliament. As the senior churchman, the true ruler of Libya, they are necessary to overthrow the church's rule. Extinct existence. It's just that they are in charge of government, military and church-related affairs. They usually work in different buildings, and the guards around them are very strict. They want to eliminate that many people and military together. Force. If they are eliminated one by one, they will definitely beat the grass to scare the snake, so the only way is to attack them while they are together and catch everything in one net. It is not easy to get them together. As the highest ruler of the power pyramid, unless they encounter a major event, they rarely gather together. Chen Mo's plan is to give them a reason to meet together. So there is everything that happened before. Opachi deliberately exposed a weak spot in front of Brant, let him discover that he was an emotional criminal and hid a prohibited book in private. If it is normal, Brand might hesitate to report directly. But Chen Mo, who became a grey-robe churchman with him, became a senior churchman, but he was deeply irritated and jealous. Brand, who was stunned, could not care about the others, just thinking about seizing the opportunity firmly, ascending to the skies with a single leap. Using Brand's ambition and greed, he was introduced to the script set by Chen Mo, and he was used to anti-plant in the house of Ailuopat with the space ability. Special body. There were a lot of contraband in the home of Ailuopachi. In addition to the decorations and artworks of Mary Obalayan, Ailuopachi also collected a lot of books, but they had prepared in advance that they had already cleared all the contraband and transferred them away. It is impossible for them to search for any results. It was Jarvis who used the internet to open the electronic lock at Brand's home. The arranged resistance group soldiers secretly placed the contraband and confidential information they prepared in advance in his home, which confirmed his betrayal. The church, the crime of joining the resistance organization, and through the incident of Brand, it brought out the conclusion that the resistance organization infiltrated various departments of the church and might pose a threat to the church, prompting Dupin to convene a parliamentary meeting. Dupin absolutely couldn't imagine that it was not a grey-robe churchman who joined the resistance organization, but a whole 3 senior churchmen. Now everything is proceeding according to Chen Mo's plan. All the MPs are arriving one after another. The 3 of them did not rush to do anything, but still went downstairs according to Dupin's previous orders. The 3 Chen Mo separated at the entrance of the church building, and each led a team of soldiers to the residences of other senior churchmen to search. After arriving, they left the soldiers for search. Chen Mo and the 3 directly took 4 senior churchmen back to the church building and arranged for someone to conduct an emotional test on them. The test takes a long time. The 3 Chen Mo didn't stay at all to supervise them personally, but left the test room together. High-rise church building, Parliament Hall. Dozens of fully armed soldiers wearing leather black trench coats and fully enclosed helmets are guarding the entrance of the Parliament Hall and the corridors leading to the hall with rifles. At this time, in the Parliament Hall behind them, sitting the actual ruler of the entire Libya, the highest authority controller under the Pope, the Council of the Lord. Before the huge circular conference table, all the 12 church members had arrived. Dupin, who was sitting in the position of the chief speaker, began to explain the reason for this meeting. Everyone, just now, grey-robe churchman Brand was proved to be an emotional criminal and tried to frame other senior churchmen. Dupin looked at everyone in front of him. Fool said with a serious face. All signs indicate that he has joined the resistance organization and is helping them develop personnel in the government and the army. I heard that the resistance organization that has been underestimated by them has turned out to be when he stretched his tentacles into the Lord's churchmen, and began to use the betrayers to frame other churchmen. The faces of the congressmen could not help but change. They quickly realized the seriousness of the matter. Jehovah Churchman is the strongest backing for them to maintain their rule, and they can never make mistakes. Until Dupin learned that the 3 Chen Mo had been confirmed to have no problem, and the remaining 4 senior churchmen were being tested and searched, everyone was slightly sighed in relief. We don't know how many members of the resistance organizations are in each department, but one thing is for sure. The resistance organizations have posed a threat to the stable rule of the church. Libya needs a great purge. Dupin's voice is full of coldness. Once this great purge against the resistance organization and involving the entire Libya begins, with the harsh style of the church that would rather kill mistakes than let go, thousands of people will definitely die. However, members of the House of Representatives don't care how many people will die, as long as they can maintain the church's rule and protect their dominance and interests. It doesn't matter how many people die. Just as a group of church leaders in the Parliament Hall began to discuss the details of the upcoming large-scale cleanup operation, outside the closed door of the Parliament Hall, 2 slender and cold black churchmen robes silhouettes suddenly appeared at the end of the opposite corridor and strode along the wide corridor moved towards the council hall. The 2 looked cold and aggressive, and it was obvious that the visitors were not kind. but the soldiers guarding both sides of the corridor did not seem to have seen them. They stood upright on the spot, looked steadily forward, turning a blind eye to the two in front of them. Walking to the entrance of the Parliament Hall, the two pushed open the thick and magnificent door of the Parliament, and walked in. Through the open door, you can see the Vice Chairman Du Peng and the crowd in the meeting. The congressmen were alarmed, and frowns turned their heads in dissatisfaction. Du Peng also frowned and looked at the two people standing at the door. Obviously he was very dissatisfied with their rush in, but he seemed to have thought of something. Du Peng solemnly asked, "Best and Churchman, what's the matter?" The answer to him was 4 pistols that suddenly appeared in the hands of the two, and the muzzle pointed at his black hole. Du Peng's eyes shrank sharply when he saw this, and all the things that happened today flashed through his mind quickly. My steel suit 343, my steel suit 343. Finally, what Brandt said before he was taken to cremation came to mind. I was wronged. They are the people of the resistance group. This is a conspiracy. You caught the wrong person. He didn't react until this moment. He was being led by the nose all the time. He still underestimated the power of the resistance organization, and indeed appeared in churchmen. Traitors, but not one, nor grey-robe churchman, but 3 high-level churchmen. Unfortunately, he reacted too late. Next moment, the 2 gorgeous gates of the Parliament Hall slowly closed, blocking a burst of gunfire like swift wind rainstorm in the hall. The soldiers seemed to be ignorant of the movement behind them, and still stood quietly, guarding the hall behind them. After a while, the door of the chamber was pushed open again. John Peston and Ai Luo Patji came out with a cold face. Through the crack of the door, there was aloof and remote. All members of the council became dead, and fell on their seats in all directions. Red blood gushing from the bullet holes on their bodies, flowing down the seats, and gathered on the gorgeous marble floor. Pieces of bright red blood. Actually, some of the 12 council members were promoted from senior churchmen. They are proficient in gun battle technique, and their battle strength is not much worse than ordinary senior churchmen. They just become councillors, no longer participating in the battle, usually not equipped with a gun. In addition to being pampered for many years, it is in a heavily guarded church building. There are dozens of elite soldiers guarding the door. They are facing 2 senior churchmen who have just been proven loyal. Xia had no time to resist. He was shot on the spot. The actual controller of the entire Libya, the aloof and remote parliament, was given the strongest weapon in their hands and the most solid backing, the Lord Churchman, in their nest. It stands to reason that the soldiers guarding the church building are in the military camp dormitory in addition to performing guard tasks in the church. Unlike the soldiers of the King Suppression Team who often go out to perform tasks, they have no opportunity to contact the outside world. But Chen Mo often used space and agility when entering and exiting the church building to replace their poison. Just let Jarvis observe their reaction afterwards. If you continue to inject poison, then it shows that the other party is still loyal to the church, or afraid of the power of the church, and dare not betray. This kind of person will pass directly and find a way to remove them from key positions. But after most people have emotions and restored their normal thinking ability, they will not be willing to return to the previous walking corpse, which is like a machine. After Jarvis monitors and observes for a period of time and confirms their status, they will quietly put a miniature communication headset on them, and then the work of the resistance organization, music and literature will let them. I felt the beauty of emotion even more, and hated the original life and the church that caused all this. With proper guidance, he soon joined the resistance organization and became a member of the cruel rule of the church. Although due to the limited time, it has not been able to absorb too many manpower, it is not a problem to absorb all the dozens of soldiers guarding the Parliament Hall. While John Peston and Dailo Patjay went to destroy the top of the council, Chen Mo rushed to the top of the church building. 123 layers high church building, the top 3 floors are the real master of Libya, the residence of the Pope. As the founder of the church and the founder of Libya, the faith and spiritual leader of all people, No one can shake the position of the Pope. Du Peng and the Parliament are just the ones he chose to replace the Church and the country. The ruler, that's all. If they are the Prime Minister and Cabinet, then the Pope is the Emperor who holds the imperial power, the true dictator. Only after Libya became very stable under the control of Bosnian, the Pope delegated power to Dupont and the Parliament, and easily no longer involved in government affairs. But the entire Libyan faith and imperial power are still firmly in his hands. His words are the highest law. As long as an order is issued, Dupont and the Parliament can be revoked at any time, and their rights can also be taken back at any time. So apart from the brainwashing speech videos that are played on various occasions every day, the Pope who has never been seen is the real big boss in Libya, hidden behind the scenes. And Chen Mo's goal is this dictator who has died in the movie, but still affects the entire Libya. The Pope's residence is guarded by the Pope's exclusive guard. Even Dupont cannot enter without permission. Furthermore, the top 3 floors of the Pope are not directly connected to the bottom. Even if approved, you can see the Pope, but you can only reach the 121st floor of the Pope's residence through a special elevator. After receiving strict inspections and surrendering his weapons, he was able to meet the Pope. The elevator could only be operated by full-time personnel on the 121st floor, but Jarvis was naturally unaware of this. He easily seized control of the elevator. When John Peston and Iluo Pat went to the council hall to destroy the council, Chen Mo entered the special elevator that led to the Pope's residence on the top floor and headed for the top floor. Feeling the elevator slowly stopping, Chen Mo looked at the number 121 displayed on the screen and said solemnly to the air, "Jarvis, block the floor where the Pope is located, cut off external communications, and take over monitoring." "Mr. Yes." Jarvis' voice is in Chen Mo's ears sounded. "The elevator is locked. The communication is cut off. The monitoring takeover is complete." "Sir, the blockade has been completed." "Ready." Chen Mo has a pair of hands. The 2 guns appeared in his hands instantly, looked towards the elevator door with sharp eyes. His eyes seemed to penetrate the steel plate, and he saw the scene behind the door. "Jarvis, open the door." "Yes, sir." As Jarvis' voice sounded, the elevator doors slowly opened to both sides. The 121st floor serves as the only access for the outside world to enter the Pope's residence, and it is also the most strictly guarded place by the Pope's guard. There are hundreds of elite Pope Guard soldiers guarding this floor, guarding all entrances and exits and passages. The area of the elevator door is the focus of defense. There are always dozens of them, whether they are seen or not. The guard is here. But at this time they not at all received a notice that someone came to see them, and the elevator running status also showed stopped. So these elite soldiers wearing white leather windbreakers and fully enclosed helmets did not at all enter in the alert state. All the guns were pointed at the elevator entrance, but the rifles in their hands were evenly distributed at the same interval, standing quietly against the wall. "My steel suit 344. My steel suit 344. Everyone stood there motionless, like sculptures. Suddenly, the head of the soldier closest to the elevator moved, as if he had discovered something. I saw that he turned his head and looked towards the elevator beside him, and found that it was still showing a stopped state, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face under the mask. He just clearly heard a slight movement of the elevator. Voice, could it be that he heard it wrong? Just as he listened attentively again, under his gaze, the 2 elevator doors that were originally closed suddenly opened slowly. The double eyelids under the soldier's helmet who were listening carefully widened, but before he raised his gun and aimed it at the elevator door, before he had time to sound the warning, a pair of black pistols quickly protruded from the elevator door that had just opened halfway, and pointed to both sides, and the muzzle of one of them was pointed at him. Peng, peng. After 2 consecutive gunshots, the 2 soldiers closest to the elevator door were directly shattered with their helmets lean back and fall. While the other soldiers heard the gunshots and turned around, Chen Mo kept his hands and quickly turned around and fired at the most threatening target. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sound of gunfire sounded continuously, and every gunshot was accompanied by a soldier being shot to the ground. waiting for other soldiers to turning around, when he raised his gun and wanted to aim at Chen Mo. The elevator door was half open. Chen Mo raised his arms horizontally and shot forward and on both sides, while rushing out of the elevator. After rushing out of the elevator, Chen Mo's figure flashed quickly, while avoiding the bullets fired from the surroundings, while shooting at the surrounding targets in various postures. Gun battle technique's formidable power has been brought to the extreme, with one person killed in every shot. But all the bullets shot were predicted by Chen Mo in advance and avoided. These soldiers guarding the Pope are much better than the militants of the contraband organization outside the city. Although at first killed a lot before they reacted, they were attacked by the remaining 20 people. Chen Mo still felt unprecedented pressure. With the physique of the senior churchman he deliberately maintains, it is only a relatively strong level among ordinary persons, and is about the same as the top special forces. Under the siege of more than 20 elite soldiers, it is only by gun battle techniques calculations and deductions are used to avoid attacks, and the pressure is very high. The brain is always running at high speed, and I dare not relax in the slightest. But this is exactly what Chen Mo hopes. After this period of frantic fighting and training, his current gun battle technique level is equal to John Peston, the most powerful house among senior churchmen, but he feels not at all reached the limit of gun battle technique. But it was very difficult to continue to improve, and the most elite soldiers of these churches guarding the Pope are his current best training targets. The soldier was killed by Chen Mo's bullet, but the manpower here was not at all reduced, but gradually increased. Following Chen Mo's killing, the soldiers guarding this floor were all attracted by gunshots. A large number of soldiers gushing out from the 3 opposite passages, which is faster than Chen Mo's killing speed. It will be faster. Chen Mo had to be 100% energetic while calculating various data faster. He worked hard to speed up the killing and ensure that the number of people on the scene grew slowly. As the number of soldiers on the scene increases, Chen Mo's pressure is also increasing, and the gun battle technique has also been used to the extreme. Chen Mo can clearly feel that his gun battle technique is in this kind of overloaded combat is rapidly improving. In order to maintain this perfect training state, when the number of soldiers arriving began to decrease, Chen Mo even deliberately broke the helmet without hurting people, so that they could take off. After putting off the helmet, he continued to fight. When all the 30 people present took off their helmets, Chen Mo began to attack their legs again. These soldiers were all injected with Bosian medicine, and they didn't know how to be afraid. Even if they were injured, they were still standing against the wall, or kneeling directly on the ground, and continued to attack Chen Mo. On the ground beside them, there were already dead soldiers lying on the ground. The blood gushing from the corpses flowed to their feet, but they were not affected at all. More than 30 people are already the limit that gun battle technique can cope with. If there are more, the barrage of attacks is too dense, and there is no room for dodge. At first, Chen Mo also felt a lot of pressure. Later, as the battle progressed, gun battle technique became more and more proficient and more sophisticated. It seemed that he had formed an instinct. A complete set of automatic processing software is produced in the brain. All calculations are carried out automatically in the mind. The reaction speed is getting faster and faster, and the battle becomes easier and easier. Gun battle technique is finally full mastery in this high-intensity battle, and the formidable power has also been greatly improved. When Chen Mo felt that he could deal with the current situation calmly, when gun battle technique was no longer improving, there were no soldiers standing on the scene. All of them were shot in their legs, even leaning against the wall. Unreliable, Chi fell to his knees and attacked Chen Mo with his gun. Chen Mo is like coming to the kingdom of dwarves. His tall silhouette flashes constantly among a group of people who are a lot shorter than him. It feels like a crane in a flock of chickens. Since there is no training effect, Chen Mo no longer wastes time, and quickly kills all these dwarves. The corpses of more than 100 soldiers completely filled this area that was originally quite spacious, and the blood that poured out completely stained the entire ground red, like a hell of blood. Chen Mo left this azure battlefield with a pool of blood on the corpses all over the floor, walked into the passage, and each step stepped out, leaving a bright red footprint on the floor. Leaving a trail of fading blood, Chen Mo went all the way up and finally came to the gate of the Pope's real residence. This is a magnificent gate that is taller and thicker than the gate of the Parliament. Behind this gate is the dictator of Libya, the faith of the Church, and the Pope of Supreme. Chen Mo is full of curiosity about the existence of this man who created the Church and Libya in the end of the nuclear war. Now, it is finally time to meet. Chen Mo stepped forward, reaching out and pushing the door open. Until Chen Mo completely pushed the door open, there was no attack or sneak attack. Chen Mo was not surprised by this, and calmly walked in through the gate. Here is a gorgeous and artistic rotunda. Beautiful and smooth precious marbles spell out various beautiful patterns on the ground. There are more than a dozen pieces erected around the hall. A large marble column firmly supports the dome with the magnificent ceiling painting on it. The walls behind the stone pillars are all inlaid with jade green marble, and two beautiful huge oil paintings are hung on it. My Steel Suit 345. My Steel Suit 345. Sunlight shines through the large French windows with gorgeous red curtains hanging in, making the hall look brighter and more grandiose. Just opposite Chen Mo, a middle-aged person in his 50s with a kind face is sitting in front of the book table. His tables and chairs are not as generous as Du Peng, but they are more gorgeous and deep. They are obviously antiques before the war. Although he has a kind face, his breath is more majestic and heavy than Du Peng, and he is more aloof and remote, overlooking the common people. His eyes looked towards Chen Mo, as if he was looking at a trivial ant. Obviously, Chen Mo did not make him feel threatened by killing the papal guard downstairs. Chen Mo did not feel relieved because he was alone here. According to the Church's gun battle technique information, this profound and powerful spear technique was created by the person in front of him who didn't seem tall and even had some thin middle age. Although no one has seen him make a move, Chen Mo knows that he is definitely the most powerhouse in the entire Church. Chen Mo's perception can clearly detect his physical condition. His body is not as thin as it looks on the surface. There are streamlined solid muscles hidden under the clothes. The heart beats slowly, calmly and powerfully. In this slightly older body in its 50s, there is a stronger power than John Peston. Young man, let me see how far your gun battle technique is. As the Pope spoke, he got up from his chair, walked around the desk, and arrived opposite Chen Mo. In his eyes, not at all, the cautiousness of facing the enemy who came to assassinate him, but revealed a kind of interest in encountering new things, and the ridicule of those who overestimate one's capabilities. In fact, when Chen Mo opened the door just now, it was the best time for a sneak attack, but it was out of disdain, but also out of interest in the assassin Chen Mo. He not at all shot. As the founder of gun battle technique, he is indeed qualified to be proud, but whether he displays one slight skill before an expert or not, he will know after playing. Faced with the provocation of the Pope, Chen Mo did not speak. The two eyes collided in the air, and the collision caused a fierce grimacing. Next moment, Chen Mo quickly raised his arms and turned towards the Pope a dozen meters away. The trigger was pulled. The gun battle technique, which faced the soldiers with numerous shots, failed on the Pope. Chen Mo's shooting path seemed to be completely foreseen by him. His body movements easily dodged all Chen Mo's attacks. Chen Mo fired dozens of bullets in a row, but he could not hurt him at all. His calculation speed is even faster than Chen Mo. Chen Mo's every move, every attack is completely within his grasp. Not bad. But that's all. It's me. The Pope's face a cold smile flashed, while dodged Chen Mo's attack. Two black pistols exactly like Chen Mo's hand slipped out of the sleeves. Next moment, the muzzles of the two black holes pointed at Chen Mo. With bursts of fire from the muzzles, bullets burst out continuously and flew towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo's eyes couldn't help tightening. With his super reaction speed surpassing the normal number, the flight trajectory of these bullets was clearly displayed in front of him, plus the prediction of subsequent attacks. Chen Mo found that the location of these bullets was all his head, and covered all the dodgeable range. With the reaction and speed of an ordinary senior churchman, He could not completely dodge it. No matter which direction he dodges, he will get at least one. The bullet hit the head. It deserves to be the Pope who created gun battle technique with his own hands. Chen Mo was driven to death by his hand. Of course, this is when Chen Mo does not explode at full speed. After all, his main purpose is to train his gun battle technique. Seeing the bullet move towards Chen Mo's head shot straight away, obviously unable to dodge, the Pope raised a disdainful smile on his face, and attacked him with the gun battle technique he created, which is simply a display one's slight skill before an expert, overestimate one's capabilities. Ridiculous. But at the next moment, the smile on the Pope's face suddenly stiffened. Just when the bullet was about to hit, Chen Mo's head was wrapped in a black mask that appeared suddenly. The bullet hit it, igniting pieces of purple light, and then fell straight to the floor without causing any harm to Chen Mo. It was Chen Mo who saw that he couldn't dodge with the advanced churchman's physical fitness, but did not explode all the strength to dodge. Instead, he chose to activate the Vibranium Nano Combat Uniform and block the bullets that were shot to the head. Looking at the Pope, who was holding a double gun and looked suspicious, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh, for the power of the Pope seems to be just a Pope with a stick. Gun battle technique is so powerful, it is worthy to be the person who created the gun battle technique with one hand, and even has completely mastered the gun battle technique and has formed an instinctive. Chen Mo is not his opponent either. It seems that Chen Mo is far from reaching the limits of gun battle technique. Thinking of this, Chen Mo's eyes can't help but brighten up. The stronger he is, the happier Chen Mo is. This shows that gun battle technique still has deep potential waiting for him to tap. He believes even the Pope has not yet reached the limit of gun battle technique. But at this moment, from the Pope, Chen Mo saw an opportunity for himself to improve. After a short pause, the two men fought fiercely again. Although I don't know what Chen Mo's nano combat uniform is about, the Pope will not give up his attack because of this. The left and right are just a kind of advanced bulletproof clothing, that's all. No matter how strong the defense is under the attack of gun battle technique, sooner or later, only the ending will be broken. With the protection of the nano combat uniform, Chen Mo no longer has to worry about being hit. He only needs to always maintain the physical fitness of the senior churchman, fight with the Pope with all his strength, and take the opportunity to hone his gun battle technique. At the beginning of the battle, he was always hit. No matter how he avoided it, bullets continued to hit him like raindrops. However, Chen Mo's ability to observe and learn is extremely amazing. During the battle, he carefully observed the Pope's every move. He found that the Pope's response and speed were significantly faster than that of the ordinary person. It is twice as fast as an ordinary person. Although Howard Stark, who has not yet received the improved super soldier serum, is fast, it is already very powerful among ordinary persons. This made Chen Mo couldn't help wondering whether the Pope had received some kind of reinforcement. Since the Pope's reaction and speed surpassed ordinary people, Chen Mo did not need to continue to suppress at the senior churchman level. He also increased his reaction speed to a level similar to his. In this way, he's attacked a lot less, unlike at first, who was unable to fight back, but he was still at a disadvantage, with bullets hitting his body from time to time. My Steel Suit 346. My Steel Suit 346. It turned out that in addition to the extraordinary reaction speed, Chen Mo also discovered from the Pope many exquisite spear skills that were completely absent from the previous gun battle technique materials. Obviously, the Pope had hidden his own personal information left to hand in the gun battle technique materials learned by the Lord Churchman. Unfortunately, it was Chen Mo that he met. His exquisite spear technique was quickly learned by Chen Mo in the battle. If the spear technique of Jehovah's Churchman is the most concise and rapid shooting and evasion technique that has been scientifically deduced, then this set of spear technique of the Pope is based on this set of basic techniques. After a lot of practical optimizations and improvements, it is more subtle, and the formidable power is also a larger upgraded version. After learning this set of more subtle spear skills, coupled with an increase in response speed equivalent to that of the Pope, Chen Mo can completely evade the Pope's attack, but his counterattack has also been evaded by the Pope. Suddenly, The two of you came and went, the gunshots continued, but there was nothing to do with each other. Chen Mo expresses his self-confidence. He has accumulated experience in the battle with the Top Gun battle technique powerhouse of the Pope, and is proficient in the upgraded version of spear technique he has just mastered. The Pope's face gradually became serious. Who is the other party? The appearance of unfathomable mystery on the body is a strange combat uniform that covers the whole body and can completely withstand bullet attacks. That's all. How can the strength be improved in this short period of time? Not only the reaction and speed, he was upgraded to be comparable to him, and he learned the upgraded version of the spear technique that he has always hidden in battle. Du Peng once reported that a peerless genius appeared in the churchman, the young man in front of him. But now it seems that this is not a peerless genius at all, but a peerless genius. This terrifying speed of improvement and learning ability simply can't be possessed by normal human beings, is it also? Anyway, you can't drag on like this forever. Since spear can't beat Chen Mo, let's change it. The Pope raised his gun and fired several shots at Chen Mo. While Chen Mo was evading, he used his feet and quickly rushed towards Chen Mo. When Chen Mo escaped the bullet, he was already close to Chen Mo's body, and the pistol in his hand was pointed directly at Chen Mo's head. At such a close distance, Chen Mo couldn't dodge at all. The bullet directly hit Chen Mo's head, arousing a purple light on the nano-combat uniform. Close spear technique. Seeing that the Pope once again pulled the trigger in his eyes, Chen Mo quickly opened the Pope's hands with the gun in his left hand, and at the same time, the right hand held the gun and pulled the trigger towards the Pope. Just as the trigger was about to buckle to the bottom and the bullet was about to fire, the Pope's blocked left hand quickly fell to the left and swung his gun aside before the bullet was shot. In this way, the two held guns in both hands, and launched a more intense and thrilling close-up gunfight than before. When they were close to each other, the two moved more quickly, with both hands constantly attacking the block, hand shadows flying, bullets flying all around, murals, stone pillars, walls, glass, bullets flying around. The next shattered. Close guns are different from mid to long range shooting. The confrontation is more rapid and fierce, and also more dangerous. While attacking the opponent's muzzle must be quickly blocked before the trigger is activated. Shen will be hit by a bullet that is close at hand, and will not even have the opportunity to dodge, so the most important thing about close spear is to block, not to dodge. Although Chen Mo also practiced the close-up spear technique, this kind of battle method is more used when fighting with evenly matched enemies. The ordinary enemies have been solved by Chen Mo before they get close. Even if they deliberately put them close, they would be killed by Chen Mo without a single move, so Chen Mo was rarely used in combat. Actually, although it is not used much, it is Chen Mo's strength in this aspect. Close combat is originally about blocking, but the requirements here are more stringent. Chen Mo's profound fighting skills are here can fully play out. So except for being hit when the battle method was suddenly switched at the beginning, the battle behind the two can be said to be evenly matched. Chen Mo relied on strong fighting skills, while the Pope relied on the exquisite gun battle technique moves and prejudgment, and he did not lose out in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo still hasn't forgotten his purpose, which is to train gun battle technique, or to improve combat skills. So after observing for a while, after learning the Pope's enhanced version of the fighting technique, he gradually integrated into the original fighting technique in the battle, and used the anticipation and deduction of gun battle technique. Gradually suppressing the Pope, gained the upper hand. This time the Pope is not calm at all. He had been prepared for the close-up fighting spear technique, but Chen Mo's own fighting technique was beyond his expectation. He was able to compete with him who used gun battle technique only with his fighting skills. The battle was tied, which was very powerful, and after learning his tricks, it was able to quickly integrate into the original fighting technique, coupled with the role of gun battle technique, unexpectedly began to suppress him faintly. The Pope does not have Chen Mo's nano-combat uniform. Once this continues and Chen Mo is completely suppressed, he can be killed with just one shot, so the Pope has to change his tactics. While attacking and blocking Chen Mo's attack, the Pope retreated to his desk. Finally retired to the table, the Pope pushed down Chen Mo's gun holding hands with both hands, and instantly released the pistol in his hand, letting the pistol fall to the ground, and stretched his hands behind him. With a backhand, he drew out two sharp katana from the knife holder placed on the table. When Chen Mo's pressed hands were raised again to point him at him, his double knives had already been pulled out, slashing towards Chen Mo's gun arms from both sides. If Chen Mo continues his original action, he will definitely be cut in the arm before he aims at the Pope. Although there is an Anno combat uniform to protect it and it will not be injured, it loses the meaning of this battle. So Chen Mo had to turn the muzzle up and block the two swift and fierce swords with the metal gun body. However, the pistol is not originally used to block, and the force is unreasonable. The sharp long knife made of special material is cut on the barrel, directly knocking the muzzle off, and the blade is cut horizontally. At the same time, it slides upward along the inclined barrel. Puff! As the Pope's arms crossed his chest, the blades of the two knives slashed across the barrel, bringing a burst of fire. At the same time, it also left two deep knife marks on the barrel. However, Chen Mo barely blocked the attack under the force of Chen Mo's fingers and wrist holding the handle of the gun. My Steel Suit 347. My Steel Suit 347. The Pope didn't stop even when he missed a hit. His hands and wrists turned over, and his crossed arms spread out. At the same time, the long knife was also twisted 180 degrees. The sides cut across to Chen Mo's neck. Chen Mo didn't have time to adjust his muzzle attack, so he could only turn the barrel of the gun to the cut long knife again. This time, at the moment when the long knife was blocked, the Pope opened the handle with both hands instantly, and quickly turned his wrists, changing from holding the knife in his backhand to holding the knife in his front. 2 times in a row to block the double knives with a pistol. Chen Mo has discovered that the pistol does not work at all when facing the Pope, who uses a long knife at close range. When using a pistol before, Chen Mo could block the Pope's arm with his arm and move the muzzle away, but now, facing the double knives, he can only use the barrel to block, which is extremely inconvenient, and in the face of the Pope's swift attack, there is no chance to aim and shoot. So, taking advantage of the opportunity of the Pope to change hands, Chen Mo quickly backed away, pulling away, and finally had time to turn his gun, moved towards the Pope and shot a bullet. Dang, dang. 2 bright silver lights flashed by, accompanied by 2 consecutive clear metal clashes. I saw the Pope still standing there intact. There were 2 more scratches on the double knives in his hand, and the bullet shot by Chen Mo was actually blocked by him with the blade. Actually, this is not to say that he is faster than the bullet, but the trajectory of the bullet was predicted in advance based on Chen Mo's actions. Before Chen Mo shot the bullet, he had blocked the trajectory of the bullet. Only then did the blade block the bullet. Without waiting for Chen Mo to continue shooting, the Pope once again rushed forward with a knife, obviously wanting to use the advantage of the long knife to fight Chen Mo in close combat. Looking at the Pope who rushed, Chen Mo knew that even if he continued to shoot, he would only be blocked by all his swords. In this case, he quickly rushed to Chen Mo's body, and the double knives slashed towards Chen Mo's neck and abdomen at the same time. The pistol is not a cold weapon after all. It is not as good as a dagger in terms of blocking. He barely resisted the knife just now. Next, the Pope is confident that under his violent attack, rely solely on those 2 pistols couldn't stop all his attacks. He doesn't believe that Chen Mo's bulletproof suit has no loopholes. If you can't kill with a single knife, then 100 knives and 1,000 knives. Under his knife, Chen Mo's 2 pistols are completely reduced to scrap iron. When the Pope thought that the overall situation was set, the scene that happened before him really made him puzzled, and then his eyes widened suddenly, full of disbelief. Ding, ding. Then 2 clear metal strikes suddenly sounded, but the sound was different from when the long knife hit the pistol. It should be more crisp and sweet, and the blade not at all swayed like it did when it was barely blocked with a pistol, but it was firmly blocked. It turned out that just now, when the Pope's long knife hit, Chen Mo suddenly sent the pistol in his hand, and next moment, two black katana that came standard with the classroom appeared in Chen out of thin air. In Mo's hand, he swung straight up to the cut-long knife, and steadily resisted the Pope's attack. The Pope stared at the katana in Chen Mo's hand, and couldn't understand how he took out the knife from there. Next, I entered the teaching time again. Pope Ren showed his trump card enhanced version of the sword technique, but he still had no choice but to use Chen Mo. Instead, Chen Mo gave his sword technique to him. Learned all. Although Chen Mo's sword technique is a fusion of the Holy Cross sword technique and Alexander Corvinus' extraordinary sword technique, it has already reached the level of transformation. But the Pope's sword technique is another completely different system. Use scientific deduction to achieve the shortest attack distance, fastest attack speed, maximum attack effect, simple, direct, and efficient, which is in line with Chen Mo's fighting style. Although the theory is not as exquisite as Chen Mo's sword technique, comprehending still allows Chen Mo to improve the sword technique after a long time. After discovering that the pistol was useless under the Pope's sword, Chen Mo planned to also put on a cold weapon. Although he didn't wear it, there was something in his space. Without using the sword of the king, Chen Mo took out two katana for the churchman from the space. In Chen Mo's current realm, the swords are not much different, and they are all handled freely. So far, Chen Mo has greatly improved in gun battle technique, spear technique, close spear technique, and sword technique. This meeting with the Pope can be said to be plentiful harvest. However, this is the end. The potential of the Pope and his private possessions have been completely forced out by Chen Mo. At this time, he has already used his best, but he can no longer continue to give Chen Mo improvement. In this case, it's almost time to end. But in the end, there is one more thing I haven't tried, so let's just complete it. Chen Mo fought hard with both knives in his hands and knocked off the katana in the hands of the Pope. Then he put away his weapon and fit and rushed up, using his fists and feet to fight with the Pope again. This time Chen Mo was somewhat disappointed. He lost his pistols and weapons. He had one round empty-handed combat. Although the Pope's battle strength was still very strong, he did not perform more amazingly, and his fighting skills were not worth more. Where Chen Mo learned, under Chen Mo's profound fighting skills, he was almost completely crushed and beaten. It can be said that the value of the Pope has been squeezed out by Chen Mo, so it should be over. At this moment, Chen Mo no longer kept his hands. Although he did not exert his full strength, the powerful fighting skills of Grandmaster level were fully utilized. He quickly beat the Pope in a hurry and was overwhelmed. The Pope was full of horror, unwillingness, and unbelievable lies. Chen Mo punched his throat and killed him on the spot. The poor generation of Martial Dao Grandmaster pioneered the gun battle technique, but Chen Mo, a man who cheated on equipment, was completely helpless. Not only was he learned all the trump card gun battle technique skills, I also worked as a sparring partner for a long time, helping him hone his skills, and watched Chen Mo never be as good as him, so that he could instantly kill with his own eyes, and quickly increased to the point where he could be completely pressed against him, making him completely unable to fight back. Of course, this is also Chen Mo deliberately controlling reaction and speed and power, keeping it at the same level as him. Otherwise, even if some aspects of the skills are inferior, but relying on far more powerful than normal. Physically, Chen Mo can easily beat him. At this point, all the high-level churches have been wiped out, and a vacuum has appeared in the Libyan ruling hierarchy, but the outside world knows nothing about it except for people from resistance organizations such as Chen Mo. After killing the Pope, Chen Mo took out a body bag from the space, squatted down and reached out to the Pope's body on the ground, ready to pack his body. Just when his fingers touched his chest, however, the touch of the fingertips made Chen Mo feel wrong. My Steel Suit 348. My Steel Suit 348, associated with the brainpower, reaction and speed that the Pope showed beyond ordinary people, Chen Mo couldn't help but become curious, and even took off his coat. The skin under the clothes is exposed, but it is not as smooth as an ordinary person, but like a skin patient, A thick layer of purple scabs are formed, with cracks all over the top, revealing the bright red underneath tender meat. This is. Chen Mo stared at the Pope's corpse, frowned and fell into thought. It didn't seem that he had received some kind of reinforcement as he had thought before, but it was a mutation? Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, this is the world after the Third World War. Nuclear war almost destroyed the entire world. Countless people died under the huge might of nuclear weapons, but many people barely survived. It was just that they were affected by nuclear radiation and their bodies mutated. Most of them died in a short period of time. The Pope is likely to be one of them, but the mutations that occur in him are quite special. In addition to the changes on the surface of the body, the brain power, reaction and speed have also been improved to a certain extent, and this is the strength to fight. After the last days, he survived and founded the Church of Jehovah in Libya. However, nuclear radiation should still seriously damage his body. Although he was lucky enough to have this beneficial mutation enhancement, his lifespan was greatly shortened, which explained that he was only more than 50 in the movie. The reason for his sudden death at the age of Chen Mo's guess is not at all wrong. The Pope has been mutated after being exposed to nuclear radiation, and has the strength beyond ordinary people. Before Chen Mo showed strong learning ability and speed up, the Pope even suspected that Chen Mo was just as lucky as he had a beneficial mutation in nuclear radiation. Resolving the doubts in his heart, Chen Mo didn't waste time anymore, and directly packed the Pope's body, put it aside, and then came to the chair behind the Pope's desk and sat down. "Jarvis, let's start." "Yes, sir." Jarvis' tone barely fell, at the outermost edge of Chen Mo up ahead's desk, then slowly raised a column, and on the top of the column, there was a small camera. The Pope often gives speeches here, so naturally he has corresponding shooting equipment. Under the camera column, a screen popped up. As the camera's indicator light turned on, the face of Chen Mo appeared on the screen, but soon, the picture suddenly changed. Chen Mo's the face and even the clothes have all become the appearance of the dead Pope, and even the background behind it has become the empty background commonly used in Pope's speeches. Actually, with Chen Mo's fine control over his body, he directly transformed into the appearance of the Pope. It is not difficult to imitate his voice, but Jarvis can do it for him, so why bother? In the movie, after the death of the Pope, DuPont used virtual images to transform into the appearance of the Pope, creating the illusion that the Pope is still alive, and using the influence of the Pope to continue to rule Libya. People of Libya, I have an important thing to announce now. In the church building, the Pope's voice is emitted from speakers installed everywhere, making everyone stop the movement in their hands and listened attentively. Not only the church building, the entire Libya, all the televisions, screens, projections inside and outside every building in the city, as well as the screens on the giant airship floating over the city. The original Pope, the brainwashing speeches all stopped and replaced with live footage processed by Jarvis. Libya just broke out in rebellion. Just now, the Vice Chairman DuPont Joint Parliament mobilized a force to rush to teach the Imperial Palace with an intention to assassinate. The rebel forces killed all the papal guards. However, they have all been killed by me. DuPont and all members of the parliament who initiated the rebellion have all been killed. It was announced that the parliament was abolished and the departments were taken over by the senior churchmen. Everyone should perform their duties and must maintain stability in Libya. The role of Bosnian medicine is here. It was manifested. Hearing the words of the Pope, there was confusion and commotion. Not at all. And after confirming that their beloved Pope was safe and sound, everyone followed the orders of the Pope to perform their duties and maintain stability. John Peston and Ilu Opatji naturally heard this speech, knowing that Chen Mo had succeeded, and immediately led a team of soldiers who joined the resistance organization to teach Imperial with the assistance of Jarvis Palace. After the elevator reached the 121st floor, as soon as the elevator door opened, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Hundreds of corpses were piled up together, and the bright red blood spread to a thick layer on the ground, even reaching the elevator door, flowing down the gap in front of the door. John Peston and Ailuopatji looked at each other, and they both saw a deep shock from each other's eyes. Even if they were both of them, they couldn't say they could deal with so much. Elite soldiers glanced at the bloody footprints left in the opposite passage. The two of them no longer delayed, and took the lead to step into this sea of corpses of blood, and other soldiers were busy following when they saw it. All corpses are packed in body bags and sent directly to the incinerator for cremation. After John Peston explained, he left the soldiers to clean up the corpses and bloodstains of the papal guard. He rushed to the residence of the Pope upstairs with Ailuopat. After a while, the two of them walked down again, but there was an extra body bag on Elopat's shoulder. At this time, other soldiers had already packed a lot of corpses and put them in the elevator. The two put the bag containing the Pope's corpse and other bags together, and then left the others to continue cleaning up. The two took the elevator downstairs with the corpses. As soon as the elevator door opened, the two saw 4 senior churchmen standing in front of the door. "We ask to see the Pope. Confirm his senior's safety." A burly churchman immediately stepped forward after seeing the two and said that the other 3 were also in prison. Stared at the two firmly. "What happened today is really abnormal. First there was a traitor in the churchman, and then DuPont ordered a search and test of all senior churchmen, and when they were tested, the Pope was assassinated. It was DuPont and the council who assassinated him." This series of things happened too suddenly. Although they saw the Pope's video, it was not enough to make them feel at ease. So the 4 of them rushed to the elevator and wanted to see the Pope, but were told that John Peston and Ailuopatji churchmen have taken a group of soldiers up. After the previous events, they can't believe anyone at this moment. My Steel Suit 349. My Steel Suit 349. After the previous events, at this moment they could not believe anyone, including their colleagues, only to see the Pope with their own eyes, confirm his safety and situation, and get his personal orders. They can be completely relieved. John Peston and Ailuopatji looked at each other, but for a while they didn't know what to do, saying that the Pope didn't see anyone now. The 4 people in front of them obviously won't accept it. After all, the 2 of them are not their superiors, and they might just break in. But the Pope is dead, and the body is in the bag behind them. It was really early to let them go up. It's really not good. I can only kill them. It's just 2 to 4 at this time. Even if John Peston is the most powerful house among senior churchmen, I don't mean he can be 1 against 3. Just as the two were in a dilemma, the miniature communication headsets in their ears suddenly rang. "Let them come up." It turned out that it was Chen Mo who knew the following through Jarvis. Chen Mo originally wanted to be lazy, but he was done using Jarvis to fool around. These senior churchmen who didn't expect were not easy to fool. Usually that's all. Such a big thing must be done with your own eyes. Only after seeing the Pope and ensuring his safety can they rest assured, as the savior of the Libyan people, the father of the nation, and spiritual beliefs. So many years of brainwashing are not in vain. Everyone's loyalty to the Pope is unshakable. In the movie, even if the Pope passes away, he will take his place. Dupeng still ruled in the name of the Pope, showing the Pope's influence. In fact, Chen Mo initially considered killing the Pope directly and replacing him, but the Pope is very simple and guarded around him. It is easy to kill him, but it is impossible to do it quietly. Once he does it, he will inevitably alarm the guards and churchmen. When the time comes, even if he wipes out all of them, he can't control the church smoothly, and gun battle technique has nowhere to learn. It is better to enter the churchmen step by step, first learn the gun battle technique, and gradually master some manpower, which can help him take over the church smoothly. John Peston and Ailuopatji received Chen Mo's order, but thought Chen Mo was going to lead the 4 up and then the 3 people would work together to kill them. Chen Mo, judging from Mo's performance in killing the 100-person Pope's exclusive guard and defeating the Pope alone, Chen Mo's strength is far more than the 2 of them. Coupled with their assistance, it should not be a problem to kill 4 senior churchmen. But don't forget, the Pope's body is also placed in the elevator with the bodies of other guard soldiers. The Pope's body is of great importance. They must be personally incinerated to ensure safety, otherwise once they are found the Pope is dead, and many changes will inevitably occur. When the time comes, the situation is not so well controlled. Pat Churchman escorted the corpse. Peston brought people up. After receiving further orders from Chen Mo, the two immediately stopped hesitating. John Peston, withdrawing the confronting eyes with the few people, moved towards the few people, nodded. "The Pope will summon you as well. Come with me." The reason why John Peston and Dailo Patjay obeyed Chen Mo's orders so much not because of Chen Mo's strength, but because he was in the underground base that night. Chen Mo showed himself as a mysterious ally of the resistance organization. At first Jurgen and the others still can't believe that the ally possessing great magical power is actually only one person, until Chen Mo called Jarvis in front of them for some operation. They just accepted this fact. This world was also very advanced in science and technology before World War III, and naturally there was artificial intelligence. Although it is not as powerful as Jarvis, it is not completely unacceptable. Learning that Chen Mo is a mysterious ally who has been secretly helping them develop, I still have no opinion on the plan proposed by Chen Mo, Jurgen and the others. A while ago, Chen Mo had already proved his strength with facts. The development of the resistance organization during this period of time was something Jurgen could not even think of before, and they had already waiting for this day to come. They set up a resistance organization, not just to overthrow the brutal rule of the church. Now this day has finally come. Chen Mo relied on his great achievements before and easily obtained the command of action. If Chen Mo did not agree, Jurgen planned to give him the position of a leader. Chen Mo will leave soon. What's the use of asking for the position of the leader? So without the slightest hesitation refused. Receiving Chen Mo's order, John Peston motioned to 4 senior churchmen to enter the elevator with him. Before, when everyone was facing off, the church soldier who had joined the resistance organization left outside had moved the body out of the elevator. The 4 senior churchmen glanced at the shrouds piled on the side, but didn't mean to step forward to check it. Seeing the Pope in front of them is the most important thing. After watching the elevator doors closed, Ailuo Pat directed the soldiers to transport the body to the incinerator, and his attention was all on the bag containing the Pope's body. 4 senior churchmen, led by John Peston, took the elevator to the 121st floor. Although their remaining bodies have been bagged and sealed, the blood on the ground has not yet been cleaned. There is still a thick layer of bright red blood that has not yet solidified on the entire ground, and the entire ground outside the elevator has completely turned into bright and dazzling red. This made the 4 more worried about the safety of the Pope. Stepping on a pool of blood, the 4 followed John Peston to the door of the Pope's office. John Peston stopped in front of the door and stretched out his hands for the 4 of them to enter by themselves. According to normal procedures, meeting the Pope requires rigorous search, testing, and surrender of all weapons. However, this is a special period when a rebellion has just occurred, and the 4 are not sure. The safety of the Pope made them surrender their weapons simply impossible. John Peston didn't waste his tongue, just let the 4 of them go in by himself, and he fell behind, preparing to attack the 4 with Chen Mo one after the other. Looking at the 4 of them pushing open the door and walking inside, John Peston's body is already taut, ready to pop up with 2 guns after Chen Mo launches an attack. However, the gunshots he was waiting for did not arrive, and the next movement of the 4 made John Peston stunned. I saw 4 people push the door and walk into the Pope's office, but not at all ushered in Chen Mo's attack as he thought. The 4 did not show any strangeness, but rather excited. Step forward to the middle of the rotunda, and at the same time one knee kneels fell to the ground. Pay respects to the Pope. My steel suit 350. My steel suit 350. Seeing the reactions of several people, John Peston moved towards the hall with some doubts. The previous 4 senior churchmen completely blocked his vision in front, but now several people kneel down but reveal the scene ahead. Looking at the familiar middle-aged person sitting at the back end of that vintage wooden table, John Peston felt he had a ghost here just now. He and Dailo Patjay opened the body bag to check, and saw the Pope's body inside. Then this Pope sitting behind the desk is again what happened? John Peston now wants to rush down and open the body bag and take a closer look to see if the body is the real Pope. Get up! The majestic and heavy voice of Pope slowly sounded, no different from what they had heard before. John Peston didn't have the thoughts of taking action against the four. He kept watching the Pope talk to the four and assigned them to the government and army to maintain order. The Pope told the four to retreat. This time John Peston did not leave with them but looked towards the Pope, who was still sitting there. Under his gaze, a smile suddenly appeared on the Pope's reserved face. With the appearance of this smile, his entire face began to change, and soon became Chen Mo. The appearance of the height has also been slowly raised to restore the original height. This magical scene made John Peston's eyes widened. Although he had guessed in his heart, he didn't expect to be such a living person. Okay, don't stare at you. It's just to find control of the body, that's all. There is still a lot to do. Go ahead. Reminder from Chen Mo. John Peston finally came back to his senses. Only then did he remember that there was still a lot of care for him to do, and he turned around and left. Looking at the back of John Peston leaving, the smile on Chen Mo's face gradually disappeared. Gun battle technique has already been learned. It is still an enhanced version of the Pope's private collection. Spear technique has a huge ascension. Fighting and sword technique under the blessing of gun battle technique principle. The formidable power has also been greatly improved. The battle with the Pope has benefited him a lot. This crossing over is also a plentiful harvest. It's time to leave. But everything has a beginning and an end, and now the resistance organization still needs to help with the aftermath, and it is not bad in the last few days. In the following few days, Libya seemed calm, but major departments have undergone tremendous changes. First of all, the original guards of the Imperial Palace were taught to be killed in the process of resisting the rebels. The Pope ordered Aelopat to redeploy a guard from the army and teach the Imperial Palace to also. It has restored the state that it was not allowed to enter. 4 senior churchmen saw the Pope with their own eyes, and after confirming his safety, they no longer asked for an audience. They directly followed the orders issued by the Imperial Palace to perform tasks. And the other grey-robe churchman was even more so, follow the orders obediently, and the Lord Churchman is completely under control. The one after another command was issued from the Imperial Palace, and the government, army, and church all made very big adjustments. The first to bear the brunt is chief in charge of all major departments. In the past, Du Peng was in charge of the overall situation, while other members were in charge of the government, the army and other major departments. Now they are all destroyed, and the parliament is abolished. Naturally, a new chief in charge needs to be appointed. The government responsible for Libyan construction, people's livelihood and other administrative affairs was handed over to Jurgen by Chen Mo, and the church and the strongest military force Jehovah Churchmen were handed over to the highest powerhouse. Among senior churchmen, John Pace. After that, the last army was handed over to Aelopat. In addition to the chief in charge of the major departments, other important positions are also not overlooked. The members of the resistance organizations in each department are promoted to control the main departments, and a large number of new personnel are also was added to various departments. After all, the members of the resistance organizations in the government and the army are limited, and a large number of capable civilians in the resistance organizations have also been inserted into the government and the army, allowing the resistance organizations to completely control Libya. No one knows that under the adjustment of the Pope, Libya, which strictly prohibits the existence of emotions, has been controlled by a group of emotional prisoners. After ensuring that the situation has been fully controlled and prepared accordingly, Chen Mo released a video speech through Jarvis, announcing the abolition of the emotional crime, the closure of the Bosian pharmaceutical factory, and the stop the use of Bosian. At the same time, issued a strict law and order to replace Bosian to restrict people's wrong emotions, thoughts and behaviors. The turbulent times should be used heavily. The Libyans have just recovered from the numbness of death. If there is no strict legal restraint, the country will soon fall into chaos, but self-defeating. In Libya, the Pope's will is the supreme existence beyond the law, and the promulgation and revocation of the law is just between his thoughts. After the abolition of emotional crimes, there are more soldiers standing guard and patrolling in the city than before. But their task is no longer to find and arrest emotional prisoners, but to maintain law and order and protect the Libyan people, to maintain a good and stable social order, and at the same time arrest those who violate the law and order. Those security prisoners who suddenly have feelings and are too free of themselves will not be burned directly like the previous emotional prisoners, but they will still receive varying amounts of caning depending on the severity of the crime. And it was executed on the street. The slender tenacious leather whip on the ass is directly tanned skin and gaping flesh, and when the whip goes down, there is a bright red blood mark. The heart-piercing wail like ghosts and howl like wolves and tanned skin and gaping flesh. It is more deterrent than burning. In the first few days of stopping the use of Bosyan, there were indeed a large number of people fighting and molesting women. It was very confused for a while, but soon, these people were caught by the soldiers and after they violated the law and order, they took off their trousers in the street and began to execute the torture. In the past few days, the entire Libya city was shrouded in the crackling of leather whips and the crying cry for mercy. While people watched the excitement curiously, they were also very surprised by killing the chicken to warn the monkey, and the security situation in the back was much better. Of course, those who rob, rape, and kill people are not as simple as getting a few lashes. Without the emotional offenders, the incinerator can't be idle. These black sheep are all sent to the past for cremation, contributing their own light and heat to the stability of Libya. Although the law and order issued by Chenmo is strict, it is not cruel. Ordinary law and order crimes only suffer more from flesh and blood, and there are lessons to be learned. Only serious criminal offenses will be cremated, put to death,